If you're dying to see what happens next and want to stay 5 episodes ahead in this series and others, then why wait? Join our awesome community of over 500 members on Patreon, where they're already enjoying the latest episodes right now for as little as $2.50 for your first month. So what are you waiting for? Hop over to Patreon after this video and get exclusive early access. With that said, drop a like, leave a comment, subscribe to the page, and I'll see you in the next one. Zeno stormed down the steps of his towering throne, every stomp echoing like thunder through the endless palace. Frustration twisted across his face, more furious than the cosmos had ever seen him. His plan, the one he had been nurturing for countless millennia, had worked. He had retrieved the aquafoam. He had purified it. He had used it to open the gate to the first dimension, just as the ancient trial demanded. And yet there he stood, facing him. Zephyr, his father, the original king of all. And those cold, merciless eyes told Zeno everything. He had failed. Zeno's hands trembled at his sides. His voice cracked into a whisper, meant only for himself. What was all of this for? Memories flashed through his mind, his attendants, his guards, the loyal beings who had stood beside him since the birth of time itself, now slaughtered, wasted. None of it made sense anymore. A raging storm churned inside his mind, and a single thought blazed brighter than the rest: a redo. A complete redo of the entire third dimension. He had lost the first and second, but here, he could still wipe it all clean, rebuild it under his rule. I'll just have to handle everything myself, Zeno roared, his voice crackling like the shatter of galaxies, his hands clenched into tiny fists. Zarama is no threat to me. No one is a threat to me. His voice ripped through the palace like a supernova, and in that moment, the childish grin he was once known for disappeared, erased forever. What remained was pure, terrible authority. From across the throne room, Zephyr watched calmly, arms folded behind his back, an old sadness weighing down his shoulders. His voice was low and firm. "There you are," he said. "I'm your father, boy. You can't fool me. You're pretending you've grown, but I see the truth. This trial wasn't just about opening a gate. It was meant to forge you into the ruler the multiverse needs, the absolute authority over the 3 dimensions, the one to finally take my place." Zephyr shook his head slowly, disappointment dripping from every word. "But you failed," he said, "and as it stands now," he sighed, bowing his head, "I may never get to rest." The air grew heavy. A silence deeper than the void stretched between them. But then, something shifted. Zeno's eyes widened. He couldn't sense much from the third dimension while standing inside the first, but his father could. And through Zephyr's gaze, Zeno saw it too. Zarama, the first mortal, the one being said to be untouchable, was in pain. Zephyr's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Come, boy," he said, motioning without looking. "It's not over yet. Do me a favor and don't intervene. I want to see how this plays out." A strange smile crept onto Zephyr's face. His ancient heart stirred, a feeling he hadn't tasted in eons. Something between excitement and pride. His eyes gleamed as he whispered to himself. Wukong, the name floated out like a ghost. Those Saiyans, they were a mirror of Wukong. Their stubbornness, their pride, their fire to overcome even the impossible. "Even trapped inside a beast," he murmured, "they still fight." For so long, Zephyr had drifted in endless boredom, watching time crawl by. Now, finally, he felt alive again. Watching the Saiyans struggle was like tasting a forbidden fruit. It was delicious. "My foolish son," Zephyr whispered, almost laughing. "You have no idea what an extraordinary world you've created." Zeno turned sharply toward him, confusion flooding his mind. "What are you talking about, father?" The words snapped Zephyr out of his daydream. He cleared his throat, regaining his ancient composure. "Come, sit," he said simply. "The fight isn't over yet." Zeno gritted his teeth. He didn't want to obey, but something in his father's tone left no room for argument. Reluctantly, he stomped back to his throne, throwing himself onto it with a grunt of frustration. The moment he touched the throne, their eyes shimmered with a cosmic glow. Instantly, their vision tore across the dimensions like a live feed, stitching through realities until it locked onto the scene in the third dimension. What Zeno saw made his stomach drop. Zarama was clutching his body, a deep internal pain ravaging him from the inside out. This should be impossible," Zeno gasped, clutching the arms of his throne tight enough to splinter them. "Those Saiyans, How are they doing this? The very walls of the castle shuddered with his rising anger. Zeno knew exactly how Zarama's absorption ability worked. It was brutal. Once it trapped its victims, they were stuck in a cocoon-like substance inside Zarama's body, hovering on the edge of death. While they floated there, helpless, Zarama drained their power at will, feasting on their energy until they faded into nothingness. Their abilities, their strength, all passed on to him. No one escaped. No one had ever escaped. Once captured, it was permanent, eternal. A living coma with no hope of waking. It was the perfect prison, the perfect death. And yet, here they were. Zeno couldn't process it. His fists shook harder. Across from him, Zephyr threw his head back and laughed. It was a loud, rumbling sound that filled the palace and cracked the air like thunder. The Saiyans had become something more. They were rewriting the rules through sheer willpower alone. They were doing what gods, kings, and ancient beasts could not. Zephyr grinned, utterly captivated. "The fact that you never saw this coming, doesn't that excite you, son?" he asked, eyes gleaming with wild joy. Zeno said nothing. He only stared, stunned beyond words. Never, not once in all the ages he had known his father, had he ever seen Zephyr so alive. Deep inside, Zeno wondered, is he cheering for my downfall? The thought scraped at him like a blade. Zeno stood from his throne, his whole body humming with restrained fury. He couldn't take it anymore. Watching was too painful. "It's time I end this myself," he muttered, voice dark and sharp. His aura flickered into existence, small sparks breaking the floor beneath his feet as he started to rise slowly into the air, each inch glowing brighter. "I'll finish them all with my own hands." But before he could ascend fully, Zephyr's voice sliced through the space between them. "Not yet, boy," he said calmly, a tone of command that was impossible to ignore. "I want to see how this ends. Afterwards, we'll both go, father and son." Zeno froze in midair, blinking hard. "What? You're coming?" His voice cracked slightly, overwhelmed by the idea. His father, the ancient ruler of everything, had never once left the palace, not in all of Melina's countless years. "Yes, of course," Zephyr said smoothly, as if he were discussing something as simple as a walk through the gardens. "I think it's time I stretch my legs. I'll be there to observe, my son. I won't interfere." Zeno lowered back to the ground, unsettled. He stared at Zephyr, trying to read his expression, but the old king's face gave nothing away. "Does he think I'll lose?" Zeno muttered under his breath. "Or is he up to something?" He genuinely couldn't tell. Shaking his head, he straightened his robe and scowled. "Me? Lose? Impossible," he whispered fiercely to himself. "I can't die. I'm immortal, beyond immortal. I am the conscript of death and life. I rule over death itself." He gritted his teeth and forced himself to walk calmly back to his seat. As much as he wanted to intervene now, he knew better than to disrespect the true king of everything. He had no choice but to wait. Both of them turned their gaze forward, their glowing eyes igniting the space between them once more, peering across dimensions to the battleground. And so, time rewound, rolling back 20 minutes earlier. Broly floated alone inside the Crimson Nightmare, his body barely hanging together. His green-gold aura sparked wildly around him for a brief second before sputtering out. He dropped to the fleshy ground hard, landing on one knee. His muscles ached, his bones screamed. He couldn't even hold his transformed state anymore. That's how drained he was. His breath came in ragged gasps, chest heaving, sweat pouring down his battered frame. He had never felt this weak before. The sight around him was pure horror. The walls pulsed like some giant, living heart, slick and throbbing. Fleshy veins pulsed under the red, oily skin, glowing with an eerie energy. The heat pressed down on him like a mountain. The air was thick and sour, every breath tasting like blood and metal. Broly staggered to his feet, fists clenching by instinct. "Where am I?" he roared, his voice echoing strangely against the living walls. It felt like a prison, a horrible, suffocating prison. Moments ago, he had shattered the cocoon trapping him. He thought he was free, but now he wasn't so sure. A voice echoed inside his mind, calm and strong. "You all let your guard down. Now you're paying the price," said Wukong, the Monkey King, his presence crackling with ancient power. Broly stiffened, recognizing the mental connection instantly. "You're inside Zarama's body," Wukong explained, his voice rumbling through Broly's soul. "It's a type of ability, one I'm not too familiar with, but I've seen Zeno use something similar before. Wukong's voice dipped lower, almost growling. That monster! He's truly made in Zeno's image, he muttered darkly. The more he watched Zarama fight, the more the grim truth became clear. Zarama wasn't just another creation. He was a shadow of Zeno himself, made in his twisted, arrogant likeness. Broly's eyes flared wide, mind racing back to the moment he thought Zarama had died. He clenched his fists tighter, trembling with anger. "Zarama!" he shouted, shaking the ground beneath him. "But I saw him die. I felt his energy vanish when Piccolo hit him with that attack. He was gone." The confusion turned fast into a deep, burning rage. They thought they had won. They thought it was over. But Zarama had survived, and worse, he had dragged them into this nightmare. Broly's fists shook, a primal snarl rumbling in his throat. "Calm yourself, my minion," Wukong said, his voice patient but firm. "You need to conserve what little strength you have left. Although I'm familiar with this technique, I don't know how to break it. I never bothered to learn. After all, I'm the Monkey King. No one can trap me." Broly snorted, anger flashing to the surface. "Apparently they can," he said mockingly. "Since you're still locked up in that mountain." Wukong chuckled lightly, a sound that eased some of the tension. "Oh, you got jokes now, huh?" The banter broke the suffocating fear swirling around Broly. He closed his eyes briefly, sucking in a slow, deep breath. His massive chest rose and fell, and when he opened his eyes again, they gleamed a focused, deadly emerald. The wild rage that always threatened to consume him was still there, but now it was chained, controlled, harnessed. Wukong's divine presence settled in his spirit, steadying him like an anchor. Broly's thoughts sharpened to a blade's edge. There was only one mission now: free the others, and destroy Zarama for good. Outside, in the real world, Zarama staggered. A sharp, ripping pain shot through his gut, so sudden and fierce that he doubled over. He clutched his stomach, coughing up a splatter of dark blood onto the cracked battlefield. He gasped, wide-eyed. "But how?" he shouted, his voice a broken roar of disbelief. How could he still be conscious? It didn't make sense. That cocoon was supposed to leave its victims trapped forever, helpless and drained. Yet somehow, one of them, Broly, had shattered it from the inside. Zarama's face twisted in rage. "Those little he barked, his words ripping through the empty battlefield. Then it happened. He felt it, a sudden collapse deep inside him. His size shrank slightly, almost unnoticeably, but Zarama could feel it. It was like a piece of his core had been torn away, and with it, a chunk of his power. Panic flared in his eyes. Since Broly had destroyed the organ cocoon, Zarama's strength had dropped. And not just a little. It was a noticeable, dangerous loss. He gritted his teeth, feeling fear claw at the back of his mind. "I can't let this go on any longer," he howled, fists clenching so tight they cracked the air. At a time like this, when he had just challenged Zeno himself, Zarama couldn't afford to be weakened, not even slightly. If Zeno decided to step into the battlefield now, and Zarama wasn't at full strength, the thought alone made his gut twist harder than the wound Broly had left behind. "I must do something, and fast," he snarled. The scene shifted, diving back inside Zarama's body, to the pulsing nightmare Broly was trapped in. Broly moved cautiously through the shifting crimson haze, eyes darting side to side. He hovered above the fleshy ground, searching desperately for his comrades. But there was nothing, no energy, no sign of life. It was like they were already gone. "It's like they're dead," Broly muttered to himself, clenching his fists tighter. He reached out with his Kai sense, sweeping the area with everything he had left, but still, nothing. Only silence, only emptiness. His heart hammered against his ribs, but then he saw them in the distance, hanging like grotesque ornaments from the fleshy ceiling. There they were, 4 enormous cocoon-like pods, each pulsating slowly with dim red light. Thick veins and sinew wrapped around them like a spider's web, and inside each pod, he could just barely make out the blurry, unconscious forms of Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo. Broly's breath caught in his throat. His comrades, his friends, trapped, sleeping, slowly dying. A low, rumbling growl rose from deep inside his chest. His blood boiled hotter than any battle rage he had ever felt. "Guys!" he yelled, voice cracking through the thick air. "To think, just a while ago, I was stuck in one of those things," he muttered, his hands trembling with fury. Beside him in the spiritual space, Wukong tightened his grip around his staff, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Broly," Wukong said urgently. "You have to move fast. Zarama's not going to sit still while you undo his plans." Wukong's tone sharpened, like steel striking steel. "I'm sure he felt your escape the second you destroyed that cocoon," he added. "I guarantee he's feeling the effects right now." As if to answer Wukong's words, the entire ground under Broly's feet shuddered. A bone-deep tremor rolled through the fleshy landscape, almost knocking him off balance. A deafening roar thundered through the nightmare realm, shaking the walls. But the sound didn't come from one direction. It came from everywhere at once. A massive, disembodied scream of fury and hatred. Rah! The walls of Zarama's body convulsed, throbbing madly. Then, with a sickening squelch, long, dripping tendrils of living flesh burst from the walls and the floor. They lashed out wildly toward Broly like monstrous tentacles, each tip sharp as a blade, glistening with a strange, glowing slime. Every tendril was Zarama's will, his fury made flesh. Broly's eyes sharpened. He wasn't about to be caught again. In a blink, he pushed off the ground, flipping backward just as a tendril shot past his face. It snapped through the air like a whip, smashing into the ground where he had been standing, sending a spray of acidic goo hissing into the air. Broly didn't hesitate. Before the tendril could retreat, he grabbed it in both hands. His muscles flexed, bulging with raw strength, and with a mighty roar, he ripped the thing out by its root. The appendage dissolved into black mist with a wet tearing sound. Broly wiped the slime from his arms, breathing hard. "What are these things?" he shouted, voice full of frustration. He was genuinely shocked, and worse, he could feel his stamina dropping even lower. Another 2 tendrils lunged at him from opposite sides. Broly's instincts kicked in. With explosive speed, he spun in midair, slamming a powerful roundhouse kick into one tendril, sending it snapping backward. The other came in close, too close, but Broly slammed his palm into it, releasing a small but deadly kablast at point-blank range. Boom! The tendril exploded into chunks of steaming flesh. Broly landed, chest heaving. He was strong, stronger than anyone could imagine, but even he could feel his limits creeping closer. From the depths of his mind, Wukong's voice barked a warning. "Don't tire yourself out. Use less energy-based attacks. Stick to physical combat." Wukong twirled his staff in the spiritual space, ready to guide him. Broly wiped the sweat from his brow and gritted his teeth. He wasn't about to let his friends die here, no matter what it took. More tendrils exploded from the ceiling and floor, like a nest of furious snakes. Dozens, maybe hundreds, lashed out all at once, screaming through the air with the sound of splitting meat and cracking bone. The living nightmare wasn't letting go of its prey without a fight. Broly growled through gritted teeth as he spun midair, ducking and weaving through the storm of whip-like flesh. His battle instincts took over. One tendril lunged toward his leg, but he caught it on his forearm, shattering it with a flex of raw muscle and energy. Another tried to coil around his waist. He answered with a bone-snapping elbow strike that blew it apart in a wet explosion. The air shook with the force of his movements, like thunder crashing inside a womb of meat. Even without using proper energy blasts, Broly's physical strength alone was pulverizing Zarama's insides from the inside out. "Go on, Broly!" Wukong's voice shouted from deep within his soul. "These things are endless. You won't last long like this. You need help. Free the other Saiyans and the Namekian." Broly didn't hesitate. He gave a sharp nod, and in the next instant, his aura exploded in a burst of green lightning. He shot through the air like a comet, blazing a trail of emerald light behind him. The fleshy cavern shook from the force of his movement. He locked eyes on the nearest cocoon pod, 50 yards away, half buried into a twitching wall of pulsing red tissue. Even from a distance, he could see the orange guy floating inside the translucent goo. Black hair, familiar posture, a still, unconscious figure. Goku. "Kakarot! Hang on, I'm coming!" Broly roared. He hadn't called Goku by that name in years, but right now, in this surreal hellscape, that old warrior instinct came back. Broly's breath burned in his chest as he closed the distance. Before he could reach the pod, another wave of tendrils lunged in his path. They struck like vipers, razor-tipped and dripping with glowing green fluid. Broly snarled and clapped his hands together, generating a shockwave of raw Kai pressure. Boom! The concussive blast flattened the oncoming tentacles, scattering them against the fleshy walls like shredded meat. He didn't wait for more. Broly cocked back one fist, energy swirling around it in tight spirals. A furious emerald glow lit up his face. With a primal roar, he drove his punch straight into the cocoon. Crack! The surface of the pod fractured instantly, spiderweb cracks glowing with golden light. It was unbelievably tough, built to hold the strongest beings in the universe. But Broly's will was stronger. Fueled by raw rage and burning loyalty, he kept punching, driving his fists deeper, tearing through the thick gummy layers. With a roar of fury, Broly grabbed both sides of the weakened pod and ripped it open with brute strength. The cocoon tore apart with a grotesque slurching sound, like wet taffy being peeled from a bone. A rush of bluish fluid poured out, splashing across Broly's chest. The stasis liquid spilled everywhere, the stuff keeping Goku in suspended sleep. Broly reached into the sagging mass of organic sludge and yanked Goku's limp body free. He pulled him into the open air, holding him up by the arm. Goku hung there, completely soaked, his skin pale and clammy. For a terrifying second, Broly's heart skipped. He wasn't breathing. Then, a twitch, a sharp gasp. Ha! Goku's eyes snapped open as he coughed, hacking up a mouthful of thick blue goo. His chest heaved as air rushed into his lungs. His dark eyes blinked hard, trying to make sense of the sight in front of him. But Broly, he whispered, still groggy. Broly grinned, holding him steady. Goku, he said, voice gruff but relieved. You all right? Goku coughed again, shaking his head like a dog, splattering slime from his spiky hair. I've been better, he said hoarsely. He looked around, blinking at the pulsating walls and the dim red light. What happened? His voice was slow, confused. He was still piecing it together. Broly scratched the back of his head. Well, he ate us. What? Goku's whole body jerked upright, his voice rising in panic. He what? No. Broly waved his hands quickly. I mean, not like that. We're just inside him, somehow. Goku stared at him for a long second, then suddenly burst out laughing. You almost gave me a heart attack, Broly, he wheezed, slapping his knee. Broly blinked in confusion. He was genuinely stunned. How can you laugh right now? He asked, frowning. We're inside a monster. There's no way out. Goku wiped his eyes, still chuckling, but there was pain in his voice. Better this than what I was living, he muttered. His tone shifted, darker, sadder. Broly's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Goku looked down at the goo-soaked ground, voice trembling just slightly. While I was in that cocoon, I wasn't asleep, he said. Not really. I was watching, over and over, trapped in a loop. He took a breath, trying to stay steady. I saw Zamasu kill Chi-Chi and Goten, my own hands doing it, again and again. Broly's eyes widened, his chest tightened. He didn't know what to say. I don't ever want to go through that again, Goku said, rubbing his face. I'd rather die than relive that. Oh, Wukong's voice echoed inside Broly's mind, intrigued and almost amused. Now I see how it works. Broly kept moving, his body tense and alert, but he listened. Looks like all of you were forced to either relive or witness your most painful memories, Wukong explained, over and over, until your mind just gave up. That's how he keeps you trapped. Your body stays frozen because your brain thinks it's real. You never wake up. He paused for a moment, sounding oddly impressed. It's brilliant, Wukong muttered. Cruel, but brilliant. I wonder what I'd see if he ever used it on me. Broly wanted to ask, but now wasn't the time for questions. Time was short. We have to move, he said firmly. The others are still stuck, and Zarama's trying to stop us. Outside, Zarama staggered again. Blood gushed from his mouth in a thick stream. He dropped to one knee, body trembling. His breathing was sharp and uneven. No! He howled, fury and fear mixing in his voice. He could feel it. Another one had escaped, and now his body was collapsing even faster. With each Saiyan they freed, more of his internal power shattered, more of his true strength, the strength hiding deep within, was being torn away from the inside. Zarama shrunk again, reverting to his original size, the massive, overwhelming form he had taken moments ago, already beginning to wither. This shouldn't be happening. It couldn't be happening. His technique had never failed before. He'd used this ability on countless warriors across time. All had fallen, all had been absorbed, devoured, and never returned. And now, these Saiyans, they were undoing everything. You pieces of trash! Zarama spat through clenched teeth, blood trickling down his chin. If this kept up, he might actually be forced to expel them and lose everything. But just then, something else happened. Something that froze even Zarama's heart. Above him, high in the sky, an eyeball opened, a glowing, all-seeing cosmic eye watching from the heavens above. Zeno. He wasn't hiding anymore. He wanted Zarama to know, I'm watching you, and I could kill you at any moment. Zarama looked up, eyes wide with terror as he met that gaze. A primal chill washed down his spine. You coward, he shouted, defiant but shaking. Now you want to show your face? Before he could finish, another burst of blood exploded from his mouth. He groaned in pain, staggering backward. The Saiyans had just found another one. Back inside, another tremor rolled through Zarama's body like a tidal wave. One of the remaining cocoons, a greenish one clinging to the ceiling, started sliding deeper into the pulsing wall, as if Zarama was trying to hide it. Goku's heart dropped. He felt the energy signature flicker weakly. Gohan, he growled, eyes narrowing. He's moving them. He's trying to pull the pods away. Without thinking, Goku clenched his fists. His body was still weak, drained, but his spirit flared. He couldn't let his son suffer what he had just gone through. He kicked off the ground, rocketing forward toward the next nearest cocoon. It was buried halfway in a thick nest of red veins and twisting roots. He recognized the energy immediately. Vegeta. Broly followed close behind, the two Saiyans flying shoulder to shoulder through the fleshy nightmare. They weaved around twitching walls, dodging floating chunks of organic debris. The entire dimension was coming alive now, reacting to their attack like a living immune system. Columns of muscle burst out of the ceiling and floor, slamming down in their path. The air was thick with heat and the stench of raw meat. One huge column shot up from below, nearly smashing into Goku's side. Heads up! Broly shouted. He lunged, grabbing the back of Goku's GI and yanking him out of the way, just as the column crashed through the space they'd been in a second ago. The impact sent cracks spidering through the wall behind them. The column exploded into twitching, writhing flesh. Goku blinked and turned back with a smirk. Thanks, I owe you another one. They didn't slow down. Ahead, the terrain shifted again. The floor suddenly cracked open beneath them, revealing a massive, tooth-lined maw, a grotesque mouth full of jagged fangs. It lunged up, snapping shut like a trap. Goku and Broly split midair, diving in opposite directions. Crunch! The jaws clamped shut between them, chewing only empty space. You! Goku shouted, flinching as he flew backward. He's literally trying to eat us again? Not this time, Broly growled. He thrust out both hands, a surge of emerald energy pulsing in his palms. Take this! A storm of glowing green ki orbs erupted from his hands, each one exploding inside the mouth like high-powered bombs. Boom! 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 The grotesque mouth was blown apart from the inside. Fangs shattered, flesh peeled back, and chunks of burnt meat rained from the sky. The smoke curled up as a scream echoed through the walls. Zarama shrieking from the pain. Up ahead, Vegeta's cocoon came into view. It was only a few yards away now, slowly dragging itself deeper along the wall as Zarama desperately tried to protect it. The pod throbbed and twisted, almost as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Vegeta's face was visible through the membrane, unconscious, sweat dripping down his brow. Even in sleep, his expression was intense. Goku could only imagine what nightmare was playing in his head. He reached the cocoon first, landing hard against the wall. Then, his thoughts drifted. What's he seeing? Maybe the time Beerus slapped Bulma. Goku smirked for a second, just enough to focus. With a shout, he drew back his fist. Golden energy blazed around him. In a flash, his aura exploded into bright yellow flames, his body crackling with the power of Super Saiyan. Let's go! Wham! He slammed his fist into the side of the cocoon. The impact dented the shell, but it didn't crack. Goku gritted his teeth, annoyed. His strength still hadn't fully returned. That punch should have shattered it. Zarama had taken precautions. After Broly shattered one cocoon with ease, the first mortal grew cautious. He reinforced the remaining pods, flooding them with more energy, binding the walls tighter with layers of spiritual force. This time, he wasn't letting anyone out easily. Far above, Zeno watched silently. Zarama could feel the pressure of that gaze, like a knife resting against his throat. He wanted to spit the Saiyans out, to be rid of them before they destroyed him from within, but he couldn't. He needed their power. Zeno was still out there, still watching, and Zarama knew he had to grow stronger if he was going to survive what was coming. Absorbing them was the only way. He had to finish what he started, but there's only so much you can do to reinforce internal organs. He may have had immortality. Yes, he wouldn't age. He wouldn't fall to disease, but that didn't make him unkillable. He could still be torn apart, and from the inside, that's exactly what was happening. Back inside Zarama's living body, Broly landed beside Goku in a crouch, fists still glowing. "Together!" he barked. The two Saiyans stood side by side, shoulder to shoulder, both drawing back glowing fists. Goku's was wrapped in a shimmering blue-white aura, calm and focused. Broly's blazed green and fiery, sparking with chaos and fury. 1, 2, 3, Broly counted. On 3, their fists slammed forward as one. Krakoom! 4 knuckles, 2 fists, 1 impact. The reinforced cocoon exploded in a brilliant flash of light and thick steam. The barrier that once seemed unbreakable shattered under their combined power, tearing open with a spray of glowing stasis fluid. Without hesitation, Broly lunged into the broken pod and caught Vegeta's limp body before he could hit the floor. "Vegeta! Vegeta!" Goku called out, hovering close, eyes full of concern. The proud warrior was soaked from head to toe in the gooey blue fluid, his head slumped forward. For one awful second, he didn't move. Then, Vegeta jerked violently, sucking in air like a man pulled from the bottom of the ocean. "Ack! Cough! Cough! Blah!" He spit out a thick stream of fluid and groaned, body shaking. His eyes cracked open slowly, those sharp black irises slowly focusing again. The first thing he saw was Broly holding him, and that was enough to fire up his pride. "Unhand me, brute!" Vegeta barked, yanking himself out of Broly's arms. He floated awkwardly for a second, wobbling on his feet, then steadied himself, wiping his mouth with the back of one gloved hand. Disgust washed over his face as he looked down. What is this? What am I covered in?" Goku grinned mischievously. "Oh, nothing," he said. "You were just eaten. Kind of like how Boo swallowed us back in the day." He chuckled, teasing Vegeta the same way Broly had teased him earlier. But Vegeta didn't take it the same way. His face fell, mouth tightening, eyes narrowing. "The humiliation," he whispered, voice cracking slightly. "The shame." He wasn't joking. This wasn't just a defeat. It was personal. He'd been devoured by his enemy, dragged into his body and trapped like a helpless child. Worse still, the memory he'd been forced to relive was exactly what Goku guessed. Beerus, Bulma, that slap. It echoed in his mind like a bell he couldn't unring. Vegeta snapped. His ki exploded around him in a frenzy, the energy going wild, unstable, like a storm breaking through its cage. "Vegeta, what are you—" Goku started, but it was too late. Vegeta's hands trembled. His body began to glow with golden aura as his mind flooded with rage. His power pulsed erratically, bursting in waves. Then, he did something no one expected. Not Goku, not Broly. No one. Vegeta activated his spirit fission, but not to split an enemy. He used it on himself, to amplify, to separate, to expand. His body surged with energy, and in seconds, he began to grow, rapidly. Vegeta was gigantifying. "Giant form?" Goku stammered, eyes wide as he watched Vegeta's form triple, then quadruple in size. "Vegeta, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? Stop." But Vegeta wasn't listening. His shame boiled hotter than any power he'd ever known. He couldn't accept it, not as a warrior, not as a prince. The idea of being swallowed, of being humiliated like this, it shattered him. He just kept growing. Inside Zarama's body, his form swelled bigger and bigger, tearing through flesh and organ walls like they were made of paper. And outside, Zarama screamed, "Rah!" His claws clutched at his own skull as the pressure inside his body became unbearable. He shrieked as his skin cracked, his veins bursting with golden light. His energy, all the stolen strength, was leaking out. Steam and power poured from the fractures spreading along his hide. The energy was uncontrollable now. His body couldn't hold it in. "Stop!" Zarama howled, "Stop it!" But it was too late. He tried to force them out, vomiting them from his body in a spray of glowing bile. Goku, Broly, Gohan, and Piccolo all shot from his chest like bullets, crashing down onto the ground outside, soaked but alive, all except one, Vegeta. He was simply too big. His body was still growing, ripping straight through Zarama's body like a force of nature. Muscles bulged, armor cracked with pressure. Light poured from every inch of Zarama's skin as the damage grew worse. Then it started. Zarama's entire realm began to break. A massive, jagged hole tore open in the sky above. Light from the outside universe pierced the nightmare realm like a divine beam through darkness. Vegeta's colossal form was pushing through, carving a path out of Zarama's body with brute force. The world shuddered. The light widened, and everything began to fall apart. Outside, the battlefield erupted as a towering pillar of multicolored energy shot from the top of Zarama's head. It tore into the heavens like a sword made of light, piercing through the thick clouds above. The sky split open as the beam danced between colors: green, gold, crimson, violet, each one crackling with god-level force. Zarama's voice twisted from a roar into a high-pitched, broken scream of agony. And then, with one final thunderous shout, Vegeta burst through Zarama's body like a meteor crashing through a planet. Boom! The first mortal exploded. Blood, bile, and broken organs blasted across the battlefield like a supernova of gore. Pieces of his massive frame were thrown in every direction, as if the universe itself had spat him out. And there, at the center of it all, was Vegeta, still massive, still radiating rage, his body covered head to toe in Zarama's blood. But it wasn't the same Vegeta anymore. His eyes were wild, his aura was jagged, his very form seemed twisted. He looked less like a Saiyan warrior and more like some demonic entity dragged straight from the pit of another world, a being born of fury and shame. Then, his body gave out. Vegeta's form shrunk rapidly, all that monstrous power evaporating into steam. He dropped from the sky like a falling star and slammed into the ground, unconscious, spent. He had burned through everything he had left. The other Saiyans didn't fare much better. They'd barely gotten back to their feet when the exhaustion hit like a tidal wave. Goku collapsed first, his knees buckling. Broly dropped next, then Gohan, then Piccolo. Each one crashed down into the ruined earth, too drained to even speak. Even Piccolo, who had remained focused till the very end, could only mumble with his last breath. We did it. We finally did it. And then he blacked out. Zarama was truly gone now. There was no second wind, no last transformation. He never even got the chance to unleash whatever power he'd gathered from absorbing the Saiyans. The monster was dead before he could strike. The battlefield fell completely silent. Smoke rose slowly from the craters. Wind drifted across the blood-soaked plains. The camera of the cosmos slowly panned around the wreckage, lingering on the fallen heroes, the broken earth. But then something moved and the silence shattered. There, lying still beneath a thick layer of bile, were two figures, twisted, soaked, but unmistakably alive. Raiko and the Grand Priest, the very one believed to be dead. His chest rose weakly, his fingers twitched. They were both unconscious, but very much alive. Zarama must have spit them out as well. Far above, Zeno's eyes widened. For the first time in an eternity, he was shaken. He'd believed Raiko was alive, trapped. But the Grand Priest? He'd been told the Grand Priest was dead. That was the word from Kairos, one of his trusted guardians. And yet, there he was, lying in the dirt, covered in blood and acid, breathing. Emotion surged through the Omni King's core. His eyes blazed. And then he moved. Not instant transmission, not teleportation. This was something beyond. A movement so fast, so divine, it didn't bend space. It overrode it. One moment he wasn't there, and the next, he was, standing over his warriors like a shadow of godhood. The fastest movement shown in this story so far. And there he stood, Zeno, the Omni King, his small body glowing with untold power, his tiny frame radiating more pressure than the cosmos itself. He looked down at his fallen attendants, and then a smile, not cruel, not cold, a real warm smile. Because even though he could make another Grand Priest, another Daishinkan from scratch, it wouldn't be him. It wouldn't have those memories, that loyalty, that presence. And Zeno was genuinely happy to see him alive. Without hesitation, he raised both small hands. His palms glowed with golden white light. A divine healing wave burst forth. The energy shimmered like sunlight on water, sweeping across the Grand Priest and Raiko's bodies. Instantly, wounds mended, bones realigned, armor reformed. Within seconds, they were both completely restored. Their eyes snapped open in unison, a glow of energy swirling behind their pupils. "My lord!" they both cried, voices full of awe and loyalty. They leapt to their knees instantly, bowing low before Zeno. Their heads bowed to the dirt, and across from them, lying in the cracked earth, were the Saiyans. Still unconscious, still unmoving. Their bodies had shut down completely. They had burned through every drop of energy. Even their backup reserves were gone. Only the tiniest spark remained, just enough to keep their hearts beating. And now, Zeno had arrived. His power was unmatched, and beside him, now healed and fully restored, stood the Grand Priest and Raiko. Was this truly the end for the Saiyans? The air was still, silent, not in peace, but in shock. Zarama's body hit the ground, lifeless. His final breath had been taken by the Saiyan, those warriors of legend now strewn across the battlefield like broken statues. Unmoving, battered, and drained beyond comprehension. Goku lay face up, his chest barely rising. Vegeta was nearby, slumped over a shattered boulder, arms limp. Broly was unconscious, his massive frame twitching slightly, as if haunted by war in his dreams. Even Piccolo, calm, unshakable Piccolo, lay still. They had given everything, every last drop of energy, every transformation, every technique, every ounce of will. Again and again, they had been pushed past the edge, and every time, they found a way to break through. But now, there was nothing left. No more hidden reserves. No more next level, only silence. Zeno hovered above them, his tiny frame deceiving the monstrous force that radiated from him. His expression had changed. Gone was the gleeful, boy-like smile. In its place, an icy, terrifying calm. "I want them gone," he said flatly. His tone carried a weight that made the sky darken. Raiko, cloaked in a veil of shadow and silver light, nodded slowly. "Yes, my lord," Zeno continued, his voice laced with venom. "Not just them. Their families are hiding. On planet Namek." The words hung heavy in the air like poison. "Burn it. Every last cell of their DNA must be erased. Kill every single one connected to them. They've cost me too many. Gods of destruction, angels. Do you think I'll just let that go?" Raiko raised 2 fingers, glowing with dimensional light, ready to teleport. But something stopped him. A hand. Goku's fingers trembled as they wrapped around Raiko's ankle. He didn't even have the strength to stand, yet somehow he moved, driven by something deeper than stamina or technique. Raiko looked down in surprise. Goku's voice cracked as he spoke, his eyes barely open, but burning with purpose. I won't let you hurt them." The words weren't shouted. They were strained, forced out from a body that had long since passed its limit. "They're innocent. This is between me and you. So, please, let them live." He turned his head, slowly, painfully, toward Zeno, hovering above. "Take me instead. Please, I'm the one you want." He didn't care about pride. He didn't care how it looked. If begging meant his wife, his sons, his friends would survive, he would do it 1,000 times. Zeno's eyes widened, then narrowed. Fury flared within him. "How dare you?" he snarled. "Did you spare my gods of destruction when your filthy Saiyan hands tore them apart? Did you show mercy to my angels?" His tiny form trembled with power. "You are no hero. You are a plague, and now you'll be judged." His voice cracked the air like thunder. "I will destroy this world and build a new one. A world where I rule. A world where the Saiyan race never existed, where mortals know their place." He was no longer just angry. He was a god unchained. Across the field, Broly's fingers twitched. "Get up," came a whisper, an echo in the back of his mind. "Broly, get up. Zeno's going to destroy your universe, your loved ones, your purpose." It was Wukong's voice, calm, cold, persistent. Broly winced, still trapped inside his own mind. The mountain, he thought. He remembered it all. The ceiling, the silence, the endless waiting. He remembered the pact, the plan. If the Saiyan fell now, the bloodline would vanish. No resurrection, no reincarnation, no vessels. He would be trapped, forever. No, Wukong hissed within his thoughts. I've waited 1,000 years. I chose you. Gave you half my power just to bait Zeno's blood, just to break the seal. And now, we're about to lose everything? Broly's chest heaved. His eyes twitched. Somewhere deep inside, the seal began to hum. What can I do? Wukong muttered, desperation rising. Go, Zeno said again, eyes fixed on Raiko. Yes, my lord. Raiko stopped mid-step. His body trembled. He couldn't move. The ground began to quake. From behind him, Goku's body rose. Slowly, unnaturally. Lightning crackled around him. Not blue, but pure white. His eyes turned blank, like they'd rolled back into his skull. But he was still conscious. His rage, his grief, his desperation had ripped open something hidden. I will not, Goku growled through clenched teeth. Lose anyone? Again. The lightning pulsed. Arcs of divine energy screamed across the field, splitting rocks, tearing through the air like ripping fabric. Goku hovered above the crater, hair standing on end, aura flickering like a dying star made whole again. It was terrifying. It was like watching the birth of something forbidden. Something snapped, and everything changed. Goku floated mid-air, his body trembling, but his will unshaken. The power was overwhelming, impossible even, and yet it was real. There were no second chances this time. No Dragon Balls left to rely on. No gods watching with kindness. If his family died today, they were gone forever. And Goku felt that truth settle in his chest like a blade. He refused to let that happen. Suddenly, his body jerked with a violent surge. The ground beneath cracked apart as his energy spiked uncontrollably. The sky twisted open, clouds spiraling like a black hole tearing through the heavens. Then, light. A single divine beam broke through the swirling storm above and slammed into Goku's chest, not burning him, but awakening him. The lightning multiplied, tearing across the sky in erratic arcs. His aura, once dim and flickering, now blazed like a second sun. His power wasn't just rising, it was returning, flooding back into him at an impossible rate. His scream echoed through the void. Raiko staggered back, shielding his face from the blinding storm of energy. What is this power? He muttered, feeling the skin on his ankle burn where Goku's fingers gripped him like an iron vice. He tried to shake free. He couldn't. His strength was being crushed by a man who, just seconds ago, could barely stay awake. Raiko looked up, and what he saw turned his blood cold. The Saiyan warrior, once broken and drained, was now radiant. Goku's body glowed with a layered halo of energy, spiraling like galaxies spinning in orbit. The air around him bent, sound crackled, and the very gravity of the battlefield twisted beneath his feet. I won't let you destroy my world. Goku's voice boomed through the void. His aura exploded outward, swallowing the light around him. Then, it happened. The transformation wasn't new, but something had changed. His form had reached its peak. Omniform, Goku, returned in full force. But this time, it wasn't the same as before. The limiter, the glowing symbol etched on his forehead, was reversed, and everyone felt it. A ripple of silence swept through the divine court. The grand priest, who had watched unshaken for eons, staggered back a step. Just a single step, but it was enough to show fear. This is absurd, the grand priest whispered, eyes wide. Where does this bottomless power come from? He couldn't make sense of it. It broke every law he knew, every cosmic rule of power scaling. Even he had limits. But this was beyond. Zeno's eyes narrowed. His lips curled downward in disgust. My attendants, cowering in fear of a mortal? He sneered, his voice rising. Then, soft laughter rang out from beside him. Zephyr, the rogue angel, leaned forward, grinning with delight. Oh ho, now this is fun. You Saiyans really do know how to put on a show. Zephyr couldn't stop laughing. Goku had done something even he hadn't expected. Something none of them had. Begging us not to destroy his world, and then doing it himself? Zephyr shook his head. Mortal, I just don't understand how your brain works. The truth dawned on them all at once. The Grand Priest, Raiko, Zeno, they could feel it now. The absence, the void, everything was gone. Goku hadn't just drawn power from somewhere. He had sacrificed it. All of it. Every world in Universe 7, every living being had been absorbed, their life energy funneled into a single vessel, himself. Only planet Namek remained, and the sun. Everything else was death. Zeno's eyes gleamed with fury. Not everything is gone, he hissed. This is my dimension. I can feel the edges. Planet Namek and the sun still live. But Goku had done what he needed to do. His hand had been forced, cornered, broken, pushed beyond morality, beyond what a hero should be. He chose, and in doing so, he destroyed countless lives, just to save his family. Maybe that was evil. Or maybe it was necessary. His body shook as energy kept flowing into him. The sky turned a blood-red hue. Stars in the distance blinked out as the sheer weight of his aura crushed light around him. Limit Breaker. Omni Goku had returned, and he wasn't holding back. Lightning struck from every direction, dancing like celestial spears. His presence alone threatened to tear the dimension apart. He was gambling everything on this final stand. Then, out of the red sky, streams of energy shimmered into view, orbs of glowing light. Gentle, healing, but powerful. They moved across the battlefield in silence, flowing toward the Saiyan warriors, Vegeta, Broly, and toward Piccolo. And Goku floated above it all, eyes burning white, fists clenched tight, body glowing with the stolen fire of an entire universe. The Grand Priest's eyes widened. He felt it. Before thought could even form, before instinct could take over, it happened. A violent blur sliced through space itself. A shockwave followed a beat later. Then the blow landed. Goku's fist, clean, brutal, unstoppable, smashed square into the Grand Priest's face, cracking the silence like a cannonball through glass. The angelic being didn't even have time to react. His body twisted, tumbling through space like a rag doll launched from a cannon, spinning end over end before he was hurled straight into the burning heart of the Super Sun, the radiant star that hovered behind Zeno's palace, brighter than 1,000 galaxies, known to incinerate even the fabric of time. The impact shook the skies. But the craziest part? Goku hadn't even moved. He was still standing exactly where he'd been, one hand gripping Raiko's leg like a vice. Raiko's eyes stretched wide, his pride cracking under the weight of panic. Then, a flash, and a gut punch so deep it folded him in half. Gra! The shockwave tore through his core. Goku didn't stop there. He spun, planting his feet into the cracked ground, and slammed Raiko's head downward. Earth shattered like glass beneath the blow, fragments lifting into the air, floating like weightless debris in the presence of pure power. Before Raiko could even blink, Goku hurled him across the sky, in the exact same direction as the Grand Priest. The air screamed as Raiko's body tore through dimensions like a meteor falling between realities. But just before the two bodies could be swallowed by the blazing core of the Super Sun, Zeno moved. 1 second, he was hovering above. The next, he was there. A blur of Godspeed motion so fast it defied physics. Zeno stood before the star, arms extended, cradling Raiko in one hand, and the unconscious Grand Priest in the other. His back faced the sun, its inferno pulsing behind him like the eye of a wrathful god. And as he stared down at Goku, he said nothing. Goku didn't smile. He just breathed, slowly, steadily. A man who knew exactly what he'd done. He had made the ultimate sacrifice. The burden of that choice already began to settle across his soul. Wukong watched in stunned silence. "That Saiyan," he whispered to himself, his voice shaking. "That mortal now stands at my level." It didn't make sense. These Saiyans were his descendants, his bloodline. Their strength, by design, was tied to his DNA. They shouldn't have been able to reach this far, this fast, but Goku had done it. Wukong's gaze drifted toward Broly. Suddenly, Broly's eyes snapped open. A surge of raw, primal energy burst from his chest like a volcano. His body lifted into the air as light poured from every cell. The energy wave raced across the battlefield, reaching Vegeta, Gohan, even Piccolo. All of them felt it. Goku's energy, his gift. And with it, they saw what he had done. They felt the cost. Every destroyed planet, every extinguished life in Universe 7, all sacrificed for them. Wukong narrowed his eyes. If Broly had inherited the most of his divine DNA, then this resurrection of power, it was no accident. He had chosen correctly. Broly was his vessel. "Have my own descendants surpassed me?" Wukong muttered. a bitter grin curling across his face. Zephyr couldn't stop grinning either. "This is it," he laughed. "These Saiyans remind me more and more of you, Wukong. Their strength isn't born from control, but from chaos, from rage, sorrow, anger, pain." He spread his arms wide like a spectator at an opera. "Negative energy, the kind that tears stars apart. This will be a fascinating fight." Vegeta's fists clenched. He looked up at Goku, still shining above them, a living vessel of destruction and sacrifice. "Kakarot, what have you done?" His voice cracked under the weight of what he felt. His energy pulsed. It responded. Something inside him, deep, primal, and painful, answered the call. Through Goku's energy, they had all seen it, felt it. The pain, the desperation, the moment he made that impossible choice, alone. And it hurt. It hurt worse than any blow. No one should have to carry that kind of weight. Vegeta looked down, and for the first time, he saw himself not as a warrior, not as a prince, but as a witness to someone who had done what he never could. Goku was the reason he had changed, no matter how much it annoyed him. The fool who gave even his enemies second chances. The fool who believed people could change. But now, that same fool had been forced to destroy countless lives just to save the ones that mattered most, and he would have to live with that burden, alone. Vegeta's jaw clenched. He raised his head again. This time, there was no confusion in his eyes. "I can't let this stand," he muttered. "I won't." He floated upwards slowly, power building around him like a thunderstorm forming in slow motion. "Kakarot, I now share your burden. I now share your pain. Together, we'll walk into hell." His aura flared, blazing, chaotic, wild. Vegeta had shut the door on mercy. He had embraced his true nature, his Saiyan nature. "The time for playing hero is over," he growled. "An Earthling isn't enough to kill this monster." His eyes glowed red with fury. "Only another monster can." Then he rose. Vegeta, silent and grim, shot into the sky like a divine spear piercing the heavens. The space around him twisted from the force of his rise, and in that moment, the entire battlefield shifted. The others felt it, all of it. The pain, the rage, the sorrow that flooded the atmosphere like invisible fire. It was everywhere. It was in the air they breathed. It sank into their bones. It clung to their thoughts like shadows. This was it, their final battle. They all knew it. Even if they didn't say it out loud, every warrior felt it in their soul. They could not walk away from this. Not after what had been done. Not after what Goku had sacrificed. The sins of survival could not be erased. So they made a silent vow. If they were going to die, they would die killing Zeno. The sky turned dark, choked by a cloud of negative energy, so thick it seemed to weigh down the light itself. Lightning didn't flash anymore. It crawled across the air like living chains. One by one, the Saiyans rose to their feet. Broly's hair erupted into a spiked flame of greenish gold as his scream cracked the very dimension. Gohan's eyes burned red as Beast Kaioken flared around him. Layers of glowing red and violet twisting like a wild inferno. His aura sharp and untamed. Piccolo's cloak shredded from his back as a new Namekian form emerged, his muscles wrapped in divine energy. His Kai fused with celestial chi, his eyes glowing with focus. The battlefield trembled. Each warrior, now fueled by the overflowing negative aura in the air, felt themselves grow. They were feeding off it. Their bodies didn't resist it. They welcomed it. And in the center of it all stood Vegeta. His stance was locked, his face carved from stone, but inside, a fire unlike anything he'd known was exploding outward. He had become something else. A fusion of everything he had ever been, a perfect merging of Saiyan, demon, and now, angel, Omni Ego. Vegeta had awakened. Power poured from him like the breath of a newborn universe. His old transformations, the wrathful Saiyan, the primordial demon, the angel ascendant, they merged, no longer switching forms, but becoming one. And the strange dormant force known as Aquafoam, long thought lost, awoke within him too. It reacted to his rage. "I must get stronger!" Vegeta roared into the storm. "I am the king of all Saiyans, the strongest warrior in the cosmos. I will not lose to you." The skies answered him with thunder. The very stars bowed back. His power surged like a galaxy collapsing in reverse. His aura spinning in massive spirals, casting a gravitational pull on the battlefield. And more than that, he was no longer a warrior. He was a force of creation and destruction. His body now held the three primal building blocks of divine reality: chakra, aquafoam, and mana, the same ancient powers that once belonged only to the Grand Priest himself. He was now beyond titles, beyond limits. Meanwhile, the rest of the Z warriors stood ready, no longer injured, no longer tired, healed by Goku's energy. Each of them now stood in their ultimate forms. Gohan's beast. Kaioken pulsed brighter than ever before, his energy overwhelming even the Zenkai Boar boost the others had received. Broly's chest rose and fell slowly, but his aura shook the battlefield with every breath. He had finally reached his Wukong state, his muscles gleaming with divine rage. He couldn't yet summon Wukong's 1,000 clones, but the single clone he could produce now burned with unimaginable strength. And though Piccolo didn't speak, the glow around his eyes told the story. He had felt everything. Goku's sacrifice, his pain, it had been shared. It burned in their hearts. Every Saiyan, standing in formation now, felt it. The betrayal, the weight, the cost, and they were done letting Goku carry it alone. They said nothing. They didn't need to. There were no speeches. Only one goal remained. Zeno had to fall. But even as the five stood together, now beings of multiversal power, Zeno didn't move. Not a flinch, not a blink. He stared down at them like one might watch children trying to push over a mountain. It wasn't arrogance. It was something else. Satisfaction. He had wanted this. That's why he hadn't stopped their transformations. That's why he let Goku heal them. He wanted to prove a point to his father, to his attendants, to the entire multiverse. He wanted to kill them at their best. Behind him, his father, the original creator, watched with a smile he didn't bother to hide. Zeno noticed, and he hated it. "You like them," Zeno said quietly. "That's what this is. You've taken a liking to them." He turned back to the Saiyans. He raised a single finger and pointed directly at them. His voice echoed across realities. "No one interferes," he commanded to the shadows watching from beyond. Gods, angels, specters hiding in folded dimensions. "Today will mark the day of death and rebirth," Zeno shouted, his aura slowly rising like a sleeping volcano. "Now come at me." And the warriors moved, all at once. No hesitation, no emotion, just action. The Battle of Celestials had begun, and its outcome would shake eternity. The heavens above churned in turmoil. Stars trembled. Distant galaxies flickered in fear, as five warriors descended with a fury that could shake existence itself. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Broly, Piccolo. Each one had reached their highest, most fearsome form, every cell in their bodies screaming with raw, unshackled power. This wasn't just a battle. It was the final confrontation, a war destined to reshape the cosmos. The earth beneath their feet cracked apart just from their presence. Floating mid-air in a perfect circle, they surrounded their target, the Omni King, Zeno. He stood calmly, expression unreadable, eyes as endless as the void itself. Wind screamed and planets shifted from their orbit. The sheer energy radiating from the warriors distorted space and tore through time itself. Gravity barely keeping reality together. This wasn't Kai. It was something more, primal, celestial, absolute. A sharp intake of breath echoed from afar. Zephyr, watching from the edge of the battlefield, far above the clouds, was speechless. His golden eyes flickered, reflecting the combatants. "Such speed," he whispered, stunned. His voice quivered with awe. Only a handful of gods across the ages could move like this. And then it happened. All five warriors surged forward in unison, each one a meteor of intent. Their fists clenched with a resolve that could split dimensions. The roar they released as they charged shattered the silence of space, a thunderclap that rippled across the stars. But Zeno, he didn't flinch, and then he did something no one had ever seen. Not in any war, not in any legend, not in any tale whispered among gods. Goku's eyes widened mid-charge. Something about the energy felt wrong, familiar, but twisted. "Wait a minute," he gasped. Realization slammed into him. "Broly, stop!" But it was too late. Broly's momentum was like a sun in freefall, unstoppable. Without lifting a single finger, Zeno spun, pivoting on the spot in a graceful, fluid motion. And from that movement alone, a massive sphere of energy exploded outward, a sphere dense with celestial force. It cracked with lightning and shimmered with ancient, forbidden light. The Omni Rotation, a move that mirrored the 8 trigrams palm rotation, only this was not a mortal technique. It was divine art, a cosmic defense mechanism forged by a being that existed before time had a name. The energy slammed into the 5 warriors like a divine hammer. Goku and Vegeta were sent flying, their bodies streaking across the sky like broken comets before crashing violently into jagged mountain peaks. Rock and energy erupting in all directions. Broly and Gohan were hurled downward with tremendous force, carving deep trenches into the earth, the very crust buckling from the impact. Only one warrior had managed to anticipate it, even slightly: Piccolo. Moments before the release, he had heard something, not words, but thoughts, echoes from Zeno's mind, but there wasn't enough time to warn the others. "Damn it," he hissed, eyes narrowing as he floated above the cratered battlefield. "It's gonna be hell getting close to him now." Without wasting another second, he raised his hand, and from it, an intense spiral of energy burst forth. Special Beam Cannon! The sky split in two. The beam tore through the atmosphere like a divine spear, the air crackling and warping around it. The intensity behind it wasn't just power, it was murderous intent. But what happened next made even Piccolo's blood run cold. Zeno raised his hand, casually, and with a dismissive flick of his wrist, he slapped the beam aside, redirecting it effortlessly. The attack spun wildly through the air and shot straight toward Broly, who had just rebounded from his crash and was already lunging forward again, rage twisting his face. He had heard Goku's warning. He had tried to stop, but a force like his couldn't be undone mid-flight. He couldn't pull back, not fully. But Broly wasn't just a berserker anymore. He was in control. As the special beam cannon roared toward him, his eyes narrowed, and in that moment of focus, he moved with precision and art, not brute force. Channeling his inner stillness, he summoned the Rui Staff, Wukong's legendary weapon, and from its power, he created a clone, an ethereal double split from his body, 2 beings moving as one. The energy beam shot through the illusion harmlessly, missing its true target entirely. Broly and his clone surged forward like twin storms, flanking Zeno on either side. And then, simultaneously, they struck. 2 fists, 2 hearts, 2 titans. From both directions, they hurled their strongest punch, howling as they unleashed the raw force of their legendary transformation, Super Saiyan 6. The blow could have annihilated a planet, could have shattered dimensions, but Zeno moved. His arms shot outward, faster than sight, faster than thought, and with unimaginable ease, he caught both Brolys by the fists, 1 hand for each. No strain, no effort, just calm, infinite control. The air around them buckled. The sky itself began to fracture like glass, and Zeno's expression unchanged, unimpressed. The impact of Broly's fists against Zeno's palms sent a shockwave so vast, so violent, that it didn't just ripple across space, it tore through it. Cracks in reality shimmered like lightning bolts through the sky, dancing across galaxies and scattering stars like embers. If the multiverse had still been whole, entire planets would have shattered, flung to the edge of oblivion by that single collision. And yet, Zeno didn't budge. Broly's face twisted in pain and disbelief, his muscles straining, his veins bulging like cords beneath glowing green skin. He growled, pouring more energy into the strike, but his fists remained trapped in the Omni King's grasp, unmoved. How is he this strong? Broly muttered through clenched teeth, sweat flying from his brow. What is he? Then his eyes snapped wide. Expand! He roared. The clone at Zeno's side shimmered before collapsing inward, reforming back into the legendary Rui Staff. In that instant, the staff rocketed outward, expanding at insane speed from both directions. Broly's strategy was clear. The king still held on to the clone-turned staff. As it stretched, it would force its way through Zeno's hands, tearing free and delivering damage no fist could. But instead, the Rui stopped, mid-air, mid-motion, locked. It didn't stretch, it didn't move. Zeno's grip didn't even tighten. It simply held, as though the laws of physics around him refused to obey anyone but him. Broly's heart sank. His face fell in disbelief. No way, this is impossible. And just like that, the staff dissolved, vanishing from reality as its time in this realm ran out. Zeno tilted his head slightly. His voice, though silent, was felt. Why does this staff seem so familiar? But before he could follow the thought, from above, two titanic beams crashed down like divine judgment. First came Goku's voice. Big Bang Kamehameha! A blue spiral of energy, swirling with the weight of 1,000 suns, ripped downward from the clouds. And right behind it came Vegeta, power blazing off him like violet flame. Hakai-infused final flash! His golden beam tore through the atmosphere like a sharpened blade, saturated with destruction energy. The two blasts, one a storm, one a lance, merged into a colossal stream of annihilation, fusing their power into a single, devastating blow. The sky turned white, but it wasn't over yet. Down below, Kaioken Beast Gohan moved like a shadow, unnoticed. His eyes narrowed with focus, hands glowing as thin red lines of Kai extended from his fingertips. Kai threads. He whipped them forward, one wrapped around Broly's waist, yanking him away from the blast zone just in time. The other flicked around Zeno, weaving rapidly in spirals of energy. The threads tightened. Key prison! A shimmering sphere of energy snapped shut around Zeno, locking him inside. But timing was everything. Gohan waited until the blast was a breath away from striking its target, and only then did he fully close the prison, sealing Zeno in just as the beam made contact. The result? Cataclysm. The beam struck, and inside the key prison, the explosion magnified itself, folding the blast inward, forcing its power to collapse and erupt outward all at once. The prison cracked like glass under the pressure. Then, boom! The energy detonated, blinding, endless, and impossibly loud. A pillar of light pierced the void. Even light years away, on what remained of planet Namek, the final planet left spinning in this broken multiverse, the ground shook violently. The very core of the world screamed as waves of destruction rippled through space. Gohan hovered mid-air, panting, watching the blast with wide eyes. Did we get him? He asked, barely believing it. But Goku, arms still raised, his face tight with focus, didn't relax. No, don't drop your guard. He wasn't sure if they'd hurt Zeno, but even a scratch, even the smallest sign of damage would be enough for hope. Below, the smoke thickened like a black storm. The radiation still buzzing in the air was immense, like someone had set off a dozen stars in one place. Energy churned violently in the blast zone. Then, Piccolo's eyes widened. He wasn't looking, he was listening. To thoughts, not voices. Zeno's thoughts. He's not dead. Piccolo gritted his teeth, clutching his fists. Everyone, stay sharp. I can still hear him. As the smoke began to clear, a shape slowly emerged from the center, standing exactly where he had before. Untouched, unmoved, unbroken. Zeno, the Omni King, was still there. Calm, silent, and not even a burn mark on his robe. The Saiyan warriors dropped their arms, jaws clenched. The air felt like it had been ripped from their lungs. Gohan's face went pale. Vegeta's hands trembled with frustration. Broly, still recovering mid-air, stared in disbelief. Then, Goku narrowed his eyes. It's that technique again? They recognized it now. It was the same one Zeno had used in the last battle. A move so rare, so secret, that only a few had ever witnessed it. And the Grand Priest had used it too. It's that blasted technique again, Vegeta growled through clenched teeth, floating just above the shattered battlefield. His eyes locked onto Zeno's glowing form, still untouched, still standing at the heart of the ruined landscape. He remembered it all too well. That maddening defense, the one he'd barely broken through during their last battle. Back then, it had cost him everything just to get close. And now they were stronger, far stronger than they'd ever been. But something told him that this wouldn't be any easier. Zephyr, still observing from above, nodded grimly. The limitless, he said. Zeno's infinity technique doesn't just block attacks. It bends the laws of space. He paused, watching as the smoke from the blast zone began to clear. It creates an infinite series of divisions between himself and anything that comes near him. Zephyr continued. Energy, matter, movement. It all slows down, infinitely, the closer it gets. Time itself bends. That's why you can never truly hit him. Nothing ever actually makes contact. And there it was. As the smoke fully cleared, Goku's Big Bang Kamehameha and Vegeta's Hakai-infused Final Flash were still there, still midair, still glowing fiercely, but frozen, stuck in space, slowing down infinitely as they approached Zeno, hovering like trapped lightning bolts in molasses. Gohan's voice shook. No way! Those attacks should have hit him. That energy. And then Zeno moved. Not his body, just a flick of 2 fingers. I must say, he said calmly, almost kindly, you've all improved since our last encounter. His eyes glinted with amusement. But it's still not enough. With a sharp gesture, Zeno raised both hands, fingers spread slightly. And then, full counter. There was no charge up, no dramatic glow, no buildup of power. Just one simple move, and the universe itself reacted. The 2 frozen attacks snapped out of stasis and whipped backward with a violent reversal, moving twice as fast and twice as powerful as before. Like slingshots from the edge of time, the beams launched toward their original casters, now with amplified energy that could obliterate entire galaxies. Goku's eyes widened. What the? He twisted midair, barely vanishing from the blast zone with instant transmission, the beam slicing past him like a comet of death. The same moment, Vegeta flared his aura, roaring as he jerked sideways in the blink of an eye. Both beams continued into open space, and then, boom! The double impact cracked reality. The sky turned crimson. The explosion was so massive, so dense with destruction, that even the great sun, the cosmic centerpiece anchoring the remnants of the multiverse, flickered. Then it exploded. The last sun, the final star in existence, gone. And with it, the collapse began. Cracks raced across the cosmos. Gravity shrieked. Worlds caved in on themselves. Black holes unraveled. The very threads of creation started to fall apart, one after the other. The energy unleashed didn't just destroy, it unwove reality. On Namek, the final surviving planet, mountains erupted, oceans boiled, and then the world shattered. A blinding flash swept across the sky as planet Namek was destroyed, taking every remaining soul with it. Every mortal across the stars, gone. Only 5 remained, 5 warriors, floating in silence amid the ruins of a universe. Goku stared blankly at the void where Namek used to be. He felt it all. His heart pounded, his breath caught. He clutched his chest. No, he couldn't believe it. I gave up everything. I chose to let so many die to protect the few. My family, Chi-Chi, Goten. And now they were gone anyway. Dead. All of them. He shook his head violently, the grief overwhelming him. His arms trembled. His knees buckled midair. He screamed inside, but no sound came out. Next to him, Vegeta floated stiffly, face frozen in anguish. His fists were clenched so hard that blood dripped from his palms. His family, Bulma, Trunks, Bulla, gone. It had been their attack, his blast. Their combined force had triggered it all. The destruction of the sun, the chain reaction, the annihilation of everything. He lowered his head. It's my fault, he muttered, eyes dim. It doesn't matter that I didn't mean to. It's still our fault. They all felt it. Every one of them. Guilt, loss, helplessness. But there was one who felt something else. Rage. Broly. Floating nearby, the air around him had gone still. Silent. His body began to tremble. Not from exhaustion, but from pure, unfiltered fury. His pupils vanished. His jaw clenched. His fists began to burn green, shaking with energy. He had felt it the moment Namek was destroyed. The moment she was gone. Chilai, the one who had saved him, dead. And that was all it took. Something inside him snapped, and then something began to shift. Zeno's expression darkened, brows furrowing ever so slightly. Something was happening, something even he couldn't immediately explain. The Saiyans were changing. From the edge of the void, he watched as their bodies began to pulse and burn with a new energy, a dark, wild force, not of any form he recognized. The shattered remnants of the universe, thick with grief and rage, had left behind a storm of negative energy, and now that storm was being drawn into the Saiyans themselves. Their emotions were at their peak: loss, guilt, fury, pain. And that intensity had triggered something beyond raw power. It was transcendence through suffering. Goku dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. His whole body trembled, not from weakness, but from a heartbreak so deep it ripped apart his reason. He wasn't the only one. All 4 Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly began to lose control of their minds. Their breathing grew heavier, their aura twisted darker, their eyes more hollow. A berserk state was blooming inside them, and their only focus, their single shared instinct, was destruction. And their one target, Zeno. Only Piccolo, though furious, still clung to reason. "Control yourselves!" he shouted across the sky, desperation cracking his voice. "If you lose yourselves now," but nothing reached them. Even Wukong, still inside Broly's mind, could no longer communicate. The mental link was gone, burned away by Broly's blinding rage. From afar, those watching could hardly believe what they were witnessing. This is mortal power?" the Grand Priest gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "How?" Raiko stood frozen, his jaw clenched as his senses processed the impossible. "No, this is more than just mortal power," he muttered. "Each one of them has surpassed me, in strength, in energy, even in speed. This shouldn't be possible." Suddenly, a figure dropped from the shadows. A rift opened, then another, then two more. 4 portals snapped open across the sky, and from them stepped the top 4 strongest mortals in all realities. Titans among titans. They had remained hidden until now, observers of what was supposed to be the final battle. One of them stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. "Are they even Saiyans anymore?" asked Amuku, the legendary Saiyan who created Ultra Instinct itself. His voice was hollow with disbelief. Near them, Zephyr stood absolutely still, but inside, he was boiling with excitement. "The chaos, the unpredictability," he whispered to himself, trembling with joy. "This is what free will feels like." His grin widened. "To think my son would throw away a perfect world for this. But now, I get it. Watching your creation evolve beyond anything you predicted, that's the best feeling in existence." Zephyr raised a hand. He wanted more. He wasn't done yet. And with a simple wave of his fingers, space shattered. In an instant, the battlefield around them twisted and stretched as if the universe itself had blinked. They jumped dimensions. The fighters, the sky, the broken debris. All of it was pulled into a second dimension. It was like reality folded over itself and reassembled into something new. And only those closest to the battle, Goku, Broly, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, remained unaffected by the shock. Their berserk state had anchored them, keeping them grounded in battle instinct. But Zeno turned sharply, looking back. His voice was low. "I told you not to interfere, old man." That single second was all it took. Zeno had taken his eyes off the fight. A mistake. Broly was already there. A roar of rage tore from his throat as he appeared in front of Zeno, his body glowing emerald green and crackling with savage energy. He launched a single punch, but it wasn't ordinary. The moment it hit the outer shell of Zeno's limitless barrier, something wild happened. The punch slowed, as expected, but then the force behind the strike caught up with the fist itself, shattering the rule of Zeno's space. And Zeno was sent flying, upward, skyward. For the first time, the Omni King was knocked off balance. The limitless field held, but it was beginning to fracture. High above, Gohan was already waiting. But it wasn't Zeno he touched. It was the energy around him, the infinity barrier. He grabbed hold of it and began to drain. Because Gohan understood now, everything, even the divine mechanics of space itself, was ultimately made of ki. "All deities must die," Gohan growled, his voice twisted, monstrous. And the energy began to unravel. The power that made up Zeno's barrier turned against him, absorbed, not into Gohan's body, but into a violent ring of ki that circled his head like a crown of wrath. Then, Gohan used it as a weapon. Crack! He headbutted Zeno, right through the infinite field, with a blow so devastating it launched the Omni King downward like a comet. His body shot toward the planet's surface, breaking the sound barrier multiple times over. But before he could hit, Vegeta was already there, and faster than light, he struck. His knee drove into Zeno's chest, a brutal collision that triggered a double impact. Boom! The explosion carved a massive crater deep into the ground, and in the same breath, Vegeta vanished, leaving only an aftershock of burning ozone and wind. And then, from above, Goku descended. But he wasn't just falling. He was diving like a meteor, cloaked in blazing red-gold light. His body was wrapped in the image of a celestial dragon, its form spinning around him like a godly cyclone. This was Dragon Fist, but not like before. This was Dragon Fist, God Descent. The moment he landed, it was like a planet had collided with another. The axis beneath them shifted violently, and even the dimensional space around them buckled and writhed. The moment of impact was so intense, so powerful, that the very dimension trembled. Unlike the third dimension, where countless planets scattered across multiple universes spun in delicate balance, the second dimension was entirely different. Here, there was no galaxy, no constellation, no solar systems, just one massive world, one enormous, endless planet that housed all life, creatures, and celestial beings, but no mortals. And now, in the sky above this vast realm, 4 Saiyans hovered in stunned silence, still burning in their berserk forms, their auras twisting and wild like raging infernos. They stared down at the destruction below. Zeno, the Omni King, lay crumpled in the center of a massive crater, motionless. Dust curled from the jagged rim. Energy sparks flickered off his body like shattered glass. Even in their maddened state, the Saiyans knew this moment was different. They had hurt him. Truly. Down below, the Grand Priest dropped to his knees, his hands trembling. His entire body shook as he stared at his master, his god, broken for the first time in creation's history. This can't be," he whispered, his voice cracking. "He's never been hurt before. Not once. Not ever." His eyes widened with horror. His calm, perfect mask shattered. "These filthy mortals! How dare they lay a single hand on my lord? I won't allow this. He began to rise, fury burning from his core. But before he could act, a voice echoed from behind him. Cold, sharp, final. "If you intervene," Zephyr said, raising a single hand, "I will kill you." The moment those words left his lips, the Grand Priest froze completely, as though time itself had turned him to stone. Fear pierced him deeper than any blade. This wasn't a bluff. This wasn't a threat. Zephyr was Zeno's father, and in all the vastness of the divine hierarchy, there was no one the Grand Priest feared more. He dropped back down, unmoving. High above, Piccolo hovered quietly, watching the dust settle around Zeno's fallen body. He could barely believe it himself. His voice came out in a whisper. They actually did it!" His eyes narrowed, scanning the Berserk Saiyans. "They're still powering up," he muttered. "Even now, their energy is climbing higher. This shouldn't be possible. What's causing it?" But the answer wasn't in front of him. It was around them. Unseen, felt. The negative energy thick in the air. The chaos, the destruction, the grief of a collapsed multiverse was feeding them. It was the purest, rawest form of power. Something all Saiyans could tap into when pushed far beyond their limits. Even Wukong, even the gods. This wasn't just rage. This was something older than instinct. Zeno had suffered a devastating combo. Each blow had cracked not just his body, but his domain. He had felt pain, real pain, and now he lay buried in the center of the impact crater, his form still, unmoving, energy flickering out like embers from a dying fire. Was this truly the end? Was the Omni King defeated? Had the Saiyans, through fury, grief, and overwhelming unity, finally overcome the most powerful being in existence? That answer, for now, lies in the next episode, which it now lives on Patreon. The ground trembled as the crater smoked. In the center of it stood Zeno. Above, 3 figures hovered in the sky, silent, glowing, terrifying. The Saiyan warriors. Their eyes were pitch black, pupils erased, swallowed by the storm of berserker rage. This wasn't just transformation, it was consumption. The very air around them was thick with negative energy, like a choking fog, feeding their fury and turning their emotions into pure power. Vegeta's body pulsed violently, a storm of energy coiling around him like a living flame. His veins bulged, glowing faintly with black and violet light. Dark siphoning had evolved. What was once a survival technique had now become a godslayer ability, refined by war, near death, and the will of a Saiyan king. And now, it stood at Omni-tier level. The upside-down Omni symbol on his forehead blazed with intensity, marking his ascension. He wasn't just Saiyan anymore. He was beyond. 3 races fused into one terrifying force of nature. Down below, God Piccolo twitched. His eyes narrowed. He didn't hear a sound, only the silence of death. Then Zeno rose. The debris around him lifted like dust in a storm, caught in the energy wave radiating from his restored form. Every wound he had taken had vanished, gone as if they never existed. Light bent around him, beams of raw power pouring from his body like divine rivers. Then came the pressure. A single thought echoed in the void, and Zeno moved. No buildup, no flare-up, just motion, pure, unfiltered, beyond the concept of speed. Not even the word velocity fit what he did next. There was a crack, a sharp, stunning slap against reality, and Vegeta was gone. His body rocketed backward, blurring through the air, shattering a mountain with the first impact and slamming through another with the second. The second mountain cratered inward, his imprint scorched into the rock like a warning from the gods. Hovering where Vegeta had just been, Zeno stood unmoved. His fist remained extended, still locked in the punch pose, the air vibrating around it. The Omni King's voice followed, cold and unshakable. For new life to be created, the old world must die. You mortals must be erased by me, your creator. His tone wasn't angry. It wasn't dramatic. It was final. Even the Grand Priest Daishinkan flinched. For the first time in all creation, a chill ran down his spine. The energy pouring off Zeno was wrong. It burned. It twisted. It was alive and venomous. Raiko, standing beside Daishinkan, stared with wide eyes. This wasn't ordinary divine energy. This was something else. Ki, aquafoam, reishi, chakra, mana, all of them swirled around Zeno's body like a cosmic hurricane. He wasn't just divine, he was complete, a perfect being of every known force, wielding them all as if born to them. Then came the explosion. It hit like a thunderclap, instant, blinding. Where Zeno had stood, smoke now rose, thick and dark, cloaking everything in a high-pressure silence. As the haze lifted, something emerged from the fog, a giant of a warrior. Golden aura flared violently, burning the clouds to ash. Super Saiyan Ultra, Broly. Every eye turned. His massive frame stood unshaken, fist extended, driven straight toward Zeno's heart. But Zeno's palm had stopped it, effortlessly. The air cracked from the force. Lightning rippled across the sky. But the Omni King's hand didn't budge, not even slightly. Broly's teeth clenched, muscles rippling with raw energy. He roared and twisted his body into a tight coil, slamming down a follow-up strike with such force the planet groaned beneath them. A planet-shattering blow, the kind of attack that split moons, the kind that tore continents apart in a blink. But Zeno blocked it again. Effortlessly, he earth-cracked beneath them, a pressure so immense it caused the very ground to moan and tremble under the weight of it. The clash of power was beyond mortal understanding. Pure energy locking against pure force. Zeno stood like a statue, face calm, eyes distant. In front of him, Super Saiyan 6 Broly snarled, sweat gleaming on his face, straining against the god's unmoving palm. The sheer raw energy Broly was pushing into his punch could reduce a planet to space dust. But Zeno didn't even blink. Then it happened. Another explosion of sound, a shockwave that split the sky in half. From above, Goku came crashing down like a meteor, the air splitting around his fist. He drove it down with divine speed. Power coiled around it like the grip of a dragon. But even that didn't catch Zeno off guard. His other hand reached up, smooth, fast, almost casual, and caught Goku's punch from above. In an instant, the battlefield froze. No one could see the moment between movement and impact. There was no warning. One breath they were separated. The next, they collided. And yet, Zeno had moved first, anticipated both of them, read their intent, matched their timing to intercept both warriors, one charging from above, the other driving from below. He had to be moving at a speed beyond logic, beyond instinct. He had to see the future as it happened. The dust cleared, and there he was, Zeno, standing at the center of it all. One arm stretched forward, Broly's fist locked in his grip, the other raised high, halting Goku mid-strike. A god, stopping two titans without so much as shifting his stance. But Goku wasn't done. His voice roared like thunder, shaking the air with its command. Kaioken, times 100! In a flash, his body ignited with deep crimson light. It wrapped around him like a living flame, blazing brighter than the sun. His aura warped gravity. The very laws of physics twisted around his body, and in that instant, everything multiplied. Speed, strength, instinct, everything shot up 100-fold. Zeno's arm shook. The god's posture shifted, his feet skidding slightly against the ground from the force. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but it happened. And that moment was all Broly needed. His fist broke through Zeno's grip, just barely, and slammed into Zeno's gut with a force that could rupture dimensions. A howl of raw power tore through the sky as Zeno's body flew upward like a meteor sent in reverse. Before anyone could blink, a blur shot past him, a blue and black flash. Vegeta, the Omni King himself. Blood trailed from the corner of his mouth, but he was grinning, sharp, feral, ready. He had launched from the cratered mountain where he'd been buried, kicking off the stone wall with enough force to cause a second landslide. His body became a blur, outpacing even the force of Broly's punch. As Zeno flew upward, Vegeta spun midair, leg cocked back, and delivered a savage omni-spiral kick right to the Omni King's chest. The sound was like an asteroid impact. Zeno's body reversed direction instantly, hurled downward like a cannonball from the heavens. Then, impact. The god crashed into the planet's surface with apocalyptic force. The earth split open. Molten lava shot high into the air like an erupting volcano. Craters spread across the surface like spiderwebs. The land itself twisted, as if screaming in pain. For a moment, it looked like the entire battlefield might collapse. High above, Vegeta hovered, breathing hard. Blood trickled down his chin, but his smirk hadn't faded. He'd been waiting for that hit. He earned that moment. Thought he was untouchable, he muttered, lips curled. Guess even gods bleed when you hit them hard enough. To the far side of the battlefield, another figure watched with a quiet smile curling on his lips. Zephyr, the father of Zeno. He sat lazily on a throne, crafted entirely from raw energy, pulsing and shifting beneath him. He hadn't moved once, not flinched, not even blinked, but his eyes gleamed with curiosity and a trace of something else. Satisfaction. Stupid boy, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. You better stop playing around and fight. His voice was low, more amused than concerned. He leaned back into the throne, hands clasped, eyes locked on the battleground. The Saiyans, his son's creation, kept surprising him, and he was starting to enjoy it. The Grand Priest rose halfway from his position, eyes wide, his voice a low tremble. This is absurd. Beside him, Raiko gritted his teeth, fists clenched. Never, never had they seen this. Zeno, the creator of all, the absolute sovereign of existence, was actually powering up. It had never happened before. Not in any timeline, not in any universe. Zeno had never needed more power. What he used before had always been enough. But now, he was being forced to push beyond. A silent pulse rocked the microcosm. The sky dimmed. Then, the entire multiverse began to shake. It started small, a hum in the air. Then, a roar. A pulse of raw cosmic energy rippled across the land like a star collapsing inward. Then came the heat. The land didn't just crack. It cleansed itself. Matter melted, turning to steam. Energy spiraled outward from Zeno's body, burning everything it touched. The heat coming off him now. It wasn't just intense. It was beyond logic, beyond death. It was hotter than the core of neutron stars colliding. A temperature so high, it would vaporize planets just by being nearby. 1 trillion degrees Celsius. Everything started to burn. Every warrior leapt back, instincts screaming at them to move. Even Goku, ever fearless, had to act fast. He cloaked himself in a dense, shimmering Omni Ki barrier, the silver and red shell reflecting back the blinding light and unholy heat. Kaioken Beast. Gohan did the same, layering his crimson ki into a dense armor, sweat pouring from his brow even as he focused. Vegeta and Broly followed, their Omni Ego Shell and Berserk Ki mantle flaring outward like cloaks of pure resistance. Even Piccolo, now empowered by the eternal dragons, had to wrap himself in that ancient divine force just to withstand the edge of Zeno's aura. And still, it wasn't enough. Even with all that power, their barriers sizzled, their bodies pushed to the brink just by being near him. Then, Broly moved. A green flash. He didn't hesitate. The first to charge was the most unstable. The Berserk Saiyan roared and vanished, body cutting through the molten air like a living missile. His massive frame exploded forward at impossible speed, too fast for the eye to track. Then, impact. Broly's fists flew in a storm of strikes, faster than thought. Left, right, a storm of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 punches rained down in less than 10 seconds. Each blow landed with the weight of a mountain and the speed of a lightning bolt. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke boiled around them, glowing like a furnace, hissing and steaming from the raw friction. Sparks shot into the sky, each one a mini supernova. Broly's attacks came harder, faster, each punch stronger than the last. He was adapting mid-fight, learning from every contact, refining his angles, doubling his force. But Zeno, he didn't move. He didn't dodge, didn't block. He simply stood there, completely unfazed. And then, Zeno lifted a single hand. With the flick of his finger, he tapped Broly gently on the forehead. The result was catastrophic. Broly's body rocketed backward, skipping through the air like a stone launched across the surface of a sun. Zeno's voice followed, calm, confident. Hand to hand is my strong suit. There was no arrogance in it, just a fact. Then, light formed in his palm. It crackled and bent, reality around it, twisting into a weapon of pure divine energy. A spear of light. It hovered in the air for a second, then launched like a cannon shot, ripping the sky, tearing a hole through the atmosphere as it shrieked toward its target. Crack! The spear hit Broly square in the chest. Not only did it nail him, it embedded itself, burning into him like a drill from heaven. It didn't just pierce. It dragged, pushing him harder, faster, across the battlefield. Broly spiraled through the sky, out of control. Seeing this, Gohan's eyes narrowed. I got him! He thrust out his hand. From his fingertips, Kai threads lashed out, golden strands of energy like glowing cords, snapping forward with laser precision. They wrapped around Broly midair, digging in. Gohan roared and pushed his energy to the maximum, trying to slow the giant down. For a second, it worked. The velocity dropped. Broly's spin slowed, but then, snap, the threads burst. The sheer speed was too much. Even Gohan's strongest energy cords couldn't hold. He had one chance left. Kai Prison! He shouted. The sky flashed. A brilliant cage of energy slammed into place around Broly. 6 spiked panels forming a divine seal, locking him mid-flight. But the impact didn't stop. The velocity was too intense. Even that sacred prison, reinforced by Gohan's full power, began to shatter. Crack, crack, crash! The energy shell exploded, splintering into burning shards of light, raining down like broken stars. And Broly kept flying. This had never happened before. Gohan were stunned, frozen in place, eyes wide in disbelief. They had seen a lot. They had faced gods, monsters, devils from across dimensions. But this was new. Zeno's spear had pierced Broly, forced him into an unstoppable spiral, and shattered even Gohan's key prison. But there was no time to process. No time to think. If Broly crashed into the ground at that velocity, it wouldn't just injure him, it would kill him. The force behind that impact would tear the battlefield apart, and maybe the fighters with it. But Gohan's effort hadn't been in vain. The second those key threads connected with Broly's body, something subtle happened. Something only a master could have pulled off. With intense precision, Gohan manipulated the energy within the embedded spear of light, twisting its shape and draining its core. By the time Broly spiraled down toward the planet again, the spear was gone, disintegrated, unraveled from the inside. That window, just a second, maybe less, was all Piccolo needed. The Namekian god growled and threw his arms forward, extending them at lightning speed. His limbs stretched like coiled serpents, snapping around Broly mid-flight. Gotcha! He reeled him in fast, retracting his arms like giant rubber bands, yanking Broly back before the crash could happen. The legendary Saiyan hit the ground hard, but not hard enough to destroy it. He coughed violently. Blood poured from his lips, steam hissing off his bruised chest. His body shook with exhaustion. Piccolo dropped to one knee beside him, eyes scanning the wound where the spear had been. Damn it, if I had a senzu right now. He didn't finish the sentence. They both knew how rare those were. But then, something unexpected happened. A golden glow began to wrap around the damaged area of Broly's chest. Warm, smooth, alive. Piccolo's eyes widened. That's Wukong's energy? The divine aura pulsed softly, weaving around the torn flesh like healing thread. The glow tightened, closed, reinforced the skin. Not perfect, but enough. Enough for Broly to keep going. He grunted, teeth grit through the pain, and sat up slowly. Still breathing, he muttered. Still fighting. High above them, a light began to rise. Zeno, floating effortlessly into the sky, his body glowing like a miniature sun. His arms extended slowly outward, and above him, the heavens darkened, then lit up. Tiny lights, like stars, began to blink into existence. But these weren't stars. They were spears. 100,000 spears of light, all glowing with the same deadly energy as the first. Each one was locked on target. Each one had enough force to erase a city on impact, and now they hovered above like a falling sky. The warriors below looked up. Gohan's face dropped. It took everything we had just to stop one of those, he said, voice cracking with disbelief. How the hell are we supposed to stop this many? Even Broly stared up, jaw clenched, muscles tightening again. That's when Vegeta stepped forward. No hesitation. Omni Ego, Vegeta raised both arms and legs wide, planting his feet into the earth like an anchor, aura burning around him like a vortex of violet flame. Everyone, he roared, get behind me, now! There was no argument. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Broly, they all moved instantly, leaping behind Vegeta without question. They'd seen this before. They knew what was coming. Vegeta's body surged with heat and light, the ground beneath him fracturing into molten cracks. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Final explosion!" But this wasn't the suicidal blast he once knew. Not anymore. He had mastered it, refined it, turned a technique of destruction into one of pure defense. His energy exploded outward in a massive wave, wrapping around them all like a shield of nuclear light. The aura surged and expanded, forming a colossal dome of compressed energy. Above them, the 100,000 spears fell, like divine arrows from a wrathful sky, and they collided one after another into the edge of Vegeta's final explosion dome. Each strike lit up the sky with planet-sized shockwaves. Each hit sent tremors through the land, but the dome held. The dome burned brighter, roaring louder. Vegeta's body began to tremble, his muscles twitching under the crushing weight of divine pressure. His knees nearly buckled as the force of 100,000 divine spears colliding against his final explosion dome began pushing the energy inward, back toward them. Damn it, it's too much! Vegeta growled through clenched teeth. The dome wavered. Cracks of light spidered across its surface. The massive radiant barrier, once blazing with pride and control, was now shuddering, groaning under the relentless assault. Then came the turning point. Behind him, the other warriors moved, their eyes locked on Vegeta's back. Each of them reached forward, focusing their energy, not outward, but into him. It was unspoken, but they understood. This was just like before, like the old Super Saiyan God ritual. Only this time, it was different. Instead of gathering energy to create a god, they were funneling it into a god who already existed. First came Goku, hands glowing with red and white Omni Ki. Then Gohan, his Kaioken beast aura flaring as he reached forward. Piccolo followed, divine power from the eternal dragons flowing into the stream. Broly, battered and bloodied, gave what he could, green berserk Kai burning in his palms. Each of them placed their hands forward, not touching, but channeling. Vegeta's aura shifted. From brilliant violet, it started to flicker, morphing into a deep, divine blue. Not just any blue, a color that pulsed with ancient power, a radiance not seen since the original Saiyan deities. It was as if their combined wills were forging something new, a deeper, refined version of power. "Now, Vegeta, take it!" Goku shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Vegeta roared. His body ignited in a brilliant, blinding column of energy, surging upward like a heavenly pillar. The shockwave alone sent cracks across the land, launching rocks into the sky like meteors. And in that instant, the dome reversed. The final explosion raced outward, swelling larger, brighter, stronger than before. The falling spears collided and shattered. One after another, divine light shattered like glass against the rising wave of Vegeta's empowered final explosion. now backed by all of their energy. The battlefield exploded with white fire, engulfing everything. Then, silence. The light faded. Smoke drifted across the ground in slow waves, revealing the scorched battlefield, flattened, broken, and eerily still. Each warrior stood in place, barely upright. They looked around at each other, silent, breathing heavily, and it was clear now, of all of them, the Saiyans were the most drained. Their bodies were trembling. Sweat poured from their faces. Their hearts pounded like war drums against their ribs. "Is it over?" Gohan asked, looking to the others, but no one answered, because the sky was changing. Shadows crept in from the edges of reality. Black tendrils stretched outward like reaching fingers, swallowing light, wrapping around stars and erasing them from the sky. "What the hell is that?" Goku shouted, instinctively raising his guard. Piccolo's voice dropped low, eyes darting left and right. This isn't normal. It's not just darkness. This is something else." And then, without warning, a voice echoed. It wasn't loud. It didn't shout. But somehow, it shook every part of them. Zeno's lips moved. He heard the words in his own mind, words that meant nothing to him. But the Saiyans, their eyes widened, their muscles locked, their chests tightened. They had heard this before. They had survived it. Barely. Zeno's voice echoed louder. "Absolute domain expansion." A tremor rolled through the void like a silent wave of dread, crawling up the spines of the warriors. Zeno's voice was soft, too soft, and yet it carried the weight of an executioner's final sentence. Absolute domain expansion, the book of faith. Time seemed to freeze for just a second. Then, reality cracked. The sky above them didn't just split. It shattered. The light of the universe drained away, as if the stars themselves were being devoured. A dome of obsidian shadow burst outward from Zeno, swallowing what remained of the shattered battlefield. Every ripple of this void consumed light, color, even sound, until nothing remained but black. Omni Goku, Omni Ego Vegeta, Beast Kaioken, Gohan, Super Saiyan, 6 Wukong, Broly, and God Piccolo floated in place, suspended in a place where ground and sky no longer existed. All around them, infinite shadow. No up, no down. Just emptiness. Each of them instinctively ignited their auras, the only light left in this endless dark. Goku's silver flame shimmered with divine heat. Vegeta's energy crackled violently, like lightning trapped inside glass. Wukong burned with chaotic flame, his tail lashing behind him as he shifted with twitching energy. Broly's ki pulsed like a living volcano, and Gohan radiated crimson heat that sparked off his skin like embers. Piccolo hovered in eerie silence, his cloak barely moving, his eyes glowing with divine green light. But there was something more here. An invisible pressure bore down on them all, a crushing weight that went beyond gravity. It pressed into their minds. It coiled in their chests. It felt wrong, like they had stepped into a story that had already been written. A world where they were no longer warriors, no longer gods, just characters. From the ink-black floor beneath Zeno's bare feet, something enormous began to rise. It groaned and shimmered as it ascended, a giant book, not made of paper and leather, but of dark cosmic metal bound by chains of starlight. Its pages glowed faintly, and symbols of pure golden ki shimmered along the edges. The front bore a title that burned itself into their minds, as if they'd known it all along, the Book of Fate. Pages fluttered open one after another, dancing with lines of glowing text that refused to sit still, shifting and twisting like they were alive. The Saiyan warriors, gods in their own right, felt something strange. Their knees didn't buckle, but their hearts did. This book wasn't just powerful, it knew them. Goku blinked hard, the haze of his berserker state slipping away as instinct screamed at him. What in the world is that? He floated forward slightly, eyes narrowed. Wait, domain expansion, not that technique again. He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. What is it with these deities? Can they all do this crap now? His tone wasn't mocking. It was frustrated, because deep down, he understood. This wasn't the kind of fight you could power through. Piccolo, still and silent, suddenly twitched. His expression changed. I can't hear his thoughts anymore. His voice was low, strained, afraid. My mind, it's quiet. The technique, the one I used to survive him, it's gone. His fingers twitched as if trying to grasp at something invisible. I can't read him anymore. I'm blind. Above him, The others all wore similar expressions. Their eyes locked on Zeno, their faces a mirror of the same cold realization. This wasn't a battlefield. This was a coffin. Zeno, calm as ever, floated behind the Book of Fate. His arms were outstretched with eerie grace, like a puppet master lifting his strings. His expression was blank, but something in his eyes, those glowing ancient eyes, was almost serene. Not the serenity of peace, the serenity of someone who had already decided everything. He hovered in the void like a celestial emperor, and for the first time, he looked down on them, not like an enemy, but like an author staring at characters he'd grown bored of. "Welcome," Zeno said softly, almost with kindness. His voice echoed as if the void itself repeated him. "To the final page of your lives." Chills tore through them. "Omni Ego," Vegeta snarled, his fist clenched so hard the space around it cracked. "This power," he hissed. "It's almost suffocating." Goku floated forward beside him, sweat dripping from his temple. His stance widened, balanced, and ready. He knew better than most. Every domain expansion was different, shaped by the user. And that's what made this one terrifying. He remembered how hard it had been to deal with those other domain wielders. The servants. The lesser gods. This wasn't one of them. This domain belonged to Zeno, the king of everything, the origin of it all. The capabilities could be endless. Piccolo's antennae twitched, reacting to something he couldn't explain. The air in this realm, if it could even be called air, buzzed like static against his skin. His eyes scanned the swirling shadows of the void, but his instincts told him what his senses couldn't. They were being watched, not by a person, but by the domain itself. Every direction, every breath, every heartbeat, they were under a cosmic microscope. Nearby, Gohan floated still as a statue, his heart pounding in his chest like war drums. His red Kaioken aura danced violently, flaring in short, wild bursts, as if even his life energy was reacting in protest. "This place," he muttered, "it's like it's alive. It's messing with my Kai. It doesn't want us here." Broly growled low in his throat. His aura, an unstable storm of silver and gold, flared outward in jagged, feral pulses. His muscles tensed as his instincts screamed to attack, to destroy, to do something. But deep down, even he could feel it. They didn't fully understand Zeno's domain expansion, but they all knew this wasn't just dangerous. This was a trap designed by the very being who ruled over existence itself. Still, there was one small piece of hope, one rule they'd learned from previous fights. Every domain expansion they'd faced so far had limits, rules, a framework, some kind of structure that made it possible to survive, maybe even win. Surely, even this one, Zeno's own domain, had to follow that same logic. Suddenly, Zeno moved. He didn't speak. He didn't gesture with flair. Just a subtle, effortless glide of his hand across the glowing page in front of him. The Book of Fate shifted in response, its living words rewriting themselves at rapid speed. Golden letters changing mid-glow. Omni Goku's eyes narrowed. That spike in energy, it was like a gunshot before the bullet. He didn't hesitate. With a roar, he blasted forward. Silver Ultra Instinct energy, trailing behind red Kaioken flame, creating a vortex of power around him. He closed the gap between him and Zeno in less than a blink. His fist cocked back and glowing with condensed divine Kai. The punch flew forward and hit absolutely nothing. Goku blinked. He had felt it. He should have hit him. But Zeno was gone. Not gone. Moved. He hadn't even looked up. He had already sidestepped the blow by millimeters. His body hadn't jerked. His head hadn't turned. It was like he knew exactly when and where the attack would land, and simply slid around it like a raindrop dodging wind. "What the hell?" Goku breathed, shock tightening his chest. He didn't even flinch. In an instant, Vegeta took over. A white-blue flash of energy cracked through the darkness as he appeared behind Zeno, his body twisting into a full-force roundhouse. His leg sliced through the air like a blade of raw power. "Ha!" The cry echoed as the kick flew toward Zeno's head, but once again, Zeno didn't look. He simply leaned, a gentle movement, like a leaf drifting in the wind. Vegeta's foot missed by inches. Clean air. His eyes went wide. He dodged that? Without even looking? How the hell can he read my mind? He hadn't even landed yet, and his brain was already racing, a dozen thoughts surging all at once. But then Zeno finally spoke. His voice was gentle, bored almost. Page 316. Vegeta attempts a kick from behind. Vegeta froze. The words hit him harder than a punch. Zeno wasn't guessing. He wasn't predicting. He was reading. Reading the fight. Reading them. Gohan's voice cracked through the silence. He can see our attacks coming. Above them, the Book of Fate's pages shifted again. Dozens of glowing sheets hovered like spirits, each one marked with the names of every warrior trapped inside this domain. As they moved, their lives were recorded. Every thought, every action, every move, written down before they could even do it. This wasn't just some defense technique. It was omniscient. A domain where time and fate weren't just visible, they were editable. Zeno wasn't reacting. He was reading ahead in the script of the universe. This was the strongest domain expansion ever conceived. Not just a battlefield, but a storybook. And Zeno was the one holding the pen. Far away, seated on his throne of celestial light, Zephyr leaned forward, eyes gleaming with curiosity. He stared down at the unfolding scene, like a child watching their favorite show. To think, out of everything he could have used, he said, half in awe, my son chose this. He tilted his head. Isn't he going a bit far? A smirk played across his lips. Ah, but that only makes it more fun. I can't wait to see what those Saiyan warriors do next. Will they die here? Or break the script? He chuckled, a wide grin stretching across his face. Back in the void, Broly had had enough. With a roar that shattered the silence, his energy erupted in a golden inferno. Lightning wrapped around his form as he thrust both hands forward. Ah! A storm of gigantic barrage energy blasts tore through the void like a meteor shower, each one pulsing with deadly pressure. They came from every direction, above, below, behind, every path designed to box Zeno in. Boom, boom, boom. Each blast exploded with blinding force, a shockwave of destruction rocking the domain with each hit. And yet, not one touched him. Inches before they struck, circles of darkness blinked into existence. Portals, opening mid-flight like holes punched in space itself. Each blast vanished, swallowed by the void, gone like they were never fired at all. Zeno had moved a single finger across a line of the glowing text, and in doing so, reality changed. The attacks were unwritten. Broly's arms dropped slightly. His jaw trembled. But that's impossible. His voice cracked under the weight of disbelief. His heart pounded with the awful realization. Far off to the side, Piccolo narrowed his eyes, scanning every movement, every shift in the unnatural darkness. The silence around him was deafening, but inside, his mind was racing. We're rats in his maze. No, he corrected himself. We're ink on his page. He's not just fighting us, he's reading us, and worse. He wasn't even moving. Zeno still floated in place like a statue, unmoved, untouched, as if his very soul was tethered to the glowing book of fate before him. The way he hovered, still and effortless, made it clear. Everything within this realm bowed to him. Piccolo's fists clenched. There was no time to doubt, no time to analyze. Spread out! He shouted, his voice echoing through the void like thunder. Immediately, the warriors scattered, surrounding Zeno from all angles, above, below, front, back. They knew what Piccolo knew. If there was even a sliver of a blind spot, even one direction the book couldn't account for at once, they had to find it. High above, Omni Ego Vegeta appeared in a flash of violet light. Energy crackled between his palms, gathering into a swirling storm of power. His voice was a low growl as the purple sphere between his hands grew larger, darker, more violent. Gallic gun! He whispered, eyes narrowing. Below, Omni Goku hovered still, cupping his hands as waves of blue Kai flooded outward from his core. The power twisted and surged into his palms, like water being pulled into a vortex. He gritted his teeth. Big bang! Kamehameha. Then, Gohan appeared beside him, eyes blazing red, beast Kaioken energy rippling around his form like fire. Without a word, he raised his hands too, adding his ki into his father's. Their energy swirled together, one part divine, one part feral. Goku gave him a quick glance. Gohan nodded. They both knew. This had to count. And then they fired. Ha! A twin blast erupted from beneath Zeno. a cosmic beam wrapped in blue and crimson, bursting upward like a dragon of pure destruction. At the exact same moment, Vegeta roared from above. Gallic Gun! His own beam, heavy with wrath and royal fury, launched downward like a purple comet of judgment. Then from the front, Broly lunged forward, face contorted in rage. His aura exploded like a bomb of green fire, his mouth wide open. A shockwave followed his roar as a gigantic roar cannon. A beam of compressed golden green energy blasted forth like a hurricane unleashed from his core. 4 ultimate attacks, 4 Saiyan warriors, 4 directions. Light closed in from all sides, north, south, east, and west, converging on Zeno like jaws ready to crush a god. For a moment, just a split moment, Zeno lifted his eyes, and his face changed. His expression, calm, silent, flickered, surprise. The light from the attacks burned away the void, casting beams of color through the blackness. Space itself screamed under the force of the combined assault. The very fabric of the dimension twisted, cracked, and then BOOM! A blast of light engulfed everything. The void shook. The sky, if there was one, rattled like it was made of glass. The force of it sent shockwaves echoing beyond the edges of reality, beyond the domain itself. Piccolo threw up a hand to shield his face, teeth gritted. The glare burned like a second sun. Did it work? He whispered, squinting through the fading glow. The light slowly began to clear, but then the truth appeared, clear and cruel. Zeno was untouched, floating still, unharmed. In front of him, the Book of Fate hovered calmly. Its pages were different now, open to new leaves, some charred black and smoking, burnt pages. Pages that had taken the full force of their attack and absorbed it, not blocked, not dodged, erased. The book had written out their assault, and now, right before their eyes, the pages began to restore themselves. Letters returned in golden ink, lines reshaping, words crawling back into place, as if nothing had ever happened. Goku hovered low, chest heaving. Sweat rolled down his temple as he stared, wide-eyed. That was almost everything we had, he said, and it didn't even touch him. Zeno said nothing at first. He simply turned another page. His voice came softly, not cruel, not angry, just distant. It's useless, he said, almost with sorrow. Every move you make, every attack you think of, I read it, I write it, I decide whether it happens or not. His eyes scanned the page again. In this realm, I hold your fate in my hands. Then he raised his head and continued, voice rising just slightly. I can't believe you fools ever thought you could defeat me. Me, the Almighty One. I don't know the concept of defeat. Defeat isn't even a word in my vocabulary. Vegeta cursed under his breath. His aura flickered in frustration. Sweat dripped from his jaw as his mind raced for a plan. Any plan. How do you fight someone who already knows what you're going to do? How do you beat someone who can erase your attack with a flick of his fingers? Tension squeezed the breath from each of the Saiyan warriors. The truth of their situation weighed heavier than gravity itself. This was a nightmare. A domain ruled not by strength or speed, but by knowledge. A world where every move was read like a line from a book before it could even be made. A fight where the enemy didn't react because he didn't need to. But then, something clicked. Omni Ego Vegeta's sharp eyes twitched. His mind, refined by years of battle and strategy, caught the smallest detail. Zeno still hadn't moved, not once. The entire time, he floated in that same exact spot, bound to the book like a monarch to his throne. He hadn't needed to dodge. He hadn't needed to strike. He was rewriting reality while staying perfectly still. If I can just get close enough, Vegeta thought, narrowing his eyes. He's guarding that damn book. If I can pull him away from it, even just for a moment. But with the way Zeno's awareness stretched through every inch of this domain, getting close was easier said than done. Not far away, God Piccolo's gaze had also narrowed. Unlike the others, his thoughts weren't on raw power. They were on the nature of the battlefield, on strategy. The book wasn't just some tool. It was Zeno's eyes, his shield, his dominion. If he sees everything, Piccolo reasoned, then the only chance we have is to block his sight or sever the source. His hands trembled slightly, the divine energy of the eternal dragon still swirling inside him. The stakes couldn't be higher, but a stillness came over his expression, resolve, carved deep. "I'll be the one to act," he whispered to himself, "even if it costs me everything. Everyone!" He suddenly called out, voice firm, commanding. "Cover me!" Gohan's head whipped around. "Piccolo, wait, what are you doing?" But the answer came not in words, but in motion. God Piccolo exploded forward in a streak of emerald light, surging through the void with godly force. His arms stretched outward, spiraling and twisting with unnatural speed. "Dragon Thrush!" His voice rang out like thunder. The technique, one born from his ascension as a divine warrior of Namek, activated. Both arms shot forward like twin divine dragon spears, one aimed for Zeno's chest, the other winding around toward the Book of Fate like a striking serpent. The air screamed around him. The rest of the warriors didn't hesitate. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, without even needing to speak, knew what they had to do. Omni Goku's palms blazed with blue light. "Take this, rapid Kamehameha!" Gohan roared and hurled out red crimson burst cannon blasts, each one slicing the air like meteors. Vegeta's hands surged with pure purple wrath. Big Bang Barrage! Dozens of explosive ki blasts streaked across the darkness, surrounding Zeno in a ring of glowing death. The cover fire filled the void, forcing Zeno's gaze to shift ever so slightly as he turned his attention toward the incoming storm. For a breath, just one, his eyes left the book. Piccolo used it. He was a blur, moving faster than the light around him. His elongated right arm was aimed straight for Zeno's throat. His left, now wrapped around the glowing book, coiled like a chain about to rip the source of power from its throne. Piccolo's thoughts moved just as fast, just a little more, almost there. I can see his face. I can see his eyes. In that split second, memories came flooding in. Gohan, as a little boy, grinning at him beneath a waterfall. The vow Piccolo had made to protect him, no matter the cost. The day he gave his life for that boy. The moment he became more than a warrior, he became family. He saw the faces of his people, his Namekian brothers, the eternal dragon whose power he now wielded. The promises made to them. I can't fail. Not now. But Zeno's eyes flicked back, and with a flick of his fingers, he turned a page. Snap. Time didn't stop, but it twisted, folded in on itself like a ripple of water reversing mid-flow. Piccolo's stretched arm was inches from Zeno's face now, so close he could see the reflection of his own eyes in Zeno's calm, cold ones. He was nearly there, almost. Emotions were everything now, more than power, more than technique, more than any transformation they had ever unlocked. This moment, this loss, cut deeper than any blade. But Piccolo never got the chance. The second Zeno's fingers turned that cursed page, something shattered. Not outside, inside. A wave of soul-crushing emptiness hit him like an avalanche. His godlike speed faltered. His arms, once coiled like divine spears, slowed mid-air, then stopped completely. Piccolo's eyes widened, not in fear, but in confusion. Then came the pain. Lines of golden light peeled off from his body, glowing symbols, letters, fragments of a life lived in full. They drifted from him like torn pages carried by invisible wind. At the same moment, Zeno let the page go. It floated in front of the book and burned. Piccolo's body began to glow in the same golden hue. "No! No!" Gohan's voice cracked like glass, the sound raw and human in a space where nothing should echo. He stared helplessly at the man who had been more than a mentor, more than a guardian, more than a father. Piccolo turned to him, his eyes, those ancient, patient warrior eyes, filled with peace. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Fight on, my boy," he whispered, his voice like wind over still water. "Protect our world, protect our friends, our family." Then the glow intensified. The page turned to ash midair, and so did he. With no explosion, no scream, only silence. Piccolo vanished, completely. One moment, he was there, solid, strong, towering in the darkness. And then, nothing. The stretched arms, the swirling green aura, the spirit that had held Gohan's heart since childhood, gone, like light swallowed by shadow, erased from reality. Gohan felt something inside him break, a force deeper than rage, deeper than sorrow. "Piccolo!" His scream tore through the dark void like a thunderclap, exploding from his chest with pure primal anguish. He launched forward before he could even think, but a strong arm caught him. "Don't!" Vegeta barked. His voice was sharp, but it trembled at the edges. Gohan froze, breathing hard, shaking. Even the Prince of all Saiyans looked shaken. Vegeta's grip tightened, not out of control, but to anchor the younger warrior. He had seen much in his life: death, loss, gods fall, and empires crumble. But never had he witnessed something like this. Piccolo hadn't just died, he had been removed, like a word erased from a sentence, like a memory that no longer had a home. Even Broly, barely containing the raw, burning chaos within him, stood silent. His golden and green aura flared around him in violent pulses, reacting to grief in the only way his body knew how, by preparing for war. But not one of them moved. They couldn't, because now they understood. Zeno didn't kill, he rewrote. And once a name was gone from the page, the soul was gone from the world. No key, no echo, no trace. Not even the gods could sense him now. High above, Zeno closed the Book of Fate with a deep, final-sounding thud. The sound echoed strangely in the empty void, like the lid of a coffin sealing shut. A faint smile touched his lips, but his eyes remained untouched, cold, timeless, empty. "Page 77, he said softly, as if reading an old poem. "Piccolo, removed from the story." And then, for the first time, even Zeno paused. For the briefest moment, there was silence, real silence, as if even the void around them knew something sacred had been lost. Below, Goku trembled, his fists clenched at his sides, his aura flickering with unstable waves of divine light. Anger, pain, love, it all boiled beneath the surface. Gohan hung his head, teeth grinding, eyes burning, not just from power, but from tears. His grief surged in waves, but so did something else: resolve. Broly floated silently, his hands shaking slightly, energy crackling like a thunderstorm in slow motion. The others could feel it too. There was no trace of Piccolo left. It was like he had never existed. And yet, his presence lingered in their hearts, in Gohan's fury, in Goku's silence, in Vegeta's tightened jaw. This was the price of Zeno's domain. Not just power over life and death, power over existence itself. "I will find a way to kill you," Gohan snarled, his voice low but shaking with raw force. "I swear I'll destroy you for what you've done." His body burned with a violent red glow. His muscles tensed as his power tried to take over, wanted to lunge, to rip, to scream, but he didn't. Because of Vegeta. Because charging in would be suicide. Even so, all he wanted to do was tear Zeno's head from his shoulders. Zeno reopened the Book of Fate with one lazy wave of his hand. His eyes flicked down to the pages as they fluttered open once more, glowing with light and possibilities. "Now," he said quietly, almost casually, "whose story shall I end next?" The pages flipped by themselves, and in Zeno's gaze was the calm certainty of an author looking for the next chapter to erase. The air trembled with the weight of silence, the kind that follows a god's death. Piccolo was gone, and for a moment, despair seemed to seep into the bones of the last Saiyan warriors. But right behind that shadow came something else, something sharper. High above the ruined realm, Omni Goku hovered beside Beast Kaioken Gohan and Super Saiyan 6 Broly, all of them bruised, scorched, and barely holding themselves together. To their side, Omni Ego Vegeta flanked them like a shadow forged from fury. Their bodies were failing, energy leaking from them like blood. They had broken their limits more times than they could count, twisted the very laws of the cosmos to steal another second of power. But even gods weren't machines. They weren't made for this. And they knew. They knew the price of staying on their feet would be unimaginable, but still, they stood, because to fall now would be to make Piccolo's sacrifice meaningless, and everyone else was already gone. The entire multiverse was a graveyard. No time to mourn, no time to breathe. There was only one thing left: destroy the monarchy of the multiverse. Omni Goku clenched his fists tighter, his vision blurred with sweat and ash. Somewhere behind that pain was the cold fear Zeno had planted, the realization that with that book, he could do something no one else could. Bypass the laws of an Omni. Goku had seen it with his own eyes. Zeno could use that book to rewrite reality, to rip existence apart, like tearing pages from a journal. And they were next. "I'm not letting it end like this," Goku muttered, voice strained but unshaken. "We didn't come this far, fight this hard, just to vanish like we were never even here. There's gotta be something left, some way to finish the mission." Vegeta didn't answer right away. His teeth were clenched, jaw flexing with the sound of inner fury. When he finally spoke, his voice trembled, not from fear, but from rage he couldn't contain. "He's taken everything we've thrown at him." His eyes flicked toward the smoking crater, where Piccolo had made his final stand. And now, Piccolo too. There was a crack in his voice, a rare thing for Vegeta. "Kakarot," he said sharply, "unless you've got some secret miracle move tucked up your sleeve, He didn't get to finish. Broly suddenly froze. His fists relaxed. His breathing slowed. Something had stirred inside him. It wasn't just memory. It was warmth, presence. A calm voice, regal and ancient, echoed in his mind. Broly. His eyes snapped wide open. That voice. It hadn't been heard in centuries. It was him, the Monkey King, Wukong. Broly didn't hesitate. "Yes, my lord," he whispered, even as the others turned to him with startled glances. The voice of Wukong filled Broly's mind again, speaking softly, like a whisper beneath thunder. "Listen carefully." Time slowed, not literally, but for Broly, it felt like the rest of the chaos faded into background noise. "Zeno's domain." Wukong's voice carried an edge of knowing. "It has a weakness." Broly blinked. "A weakness?" His lips barely moved. The Monkey King continued, his voice clearer now, etched with memory. "I've fought Zeno before. He used a particular ability on me, something from a book, a relic. That's what bound me to that mountain for all those millennia. But after being sealed away for so long, I had time to think, and I believe I've found the flaw in his power." Broly listened intently, a storm churning behind his eyes. "It's the book," Wukong said. "It's called the Book of Fate, and just like the name says, it writes fate. Every page contains the future and final moments of all his creations, mortals, deities, even titans. But here's the key," Wukong added, his tone shifting with urgency. "It only holds the fate of beings that already exist, or that were born within the natural threads of reality." Broly's breath caught. That meant... Wukong continued, his thoughts racing faster now. "If I'm right, and I think I am, then any being that never existed before, or only exists temporarily, won't be in that book. It can't control what it doesn't recognize." Broly's eyes began to glow faintly as the idea took root. Wukong wasn't done. "There's one move I remembered, a technique you Saiyans once used. A combination, a fusion, something even Zeno wouldn't have prepared for." His voice slowed to a near whisper, but the weight behind it hit like thunder. "Think of the fusion dance." Fusion, the word cracked through the chaos like thunder splitting the sky. "That's the loophole." Goku's voice carried the realization like a burning torch in the dark. "It makes sense now. The Book of Fate can't record the future of someone who was never meant to exist, and only exists for a moment. Fusion is like a glitch, a bug the book wasn't programmed to understand." Broly's heart slammed in his chest. "Fusion?" Gohan's voice followed, his eyes wide with understanding. He had touched Broly's shoulder, and in that moment, Wukong's thoughts had flowed into him too. Every word, every breath, now echoed in his mind. "A fused warrior would be completely new," Gohan said, his voice growing stronger. "No past, no written fate. And because that being wasn't created by divine hands, it's invisible to the book. Its present, its future, can't be captured." He looked up, locking eyes with Goku and Vegeta. In other words, Zeno's domain expansion would be worthless. The silence that followed was filled with a burning kind of hope. Then, Wukong's voice surged back into their minds one final time, urgent, commanding, fading with every word. "If you Saiyans fuse like you did before, the ones you called Brohan and Gogeta, then the new warrior you become won't have a fate. Zeno won't be able to see it, predict it, or erase it. Your page in the Book of Fate would be blank, undefined." A pause. Then, more softly, "Well, that's my theory." Vegeta's brow furrowed. His mind raced like lightning. They had just unfused not long ago. Their previous fusion had burned through all their time and drained their strength. Even now, Their energy was only partially restored. Would it be enough to pull it off again? That question weighed on all of them, but they didn't have the luxury of hesitation. "Hurry and fuse, boys," Wukong said, "before you lose the only chance you've got. Zeno's about to move. Make it count." And then, silence. Wukong's presence faded from their minds, like dust caught in wind. Broly's wild, chaotic aura, usually like a thunderstorm made of flame, began to settle. A calm steadiness replaced the rage. His breathing deepened, his muscles relaxed, but his spirit flared to life. For the first time in what felt like eternity, there was a plan, something that might actually work. He turned to Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. All three stared back, not with fear, but with fire. "Humph," Vegeta grunted, brushing a trail of dried blood from his chin. Desperate times call for desperate measures. His voice tried to stay cool, but it cracked just slightly. It was relief, a direction, a purpose. Gohan blinked, his eyes red-rimmed from tears that had mixed with dust and ash. He nodded, heart pounding. "Fusion," he whispered. Then louder, "Broly, let's do it." Above them, the black void stretched endlessly, and floating at the center of it, a god sat still. Zeno. The Omni King watched silently as the final four remnants of rebellion gathered close. From his throne of stars and bone, he tilted his head, eyes narrowed like a bored predator spotting prey trying to crawl away. He couldn't hear their whispers, but he saw their expressions change. From despair to something else, a strange light, determination. His lips curled slightly. The book of fate in his lap began to glow, pages flipping on their own. Text formed on the page, then vanished. Lines appeared again, and then disappeared again. Zeno's golden eyes narrowed to slits. Something was wrong, very wrong. "Interesting," he whispered. Down below, Goku felt the weight of Zeno's gaze crashing down on them like falling mountains. "There's no time," he said sharply, turning to Vegeta. "We've got to move now." He reached out. Vegeta stepped in. The two warriors stood face to face, battle-worn, shoulders cut and burned, arms trembling from the toll of war. And yet, both smiled, just a little. Goku tilted his head, his voice steady despite the storm around them. "You ready to become one again?" Vegeta rolled his eyes, though the twitch of a grin tugged stubbornly at one corner of his mouth. "Just don't screw up the finger angle, Kakarot," he muttered, voice rough and dry. "Our lives depend on this." Goku gave a nod, his grin fading into focus. He turned serious, the kind of serious only Goku could be when the universe itself was on the line. They stepped apart just a few meters, raising their arms in mirror positions. Across from them, Gohan and Broly did the same. "Follow my lead, Broly," Gohan said quickly, his tone sharp but steady. "We have to mirror each other exactly." Broly didn't say a word. His muscles flexed, but his movements were calm. Wukong's voice still echoed in the back of his mind, like a sacred chant. He gave a single grunt in response, not from rage, but from clarity. At that moment, something shifted. Zeno, perched above the void on his cosmic throne, sensed it. The air twisted unnaturally around him. With an unnerving stillness, he spread his small, delicate hands across the pages of the Book of Fate. Golden lines of glowing text crawled across the paper. He tried to read it, but just like before, the words vanished. High above, the very domain of reality groaned in response to Zeno's will. Cosmic energy spiraled violently, like galaxies spinning too fast. Chains of black lightning erupted from the void, savage, alive, and shot toward the four warriors. Each spear of light aimed to shatter their alignment. "Now!" Goku yelled. In an instant, they moved. Omni Ego, Vegeta, and Limit Breaker. Omni Goku shifted into the practiced movements of the Metamaran fusion dance. The motions were sharp, clean, every pose executed with practiced grace, perfected through life or death battles. "Fu! Shishin! Ha!" They roared in unison, their voices echoing through the dark void. At the same time, Beast Kaioken Gohan and Super Saiyan 6 Broly mirrored the dance. Despite the size difference, despite Broly's overwhelming power, his body moved with surprising coordination. Their cries merged in perfect sync. "Fu! Saiyan! Ha!" A heartbeat later, the chains of lightning struck down, but it was too late. Two blinding flashes erupted, one from each pair. Swirling storms of energy swallowed their forms completely. The chains slashed through empty space, crashing into nothing, leaving rips of energy clawed into the fabric of the void. The warriors were gone. The Book of Fate began flipping wildly, its pages turning on their own, as if possessed. The glowing text tried to adapt, to predict, to understand, but no names appeared, no destinies written. Zeno's eyes widened, truly widened, with something rare, surprise. Down below, the two vortexes of energy spun like newborn stars, one on his left, the other on his right, glowing hotter, brighter, denser with power. The book has no information on fused beings, Zeno said aloud. For the first time, someone, something, had nullified his domain expansion. The Book of Fate, the absolute authority over all life, had failed. It had recorded the rise and fall of empires, written the destinies of gods and mortals alike. Even the mighty Wukong's defeat had been carved into its pages. But this was blank. The fusion dance had succeeded. Reality itself paused, as if the rules of creation were now uncertain. From the vortex on the left, a tall silhouette emerged, a figure forged of two souls, bound by one will. He stepped forward slowly, each movement pulsing with immeasurable gravity. Then his aura exploded outward. A furious silver flame, edged with streaks of deep green, blasted into the darkness. The force pushed back the void itself. The warrior was massive, not just in size, but in sheer presence. His hair cascaded down his back, wild and spiked, colored with a black core and shimmering green highlights at the tips, like forest fire wrapped in shadow. His eyes opened. One iris burned red, the other glowed a fierce, focused teal. The fusion of Beast Kaioken Gohan and Super Saiyan 6 Broly had become one, and his power was overwhelming. He stood silently, taking it all in. His fists clenched, shoulders rolled, muscles stretched like coiled mountains awakening. He inhaled deeply, the energy of the realm drawn into his lungs, like fire into a forge. Brohan had arrived. The power flowing through him was beyond comparison, stronger than either of their previous fusions. Denser, wilder, more alive. It was intoxicating. A sea of raw, unfiltered energy now flowed through a single body, built for battle, born from desperation, and sharpened by sacrifice. And reality itself felt it. Brohan clenched his fists, and the air around him responded with crackling energy. Tiny bolts of lightning snapped from his knuckles into the void, leaving streaks of static in their wake. His smile widened ever so slightly, not arrogant, but unshakably confident, a feeling he hadn't known before. His voice rang out, two voices layered into one sharp and focused like Gohan, the other deep and wild like Broly. They spoke together as one being. I can't get over this feeling, this power. Can we ever reach it on our own? His words echoed across the darkened sky, vibrating with strength that seemed to bend the realm itself. Then, from the right vortex, a second presence emerged. A figure stepped forward, cutting through a swirl of silver and violet light. Leaner than Brohan, but no less terrifying in presence. His hair swept high in the signature Metamoran fusion style, but instead of golden or black, it gleamed iridescent platinum, streaked with glowing threads of deep violet. His forehead bore an upside-down Omni symbol, etched like a crown of defiance. His eyes opened slowly. Silver irises, sharp and calculating, gleamed with purple flames swirling around the edges. His aura blazed to life, an impossible mix of white-hot Omni-Ultra instinct and the deep, infernal glow of Demon Ultra Ego. This was no ordinary fusion. This was Omni Ego Gogeta, and he had returned. Gogeta flexed his fingers, each one moving with deadly precision, small, measured gestures that rippled power through space. Then he closed his eyes for a brief breath, letting the immense power settle. The silence around him deepened, not from peace, from tension. Incredible, he thought. He opened his eyes and locked them straight onto Zeno. A smirk played on his lips, confident, cold, controlled. All right, he said, in a voice that rolled across the void like thunder, calm and steady. I promise you, the war ends today. One of us dies. His tone didn't waver. It was a statement of fact. Across the battlefield, Zeno remained still, yet the air grew colder. He stared at the two fusions, Brohan and Gogeta, unblinking. Fusion? He said, voice tight with disdain. You think a little fusion is enough to defeat me? Zeno's lips twitched, not into a smile, but a shadow of mockery. Don't make me laugh. No matter how much power you manage to steal or stack together, it will never be enough. But even as he spoke, his hands betrayed him. Zeno flipped through the Book of Fate, fingers darting faster and faster, pages glowing with frantic energy. He searched for them, for the entries, for anything. He found only fragments, records of Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Broly. But those lines ended the moment they fused. After that, nothing. No record of Omni Ego Gogeta. No history of Brohan. No future. No death. No fate. They simply didn't exist. Zeno's fingers stopped. His hands trembled. How? He whispered. The words escaped before he could stop them. The Omni King, a being who'd erased galaxies with a flick, now stared into blank pages. His voice cracked, just barely. "You're not written. You're not in my book." He shouted the words, almost in disbelief. "This is impossible. It shouldn't matter if it's a fusion." His grip tightened on the book. "The moment you become a living being, you should have an entry. You should." Faster now. He flipped through page after glowing page. His speed, fueled by something unfamiliar. Irritation, frustration, fear. The book pulsed in his hands, glowing with unstable light, reacting to the paradox standing before him. And far above them all, another presence stirred. From his distant energy-forged throne, surrounded by burning orbs of collapsed stars, Zephyr leaned forward, a cosmic observer long removed from mortal struggles. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. He said softly, a grin playing across his face. "They found the loophole." He chuckled lightly. "Clever mortals. Or perhaps they stumbled on it by accident. Either way, his fingers tapped against the arm of his throne. This is going to be interesting. Far above the void, seated like a phantom in a living throne of cosmic flame, Zephyr looked down, not at the battlefield, but at his son. The old god laughed quietly. He saw the expression flicker across Zeno's face. Not confusion, not quite fear, but something dangerously close. "You always thought too much of that little technique," Zephyr muttered to himself, his voice low and ancient, like a forgotten wind through ruins. "So proud of your power, so certain you created everything." His eyes narrowed, glowing with ageless light. "But you didn't, my son. You only built what you saw, the third dimension, your domain. But the other two?" He leaned back into his throne, voice rising. "Those were my work, every atom in them. Every breath." The power behind his words echoed through realms. "You forgot that things existed before you. Even that little trick of yours, the domain expansion, that came from my former guardian, the god of the Metamoran race." His smile widened. "So, in truth, this fusion, it wasn't born of your creation. It belongs to me." His laugh was deep and satisfied. "If you ever manage to replace me," Zephyr added, "only then will my creations appear in that precious book of yours." And with that, the old god said no more. Back in the void, down at the battlefield, where fate now hung by threads, Omni Ego Gogeta cracked his neck. The sound echoed like thunder snapping bones. He drifted forward, each step across the air leaving streaks of violet fire, and came to stand shoulder to shoulder with Brohan. The two warriors locked eyes. No need for words, just understanding. "This is it," Gogeta said quietly. His voice was low, controlled, but trembling under the weight of it all. "I don't think I can carry on much longer. My body, it's in pieces on the inside." Brohan gave a slow nod. "Same." Even now, with power greater than anything they'd ever held pulsing in every cell, the pain was overwhelming. It wasn't a matter of energy anymore. It was biology. They were still mortal at the core, and their bodies were breaking apart. Gogeta turned to Brohan and gave a small nod. "Final, certain." Brohan answered with a fierce grin that lit the space between them. "Let's finish this." Above them, Zeno exhaled sharply, not out of fear, but out of growing anger. He snapped the Book of Fate shut, the sound like a blade shearing through steel. The massive tome hovered beside him for a moment, pulsing with its usual light, then faded, dissolving back into his shadow. Its authority was useless here. These two beings, Brohan and Gogeta, were unwritten, ghosts outside the tapestry of fate. If the book couldn't stop them, then Zeno would have to end this himself. His aura exploded outward in a storm of cosmic energy, a shifting cyclone of color and power that bent reality around him. What had once looked like a small, childlike figure was now a living pillar of pressure and raw destruction. He stepped down from his floating throne, each footfall forming black platforms of hardened void beneath him. The throne faded behind him, swallowed by swirling darkness. His face hardened. "So," Zeno said coldly, arms rising into a stance. "You found a way to bypass my domain expansion. Clever, but pointless." His tone froze the space around them. "I'm still Zeno, creator of all. Don't think for a moment this saves you. The book was just one of many tools. I possess an infinite array of abilities, each more powerful than the last." His hands tightened into fists, and the realm trembled. Gogeta didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked, a sharp, confident edge to his mouth. He flared his aura again. White-violet flames erupted around him, pushing the darkness back. The sheer heat and pressure of it warped the air, sending ripples through space, like gravity itself was buckling in protest. "We'll see about that," Gogeta replied, voice steady. Tiny motes of light sparked into being around his fists, flickering pinpoints of power, glowing with the chaotic blend of Omni Ki and Hakai energy. The light danced across his knuckles, humming with divine fury. And then, with a silent blink of thought, Zeno released it. The domain expansion veil collapsed. He disabled the technique, not out of choice, but out of necessity. Because now, he had to fight blind. Brohan's body coiled like a spring, thick cords of muscle flexing with raw purpose. His eyes narrowed, burning with grief-turned fury. "This is for Piccolo," he growled, low and sharp, like a blade being drawn from its sheath. Then, boom! He slammed his fists together, and a thunderous shockwave of emerald and gold ki erupted outward, warping the space around him. The ground cracked beneath his feet. In a blink, no, less than that, Brohan exploded forward. His movement shattered the sound barrier 100 times over. He was a blur, a comet of green-gold fury, hurling straight toward Zeno. Zeno's divine eyes widened just slightly. He raised his arms instinctively, forming a tight guard, but not fast enough. Brohan cocked back a massive fist. Energy spun around it like a miniature star, collapsing in on itself. A swirling orb of destruction crackling with blinding heat. When the punch connected, the sound wasn't just loud, it was cosmic. An expanding ring of energy burst out in all directions, like a supernova. Zeno slid backward through the air, his arms trembling from the blow. A line of red trickled down his lip, tiny, barely visible, but real. The air grew still. The Grand Priest's eyes narrowed in disbelief. That was blood, not metaphor, not symbolism. Real blood, drawn from the one who stood above all. It was the kind of thing that simply wasn't supposed to happen. Zeno wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and stared at the crimson dot like it was an unfamiliar concept. It may have been a wound no worse than a child's paper cut, but in the grand scale of creation, that cut was impossible. Yet Brohan had done it. At full power, in righteous rage, he had crossed into the realm of miracles. And before Zeno could even process it, a streak of blue and orange light tore through the sky. Gogeta had already taken to the air, spinning like a whirlwind. The fused Saiyan descended from above, his heel slicing downward in a blazing arc. Crack! The heel of Gogeta's boot smashed into Zeno's shoulder with the force of two colliding galaxies. The impact launched Zeno down like a meteor, crashing through layers of space with shockwaves that twisted gravity itself. Zeno's gasp was genuine. His body felt the pain, an ancient pain, something he hadn't felt since Wukong, the pain of being matched. Far above, distant stars flared and winked out, erased simply by being too close to this level of power. Planets shattered from the aftershock. The void of space rippled like water. Even gods weren't safe from this battle. The Grand Priest stumbled back, shielding his eyes as the energy licked at his robes, burning with a radiation so intense that even divinity couldn't fully endure it. How did these Saiyans manage to grow so powerful? In less than a day, the Grand Priest shouted, voice cracking with fury. Less than 24 hours ago, they were nowhere near this level. He had seen them fight before, countless times. Even in their strongest fused forms, they had never approached this level of divine pressure. Yet now, they were fighting like gods. No, like something beyond gods. It reminded him, painfully, of the tournament of power, of how these mortals, these Saiyans, kept shattering their limits over and over again. Back then, it had taken 45 minutes. Now, it had taken less than 1 day. He clenched his fists in silent fury, watching these mortals lay a hand, No, wound. The Omni King himself. It burned his pride like acid. But he could do nothing. Zeno had given the order, no interference. And so, the Grand Priest, the high angel of all creation, could only stand there and watch. Zeno's snarl echoed like the voice of eternity cracking. In a blink, he vanished from Gogeta's line of sight, only to reappear behind him, fists coiled, ready to strike. Gogeta's senses fired like radar. He twisted sideways at the last possible moment. Zeno's fist sliced past the edge of his vest, grazing him by inches. A millisecond slower, and Gogeta's spine would have snapped. He didn't let the moment go to waste. Gogeta retaliated instantly with a blinding flurry of strikes, his fists moving in a rhythm only masters could recognize. A left jab, a sharp right hook, a rising spinning elbow, ta, 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 each motion clean, fast, and utterly precise. It wasn't just brute power, it was art. Zeno blocked some, his arms a blur of motion, but others slipped through, cracking against his divine form with thunderous force. Gohan wasn't idle either. From the opposite side, he charged in, his wild and ferocious style a perfect contrast to Gogeta's refined martial precision. One moment he launched wide, hammering haymakers. The next, he pivoted low, unleashing blisteringly fast kicks that sliced the air with sonic booms. They weren't just attacking, they were dancing, a lethal ballet of fists and fury, one high, the other low. One spinning, the other striking. Their timing was perfect, fluid, seamless. It was as if their souls had synced. Individually, they knew the truth. They couldn't win. But together they had a chance. And so, they did not let up. Not for a second. Not while the fate of everything burned around them. The fused warriors moved like lightning fused with thought. So, in sync, they didn't need words. Gogeta dipped low, while Gohan vaulted high. A seamless exchange of blows flowing like a choreographed dance of destruction. They understood each other completely. One didn't need to speak to know where the other would strike. They were two halves of the same miracle, born of pure willpower and battle-forged trust. Zeno stumbled back, arms crossed in defense, as blows came from all sides. A spinning elbow from Gohan cracked against his jaw, just as he caught Gogeta's punch. And just when he blocked one strike, another slipped through. A roundhouse missed only for a sharp knee to the ribs to follow instantly, cracking with a sound like a meteor splitting stone. The air itself trembled. Fist met flesh. Kai met godhood. Every contact unleashed violent ripples through space, as if the universe held its breath in awe. And for the first time in his eternal existence, Zeno was on the defensive, but that was only the illusion. His body stood still, too still. A flicker of something cold passed over his face, and then he stomped. The impact didn't break the ground, it silenced it. For a moment, time itself felt like it cracked, just like Toph from the legends of Earth's ancient tales. Those who listened to the rhythm of the world with their feet. Zeno channeled something deeper, primordial, a pulse. Stop! The word wasn't shouted. It wasn't screamed, it was commanded, and the universe obeyed. Gohan froze mid-lunge. Gogeta's fist, cocked back, halted just short of his chest. Neither of them were actually trapped in time. Their bodies simply refused to move. Fear, not the kind that gnawed at your heart. This was cosmic fear. So ancient and primal, it shut down everything, like a predator staring into the soul of its prey. Their instincts screamed to run, their limbs locked in place. Above them, the Grand Priest and Raiko collapsed, their knees buckling before their eyes even closed. Their pupils vanished as they hit the floor. They didn't faint from damage. They fainted from pressure. Zeno's Conqueror's aura had erupted, pure, unfiltered power, bursting out from his soul like a crashing black hole, and even the mightiest gods fell before it. What is this? Gogeta grunted, muscles trembling. Just moving a foot felt like dragging a planet behind him. I can't move. My body won't listen. Gohan strained, his ki flaring in golden and green arcs. It's not a technique, he hissed. It's instinct. My body just froze, like it knew what would happen if I moved. Zeno, calm as the void, raised both hands. His palms glowed with divine light. And then, with a sudden pulse, boom! He unleashed a point-blank energy wave. Not a beam, but a crushing force that expanded the closer it got, like a living explosion. The pressure hit them head on. Gogeta and Brohan were blasted apart, flipping through the air in opposite directions, the sky itself warping around the blast radius. But somehow, they landed, not destroyed, not even wounded. Breathing hard, they slid into mirrored stances, shoulders brushing. Their auras crackled as they reignited, green and gold, blue and orange, painting the sky like living fire. Gogeta narrowed his eyes. I felt that pressure, but not pain. He didn't hurt us with that blast. Brohan didn't take his eyes off Zeno. Yeah, he muttered, but I couldn't move. That's what scared me. For a second, I wasn't a warrior. I was a statue. Their moment of clarity vanished in the blink of an eye. Zeno surged forward with terrifying speed, crossing the void in less than a heartbeat. His fist drove deep into Gogeta's gut, the impact curving through his body like a cannonball made of stars. Gogeta's eyes bulged. A line of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, and then he was launched, straight into the sky like a comet. Zeno was already above him before the momentum even finished, but Brohan was already there. The green-gold fusion blurred forward, somehow outpacing Zeno in raw speed. His hand gripped Zeno by the collar, twisting mid-air. You're not going anywhere. And with a mighty yell, Brohan hurled Zeno back down toward the surface, like a meteor breaking orbit. But Zeno stopped inches above the ground, his body defying momentum, floating effortlessly. That moment of pause was enough. Gogeta's energy flared as he appeared behind Zeno in a flash of instant transmission, placing a single hand on his shoulder. Surprise! In that instant, Zeno vanished again, teleported directly into the line of fire. Brohan was waiting, his hands already crackled with energy, pulled back and glowing like a miniature sun. Masenko! He roared, unleashing the blast point blank into Zeno's chest. A faint smirk tugged at the edge of his lips. Full counter, he shouted, his voice crackling like thunder through the dimensions. A flash of brilliance sparked in his hands. A staff made of pure light manifested instantly, forged from divine essence itself. With a single swing, clean and effortless, he struck Brohan's attack and sent it flying back. Only now, the beam had doubled in size and force, roaring toward Brohan like a world-ending comet. Brohan's eyes widened. He reflected it? There wasn't even time to dodge. The inverted blast was moving too fast, too hot. It howled with destructive fury, carrying enough power to evaporate his body molecule by molecule if it hit. I can't let this hit me, he growled, planting his feet mid-air and bracing both palms against the surging energy. Sparks flew as he pushed back, muscles trembling under the crushing weight of his own attack, now twice as deadly. His feet began to slide through space. His aura flickered under the strain. Then, boom! Gogeta appeared at his side in a split-second blur, palms slamming beside Brohan's, adding his strength. Their combined energy flared, wild and untamed. Let's send it away, Gogeta shouted. Together, they roared, now, and tilted the blast upward. The redirected beam shot skyward like a cannon fired by gods, vanishing into the void before detonating far above. The explosion tore open the upper reaches of the dimension, creating a new sun that pulsed with unstable power before it collapsed inward. Silence returned for a breath. Brohan dropped to one knee, panting hard. Gogeta wiped a line of sweat from his brow. That took a lot out of me, Gogeta said between deep breaths. Same, Brohan muttered, chest rising and falling. That was my own attack, but it came back even stronger. He hit it once and sent it back at me like it was nothing. That's not just defense. That's an overpowered ability, Gogeta finished grimly. Brohan's eyes narrowed as they turned back to Zeno. The Omni King was walking toward them slowly. No rush, no words, no expression, just quiet, terrifying confidence. Even after we fused, Brohan murmured, it feels like we still haven't seen even half of what he can really do. Above them, the sky began to pulse. The air itself changed, growing heavier, colder. All light in the dimension dimmed as Zeno calmly lifted a single hand, and the universe answered. The swirling darkness above began to twist, spiral, and compress. It wasn't just Kai, it was everything. Mana, chakra, reishi, even the strange liquid force known as aqua foam. Zeno was pulling all of it in, every elemental energy, every mystical essence that made up creation, and weaving it into one monstrous attack. The sky groaned. A deep rumble echoed like the growl of a star going supernova. Then the spear took shape. It wasn't just black. It was void, wrapped in lightning, surging with energy that made the edges of reality tremble. A spear of destruction, glowing like a sun swallowed by chaos. "You mortals are strong," Zeno said, his voice reverberating across all layers of existence. "I give you that." His fingers tightened around the spear shaft. "But let's see if you fools can survive this." He raised it high. "Let's put that to the test." The spear's energy surged again, twisting violently, its presence now pulling in stray pieces of floating stone, light, and even thought itself. Lance crowns, graviole chain, Epicurus. The sky itself trembled as the energy spear tore across the battlefield with unimaginable speed. Blazing, radiant, catastrophic. The sheer force of the attack distorted space around it, its gravitational pull bending wind, light, and energy alike. Every molecule of air screamed away from its path, as if the heavens themselves feared to stand in its way. Omni Gogeta barely had time to react. His eyes widened. Not even his divine instincts could respond in time. The moment stretched like eternity, as though the universe held its breath. Just inches from his face, the brilliant, spear-shaped energy surged toward his left eye with death's whisper on its edge. In that instant, time slowed. His heart pounded once. He saw it all. His past, every moment lived between Goku and Vegeta. All their battles, all their pride, all their failures and triumphs. The sound around him was drowned out by a single thought, echoing from deep within. "I guess this is it for us." The words were spoken not in fear, but with the acceptance of a warrior who had given it his all. Then, a spark, a flash. The tip of the energy spear barely grazed his eyelid, slicing the surface with such sharp precision that a thin stream of blood slipped free, hanging in the air like a crimson teardrop. But it never pierced. The spear, unstoppable in its speed, was halted. The cataclysmic velocity stilled in a breath. The monstrous energy that had threatened to annihilate the fused warrior had been tamed. By a hand, an open palm, smooth, calm, effortless. Time quivered around the figure, now standing between death and Gogeta. The spear pulsed once, then dissolved, its universal force unraveling like mist into raw particles of Kai before fading into nothing. The one who had stopped it stood tall, unfazed. His very presence bent the rules of the cosmos. Zeno's voice cracked like thunder as he stepped forward, rage flashing in his glowing gaze. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" His tone held fury. Yes, but behind it, something else. Confusion, betrayal. There, before him, stood Zephyr, the true king of all, the being from whom even the multiverse bowed, the being whose power couldn't be measured, only felt. And it was felt now by every soul present. Zephyr glanced toward Zeno, his expression unreadable. Without a word, he lifted one finger and snapped. The spear of pure cosmic destruction unraveled entirely, flickering into sparks, and then vanishing as if it had never existed. Zeno clenched his fists. He wanted to lash out, to scream, to demand an explanation. His pride was scorched. He had given his word, and Father had broken his. But deep down, he knew. Zephyr didn't act without reason. He gritted his teeth and slowly took a step back. If he had to earn that throne, then so be it. He could wait. He would watch. He would understand. Has he taken a liking to them? Zeno thought, glaring at Gogeta. Or does he see something I can't? The battlefield was quiet, but tension still crackled in the air like lightning before the storm. Brohan, half Saiyan, half legend, stood stunned. He hadn't seen it happen. The moment was too fast. One instant, Gogeta had been moments from being impaled. The next, a new presence stood before him. To Brohan, it looked like an ambush. He charged without hesitation, roaring through the sky like a meteor. Get away from him! The berserker descended with fury, bringing his fist down in a hammering strike meant to drive Zephyr into the core of the planet. The air around him shattered. His Kai erupted in violent spikes, red lightning flaring across his frame. But it didn't matter. Time froze. Not metaphorically. The world literally stopped. Clouds froze mid-ripple. Dust hung mid-air. Energy paused, stuck like static. Brohan's body locked in mid-strike, frozen just inches above Zephyr's head. Calmly, almost like straightening a painting on the wall, Zephyr reached out and nudged Omni Gogeta out of the way, setting the fusion warrior aside like one might move a statue. Gogeta's face, still frozen in that moment of shock, drifted gently to safety. Then, Zephyr turned his attention back. With another effortless snap, time resumed for everything but Brohan. The Berserker's body slammed into the earth with all the force of his own attack. Boom! A shockwave exploded across the battlefield, carving a crater so vast it broke into layers, splitting bedrock like glass. Energy flared, rippling outward in a tidal wave of light and destruction. Dust cleared. Brohan's eyes blinked open. He could move, but only his head. Zephyr was already walking toward him, slow, steady, terrifyingly silent. Then he stopped, right in front of him, and looked into his eyes. "Calm down, boy," he said, his voice smooth as still water, but laced with endless authority. Brohan tried to move. His muscles screamed. Nothing responded. Zephyr stood still, hands behind his back, gazing at him with a calm too ancient to challenge. Silence. Power. Time itself obeyed this man. Brohan stared back, breathing hard, teeth clenched, confused and furious. And yet, a part of him felt something deeper. Not fear, something more humbling. He was in the presence of a power far beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Something didn't sit right with Zephyr. Even after stopping the spear, even after silencing the battlefield with nothing but presence. A thought gnawed at the edge of his ancient mind. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the warrior frozen before him. Brohan. That name didn't mean much to him at first, but there was something familiar. Not just in form, but in feeling. Something primal. His gaze swept over Brohan's current state. The energy aura wrapped around him, wild and barely controlled. The way his tail bristled with fury. How his stance mimicked that of someone Zephyr had known before. And then it struck him, the Monkey King. That feral posture, those bursts of chaotic power, the resemblance was unmistakable. Why does this warrior feel so familiar? He murmured to himself. Have we met? He dismissed the idea. No, that couldn't be. This was not someone he had seen before. Not in this body, not in this time, but still. His eyes lingered longer now, tracing the rhythm of Brohan's pulsing aura, the cracks in his power, the instincts barely held in check. And suddenly, the memory clicked like a locked door swinging open. Number. It's not him, Zephyr whispered. But he moves like him. He fights like him. That form? It's too close. He rubbed his chin slowly, lost in thought. Brohan, this warrior, uses techniques like him, just like Wukong. His voice dropped to a low mutter. But that shouldn't be possible. My son, he sealed him away, didn't he? Zephyr's mind flashed to ancient times, to the seal, the mountain of eternal silence. A prison made not to contain the body, but to erase presence. No aura could escape, no energy could leak. It was a grave for the indestructible. A foolish decision by my son, but yes, he said, answering himself. He did lock Wukong away. He knew the seal well. He had crafted it himself and passed the method down. Only two methods existed to break it. Spill the blood of the one who sealed you and let it touch the mountain, or destroy the seal through raw power. But to break it by force, that would mean, he murmured, you'd have to be stronger than the one who created it. He paused. Wukong isn't stronger than my son, and he's certainly not stronger than me. The wind howled faintly as he stood still. No entity, no being in existence holds greater power than my son. Not even I, Zephyr, the true king of everything. And yet, here they stood. He recalled Wukong's strength, how once upon a time, the Monkey King had crushed old gods like ants beneath his foot. Zephyr had seen it firsthand. Wukong had been chaos in mortal form, power incarnate. Even now, the memory of that power pulled on Zephyr's ancient caution. He was terrifying, Zephyr whispered, almost to himself. Even in my era. Then his lips curled into a slow, entertained smile. This is getting interesting. He stepped forward again, staring deep into Brohan's eyes. But his gaze wasn't directed at the Saiyan warrior. He was looking through him. Tell me, he said softly, as if addressing the soul behind the flesh. What are you up to? How did you manage to escape that seal? Brohan felt it. Even frozen, even paralyzed, he felt the weight of that gaze. This man, no, this being, was looking through him. not just at his face, but into his essence, into his bloodline, into the very key that made up his soul. He wasn't asking questions. He was examining truth itself. And Brohan understood something horrifying. This entity wasn't like Zeno. He was beyond Zeno. Power so intense, it bent reality around his mere presence. Brohan's body trembled under the pressure. It was like being pulled into a black hole of sheer divinity. Is he friend or foe? Brohan thought, struggling to think clearly. Then, a voice echoed from within. Wukong. That's my old master, Lord Zephyr, Wukong said. Brohan's breath hitched. Wait, what? Zeno has a father? But I thought Zeno was the creator of everything? A panic rose in his chest, the kind not even warriors could suppress. This wasn't just power. This was history, ancient, godly, unknowable. Brohan's mind raced, trying to find footing, but the more he thought, the more it spun. This is insane, this is insane. What have we gotten ourselves into? His face twisted as fear overtook the storm inside him. His energy, once wild and powerful, flickered weakly. Confidence drained from him like water down a cracked vase. We'll be lucky just to survive this. Forget about winning, he muttered in his mind, helplessly. But Wukong's voice spoke again, calm and clear. Don't worry, he's not one to interfere in others' fights. Not unless there's a reason. Brohan tried to slow his breathing, listening. I'd like to think I know him, and from what I've seen, he's interested in entertainment. That's what moves him. That's what keeps him watching. The words echoed with meaning. Wukong continued, his voice more somber now. He's been here since before everything. He's been alive so long that nothing excites him anymore. Once, he took an interest in my power, watched me closely, but after I lost to Zeno, I never heard from him again. There was a pause in Wukong's voice, like the weight of time settled over his words. I guess I became boring to him. Brohan listened, every cell in his body focused. But now, Wukong said slowly, he's looking at me again, through you. That final realization settled over both of them, like the shadow of a mountain. He knows I'm back. That's why we're still breathing. Brohan's eyes widened. Zephyr wasn't here to judge. He wasn't here to destroy. He was watching, and his interest had been reignited. Zephyr stood still, eyes narrowing as he watched Brohan's energy flicker and fall. He could sense it. The drop in power wasn't just physical. It was emotional. The will was slipping. The old king's expression flattened. So, you're giving up already? His voice rumbled across the empty space, like thunder echoing across the edge of time. Tch! He crossed his arms, gaze locked on Brohan's kneeling form. Listen, boy, he said. His tone was casual, but every syllable carried ancient authority. For reasons I can't quite explain, I've taken a liking to you fools. That's rare for me. I don't feel curiosity anymore. Not in eons. But you, Saiyans, somehow you stirred it. He paused, tapping his fingers against his forearm, then continued slowly. But now I'm left wondering, was it you that caught my eye? Or was it just him? His stare deepened, sharp and cutting. I sensed it the moment I stopped that spear. The scent of Wukong, all over you both. That aura, that ancient wildness. It's not something I can mistake. His voice lowered. So tell me, why? Gogeta's eyes tightened, and from within, the Vegeta side surged forward, expression firm, voice steady. Isn't it obvious? Zephyr's brow twitched. Something about that answer hit home, and then, in a rush, it came back to him. The tale, the Uzaru elders, the broken seal on Wukong's mountain. He didn't say a word, but the widening of his eyes told the truth. They were telling him something he hadn't even considered. Descendants. But that didn't make sense. His mind raced. Wukong's people had been wiped out, slaughtered, exterminated by the old gods in an age long forgotten. That had been the reason Wukong had rebelled. That was why he painted the heavens in blood and hunted them like animals. So how could they exist now? Zephyr's thoughts spun like a spiral galaxy. Faster, deeper, diving through layers of impossibility. And then he smiled. A real smile. An entire race of Wukong descendants, he whispered, almost amused. Now that's interesting. He turned his attention back to Brohan, but now he wasn't just observing. He was analyzing, dissecting everything about him. From his posture, his heartbeat, the way his Kai flared even while weakened. Something was off. Number not off. Exact. He could sense it. Not similar. Not bloodline adjacent. Exact. That aura wasn't just Wukong's legacy. It was Wukong's presence. That one, Zephyr muttered. That Brohan doesn't feel like a descendant. His eyes narrowed. He feels like Wukong himself. Zephyr slowly raised one hand, reaching forward, his fingers extended, hovering over Brohan's forehead, like a god preparing to unlock forbidden memory. I didn't want to do this, he said softly. It ruins the fun. Then he placed his finger gently against Brohan's skin. But I have to know. A glow sparked at the tip of his finger. His pupils pulsed with cosmic light. One of his most sacred abilities began to activate. An ability not even Zeno had mastered. Omnisight. A divine power that allowed him to travel through memory. Not in pieces or glimpses, but moment by moment. Reliving a life as if it were his own. Through it, he could witness Brohan's journey from the second he was born until now. He would see everything, every step, every fight, every time Wukong might have whispered from the shadows. Energy sparked. His eyes lit up. And then it stopped. Zephyr pulled his hand away. He smirked. Forget it, he said with a shrug. Cosmic glow fading from his eyes. This is much more interesting the other way. He folded his arms behind his back again, gazing down at both warriors, like a teacher standing before the most defiant students in the universe. You two, he began, voice growing louder. You actually have guts. A quiet chuckle escaped him. To challenge an entire dimension of deities and survive this long, he tilted his head. That's a real achievement. His gaze locked onto them both. And for a moment, time felt heavy again. You even dared to stand up against my son, Zeno. Only one fool ever did that. Zephyr's smile returned, but it wasn't warm. It was laced with curiosity, and the kind of madness that only eternal boredom could cause. Somehow, he continued, you both share more than just Wukong's blood. There's something deeper at work. This isn't just genetics. No, he stepped forward again. I believe he's using you. Brohan's eyes twitched. Gogeta stiffened. To escape that mountain, Zephyr said darkly. Somehow, some way. I don't know how yet, but I will find out. He paused, then narrowed his eyes once more. I suspect, he said slowly, that he's been influencing you, pushing you toward one goal, getting the blood of my son. He let the words hang in the air. The one thing he needs, to set himself free. But Zephyr didn't sound angry. He sounded fascinated. That's not what caught my attention, though. He smiled again. It's the trust. The trust he placed in you. That's what pulled me in. He took one more step. Even if you're powerful, far more than most, there is no way either of you are strong enough to kill my son. His voice dropped. And I think he knows that. The silence that followed was cold. So why? Zephyr asked, eyes glowing faintly. Why would Wukong entrust this plan to you? A soft breeze moved across the cracked battlefield. His smile returned, broader, more intrigued. There's something you're not showing me, he said at last. Some hidden power. And in that moment, the mystery only deepened. Hidden power? Gogeta muttered under his breath. His voice held confusion, not arrogance. He stood there, still catching his breath from all they'd endured, his hands slightly trembling from exhaustion. What's he talking about? This is everything we've got. He looked at Brohan, who was still locked in that silent standoff with Zephyr. They were battered, bruised, drained down to the spirit. No tricks, no secret forms, no clever fusion quirks. This was their limit, and Zephyr could tell. The king of everything crossed his arms behind his back, tilting his head just slightly. Don't think I haven't noticed, he said coolly. You Saiyans, you grow faster than anything I've ever seen. It's terrifying, really. He stepped forward once more, his presence pressing down like the weight of galaxies. So, if there's anything left, anything, I suggest you use it now. Because if you don't, he paused, voice turning cold as ice. You two die here. There was silence. And then Gogeta spoke again, his voice steady. No, he said. This is it. This is our best. Our true limit. Zephyr's brow lowered in disappointment. I see, he said flatly, his earlier excitement fading. He had truly hoped for more, for some twist, for some hidden well of chaos energy to explode in his face. But nothing came. Still, his curiosity lingered. Something tugged at him. His eyes slid back to Brohan. There was still something he couldn't name, but it wasn't gone. It was dormant, coiled, waiting. And then he asked it, quiet but sharp. How badly do you want to live? Brohan blinked. I'll let you, Zephyr continued, If you choose to serve me, become my guards. Take up the mantle my old one left behind. Gogeta's eyes widened. What? He breathed, completely caught off guard. It wasn't what either of them expected. Serve you? Brohan's voice cracked as rage surfaced, breaking through the fatigue. Number, absolutely not. His body trembled, not from fear, but fury. I don't want to live in a world where my wives and daughters are gone. The fusion warrior suddenly raised his voice, thunder in every word. We'll have to turn this down. Gogeta nodded solemnly. My entire world was destroyed, he said. Kakarot and I lost everything. Our homes, our people, our friends. What's the point in continuing to live if our families stay dead? His voice cracked. He wasn't just angry. He was hurting. We need revenge, he growled. The words poured from him now, memories hitting him all at once. Chi-Chi, Bulma, the children, the laughter, the peace, stolen in a blaze of divine war. We have to kill him, Gogeta said, his voice shaking with emotion. If we fail, at least I can face my wife in the afterlife and explain that we gave it everything. He looked up at Zephyr with blazing determination. They'll forgive us, but to surrender, to become a servant of the one whose son caused all this pain? He shook his head. That's an insult to everything we've lost. So no, Gogeta said firmly. Even if we die, we're not bowing down. Zephyr watched them both closely. That unshakable spirit, that stubborn will, it reminded him too much of Wukong. He smiled faintly. Well then, he said, his voice slow and curious. How about I bring back your world? The words hit like a shockwave. Along with your families. Gogeta and Brohan froze, their eyes widened in disbelief. Gogeta's voice cracked through the silence, almost shouting, What? Is that even possible? Brohan stepped forward, his hands clenching. But the dragons are gone. Our Shenrons, all of them. We saw their remains. You'd need more than just a wish. He was cut off. Zeno's voice rang out, loud and firm. Father, he said, stepping forward. I mean no disrespect, but you can't. You know the rules. His tone held tension, not rebellion, but the stress of one speaking against the impossible. These people, their world, their entire dimension, it was my creation. It belongs to me. Not even you can break the rules of the Omni. Zephyr's eyes didn't even blink. But I can, he said simply. The air itself seemed to pause. I write the rules, he continued, his voice like the pull of gravity itself. I'm the king of everything. Beings like you, and the other Omnis, you're bound by the laws I laid down. He turned his full gaze to Zeno. But I have no restraints. Zeno flinched. That pressure, so familiar, yet too deep to resist, crushed against his very core. Zephyr stepped forward once more. Have you forgotten, my son? Isn't this the reason you desire the throne so badly? To be above the rules? To not be controlled? Zeno's expression tightened. His fists clenched, but he said nothing. His silence spoke louder than any words. Zephyr raised an eyebrow. Is this going to be an issue? He asked, calmly but firmly, staring straight into Zeno's glowing eyes. The younger Omni looked away, then shook his head. No, father, Zeno said quietly. The moment froze again. Brohan and Gogeta both stared, their hearts pounding. Zeno backed down, the very being they once thought untouchable, the god of all gods, the supreme force that ruled their entire reality, stood silent before his father. Gogeta felt his chest tighten. Who is this guy? He whispered under his breath. Beside him, Brohan's voice trembled with a different emotion. Can you really? He asked. Hope flickered in his eyes. And for the first time since their world was destroyed, it didn't feel impossible. Yes, Zephyr said, with a voice as steady as the stars. I can do anything. He took a breath, not because he needed to, but because even gods sometimes like the sound of silence before truth. Although my son over there may be stronger in raw force, I am still the current king of everything, and that comes with certain privileges. His words struck like the low toll of a divine bell. There's a reason he can't defy me, even now, even with all that power, Zephyr said, casting a sharp glance toward Zeno. There's a reason he's so obsessed with claiming my title, why he's using you Saiyans to do it. He slowly turned his attention to Gogeta and Brohan. His stare wasn't threatening. It was heavier than that. It carried purpose. I'll bring back your entire universe. Both warriors perked up, but Zephyr raised a finger before they could speak. However, his tone deepened. There are two conditions you must agree to. Gogeta's lips tightened. I knew it, he muttered. There's always a catch. A favor that big has to cost something. What is it? Zephyr gave a faint nod, pleased by the fusion's clarity. The first, he said, is simple in theory, but nearly impossible in execution. He took a step forward, and the space beneath his foot rippled like reality itself bowed before him. You must force my son to use at least 80% of his true power. Right now, in your current fused form, you've only pushed him to around 30. Before Zephyr could finish the second part, Gogeta shouted, "What? But we told you, this is our best. We've pushed past our limits already." His voice trembled, not with fear, but desperation. Even if we could grow stronger, how the hell are we supposed to close that kind of gap? And then it hit him. A wild idea. A theory so insane that even thinking it felt dangerous. Zephyr saw the shift in Gogeta's eyes and raised an eyebrow. "You've thought of something." "Speak." Gogeta hesitated. "It's not a technique," he said slowly, "and I don't know if it'll even work. It's experimental, unproven. We've never even tried it before." His voice grew quieter. "And it could kill us the moment we try." That was enough to draw Brohan's full attention. "What is it?" he asked, curiosity and dread in equal measure. Gogeta looked at him. "What if you and I fused again, using the Potara earrings?" Brohan's jaw dropped. His pupils shrank. "A four-way fusion?" he said, stunned. His breath caught in his chest. He had never even imagined such a thing. Fusion of a fusion? Could that even exist? Number. And yet, if it did, he couldn't begin to comprehend the kind of power it might unlock. Zeno's eyes went wide. The thought terrified him. He had already been forced to use 30% of his divine power against their current fusion. But a second fusion of two already fused Saiyans? That was an unknown variable even he couldn't fully predict. That kind of power could change everything. And more dangerously, it could fulfill Zephyr's first condition, which meant Zephyr's deal would hold. Zeno clenched his fists. His mind was spiraling. If this worked, if that new fusion somehow forced him to go beyond 80%, then he would lose. Not just the battle, but everything. His angels, his gods of destruction, the universes under his reign, even Universe 7, his most treasured, most watched, most toyed with playground, would be taken away, given back, undone. It would all be for nothing. And just as Zeno was about to speak, Zephyr cut in first. "Well, color me intrigued," he said with a smirk. "But tell me, what is this Potara you speak of?" Despite his infinite authority, there were still things even Zephyr didn't fully understand. Potara was one of them, a relic of his son's multiverse, a product of the Kai culture, which Zephyr had always found amusingly clever. "It's hard to explain," Gogeta said, "but basically, it allows two beings to fuse instantly and permanently. The dance fusion technique we used can't be stacked. It can't be used again once we're already combined. But with Potara, it might be possible." He looked down at his own hands, as if trying to imagine the result, though we don't know for sure. Zephyr folded his arms, amused. "Well then, what are you waiting for?" Gogeta blinked. "We don't have the earrings." Zephyr sighed, then turned his eyes toward his son. Zeno instantly looked away. "Son," Zephyr said calmly, "provide the Potara they speak of." Zeno's jaw tightened. "Yes, father," he answered bitterly. With a flick of his fingers, a pair of Potara earrings materialized in a flash of cosmic light. The tiny golden loops glowed with raw divine energy as they floated over to Gogeta and Brohan. At that exact moment, time resumed. Zephyr released his hold, and the wind stirred again. Gogeta reached out, fingers wrapping around the earrings. But just as the warriors prepared to place them on, Zephyr raised his voice. "Wait." The battlefield froze again, not in time, but in tension. "I didn't tell you the second demand." Brohan turned to face him. Zephyr's eyes gleamed with something cold, something calculating. "The second demand is this," he said quietly. "You two can never be unfused again." It hit like a wall of stone. Gogeta's hand trembled slightly. "What's the meaning of this?" Brohan asked, stunned. Zephyr raised a hand to the stars above, as if plucking thoughts out of the void. "Isn't it obvious?" he said. "In your natural forms, the four of you do nothing for me. But the fusion you create, that power, that's what I want." He smiled faintly. "That's what I need by my side, especially for what I have planned." Zeno's eyes twitched. Don't tell me," he muttered. His voice dipped into something sharp, almost afraid. "Fathers, considering them as successors? Like me, for the title as the king of everything." He laughed nervously. trying to push the thought away. That's crazy, right? That's insane. But the thought didn't leave. It lingered and festered. The battlefield had fallen into complete silence. Time had resumed, yet no one moved. Not even the wind dared stir. It was as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting. Gogeta's fingers hovered just inches from the Potara earring, frozen mid-air. The weight of the words echoed through both minds, like a sacred bell ringing in a hollowed temple. Never unfuse. The phrase rang louder the longer it sat in the space between them. Brohan slowly turned his head, eyes locking with Gogeta's. They didn't need to speak. The weight of the choice pressed on both their hearts. They could feel it, the pull of what this meant, and neither had an answer. Finally, Gogeta's voice broke through the stillness. You mean if we fuse again, that's it? There's no going back? Zephyr stood calm, hands behind his back, speaking as though the decision had already been made for them. Well, not at first, he said smoothly. You see, I'll need to be the one to bind you permanently. Only I can make that final stitch. But first, there's a condition. He stepped closer. His voice never rose, yet it cut through the silence like thunder through clouds. You'll need to force my son to use 80% of his strength. Both warriors went still. Zephyr's gaze sharpened. If you fail, his tone darkened. Absolute. You die, and the deal is void. Everyone you love, including you, will stay dead. He paused. I may have an interest in you, but for what I have planned, I need warriors whose raw power comes close to my son's. Nothing less will do. He leaned in slightly. Only when you meet that threshold will I make the fusion permanent. A low hum of tension filled the air. I can bind your souls at the dimensional level, he continued. Even if the Potara are destroyed, even if the laws of fusion collapse, you will remain whole, as one, forever. Gogeta's fists tightened. Images flooded his mind. Chi-Chi's smile, Bulma's laughter, Goten and Trunks, Pan's tiny hands reaching out to him. Brohan looked down at his fingers, then slowly curled them into fists, as if trying to grasp the feeling of individuality one last time. We'd never see our families again, he said quietly. Not as ourselves, not with our own eyes. There was a pause. His voice grew firmer. But at least everyone else would be alive. They'd get their lives back. The world could be restored. Gogeta gave a slow nod. It's the only real choice we have. If we walk away now, we still die, and everything stays gone. His voice cracked. But if we accept, everything gets a second chance. He closed his eyes for a moment. All this time, I thought we were doing what had to be done, that our power, our rage, was justified. Then his voice fell even lower. I thought I had it all figured out, but I didn't. He gritted his teeth. I let revenge guide me. I didn't care what it cost. And now here we are. The universe is broken. Our families are gone. And it's all because I thought my pain was more important than everything else. The silence that followed was heavy, thicker than before. But now, he whispered, eyes rising, glowing again with resolve. Maybe we can fix it. Maybe we can win. Maybe we can bring it all back. Brohan looked at him, then took a step forward. If this is the only way, he said, voice rising like flame, then let's become the ones who can fix everything. Gogeta didn't hesitate. He nodded once. They each took one Potara earring. A single, shared breath passed between them, like a goodbye. Then, flash. The earrings ignited with energy that bent the very fabric of space. Their bodies were drawn toward each other like gravity had reversed, swirling together in a storm of light and force. Energy spiraled, golden and violet threads lashing out in all directions. Thunder cracked across the battlefield. The ground trembled. The sky split. And then, boom, the fusion happened. But it wasn't like any fusion before. This wasn't a union of two warriors. This was the forging of four souls, fueled by vengeance, loss, loyalty, and love. The energy exploded in a blinding burst of silver and gold, tearing a jagged fracture in the sky itself. It ripped so far upward that the second dimension above the mortal one cracked open, spilling a glimpse of higher planes down into view. Reality screamed, time shattered, and the heavens froze. Even the gods were watching. From the eye of the storm, standing in the center of the divine vortex of unleashed power, a new warrior emerged. He was more than fused. He was forged. His body shimmered with layered energy, his hair burning in threads of black, silver, gold, and violet. shifting with every second as if the cosmos couldn't decide what form it was allowed to take. His eyes glowed like galaxies. His aura didn't ripple, it roared. Cosmic spirals of energy flowed outward from his frame, distorting the light, warping gravity, even slowing time near his presence. There was no mistaking it. This was not Goku. This was not Vegeta. This was not Brohan. This was Brogito. And all of existence paused to see what he would do next. Zephyr narrowed his eyes. Even he could feel it. The weight of the power pressing through the air wasn't just spiritual, it was dimensional. The moment Brogito's aura ignited, the fabric of reality shifted. It wasn't just energy, it was command. This, Zephyr muttered, his voice low and sharp. This power. It's even greater than I ever imagined. A faint crackle rippled through the air, chasing after his words like lightning behind thunder. How can a single fusion hold this much strength? He said, more to himself than anyone else. Their strength, it's not just multiplied, it's magnified tenfold, maybe more. His gaze sharpened, pupils reflecting the rising light pouring from the fusion warrior. Such fascinating creatures. Brogito's energy pulsed, and the entire dimension groaned. The air turned heavy, time buckled. Gravity warped beneath his feet, folding under the pressure of something that wasn't supposed to exist. Overhead, the tear in the fabric of the second dimension widened, ripping like silk, exposing flashes of a realm no mortal or god had ever dared enter. A higher dimension, the third, maybe even beyond. A cosmic wind howled from the fracture, howling with the whispers of creation. Zeno's mouth opened slightly, speechless. For the first time in all existence, he didn't know what to say. That power, that presence, it didn't make sense. It felt endless. A never-ending surge of God force, raw and pure, with no filter, no end. And yet, Zeno knew better. There was always a limit. Even if I can't sense it, he whispered. It has to be there. Brogito raised his head slowly. He wasn't just standing anymore. He was anchored. Gravity obeyed him now. Every breath he took sent ripples across the battlefield, waves of judgment, of order, of force. The very structure of the world adjusted with each movement. His aura wasn't just heat or energy anymore. It was law. Then, suddenly, it spiked. Brogito's ki roared to life like a cosmic maelstrom. Light bent, space screamed, and time slowed to a crawl. The pressure forced cracks along the surface of the second dimension. Zephyr's cloak whipped backward from the force. Zeno's footing faltered, and then he transformed. It didn't happen with a flash. It happened like a cosmic collapse in reverse. His muscles didn't swell. They compressed, refined. His energy folded inward, like a star collapsing into something denser, something infinite. His aura didn't flare, it imploded, pulling every stray particle of power back into himself, forging something tighter, hotter, deadlier. Then it burst outward again. The light vanished, silence. And from the center of it all, a new form was born, Super Saiyan Infinity. The transformation crawled across his body like the breath of a god. His hair lengthened into sharp, layered streams of radiant energy, black at the roots, shifting to silver, then to deep violet tipped with gold. They didn't sway with wind. They floated, weightless in still space. His body glowed like carved obsidian, wrapped in living starlight. Veins of radiant blue traced across his arms and neck like circuits for divine energy. A glowing infinity symbol shimmered on his forehead, etched beneath his battle-worn brow, glowing beneath spiritual armor that didn't reflect light. It devoured it. Even Zephyr, the king of all, took a step back. His breath caught in his throat. In all my existence, he whispered, eyes wide, I've never seen this. He stared like a god, staring at prophecy written in flesh. A mortal, this strong. His voice was barely audible, like he didn't want to believe it. With this form, this Saiyan has even left Wukong behind. Zeno said nothing. His lips parted. His fists trembled. Impossible, he murmured. A fusion did this? He couldn't look away. Brogito opened his eyes. In that instant, the world burned. Energy erupted from his body like a sun going nova. The battlefield ignited. Mountains crumbled into dust. Skies turned red and gold. Every object within a 10-mile radius was either vaporized or suspended in the raw magnetic gravity of his aura. The land wasn't ground anymore. It was a stage for divinity. Vegeta glanced down at himself, his expression unreadable. He flexed his fingers once. A low hum followed. No sound, just force. The power in his veins didn't just surge, it sang. "This is unreal," he whispered to himself. "I can feel it. Every piece of them. Kakarot, Vegeta, Brohan, even Wukong's fire." Then his expression turned serious. "How long will this last?" he thought. "This kind of power, it can't be stable." He could feel it already. The fusion was burning itself too fast. The sheer pressure of holding 4 spirits, 4 battle instincts, 4 energies, was shredding the seams of time. 5 minutes maybe, 10, if they were lucky. He didn't have time to think, and he wasn't going to waste it. Vegeta slid one leg back, lowering into a stance so sharp and grounded it cracked the terrain beneath him. The Infinity Saiyan lifted his hands, aura roaring higher, spiraling into wild fractals of energy that distorted light and shadow alike. There was no need to speak. The time for talking had ended. Time was not on their side. So he moved. Vegeta moved so fast that even light would have begged him to slow down. Time folded around his boots. A single heartbeat felt like an entire story. In that blur of a moment, he was already on top of Zeno, fist drawn back. The fused Saiyan unleashed cosmic level punch, a swing strong enough to break a universe like dry ice. Zeno had no time to blink, but in the same half thought, the Omni King raised a shimmering wall, his multi-level dimensional shield, layer after layer of glowing planes snapping into place with godly speed. Vegeta's knuckles crashed into the first layer. A shockwave burst through the second dimension. Whole star clusters turned to dust, ripples of broken reality rolling outward like giant ocean waves. Then, to the horror of every watching god, the first layer shattered, then the next, and the next, until Vegeta's fist slammed into Zeno's jaw. The Omni King rocketed downward. A planet in this strange second dimension spun off its axis as Zeno drilled through it, leaving a crater the size of Earth. "Are you kidding me?" Zeno yelled up from the molten pit, wiping silver blood from his lip. "Where did this power come from? You're just a mortal fusion." His divine blood sizzled on the ground, turning solid stone into bubbling magma. High above, Zephyr's jaw hung open. "No way! That Saiyan fusion is matching the king," he whispered, eyes wide. "Show yourself!" Zeno roared at the void beyond the fight. "I know you're helping these Saiyans. Stop hiding!" Just then, the Grand Priest and Raiko snapped awake, shaking off the darkness from Zeno's earlier blast of Conqueror's Kai. "What? What happened?" The Grand Priest gasped, feeling Vegeta's aura. His voice trembled. "Who? No, what is that?" Sweat ran down his face. For the first time in eons, the Daishinkan felt fear, as if a second Omni King had stepped onto the stage. Raiko stared at the crater instead. The being he was born to serve was bleeding. Zeno shot back into the sky, colliding with Vegeta in a burst of colored lightning. They traded blows faster than thought, each strike followed by a sharper counter. Vegeta began slipping taijutsu elements into the brawl. Sharp elbows, finger snap parries, low spinning sweeps, while Zeno answered with universe-shaking palm strikes and reality-splicing chops. Their power kept climbing. Just like Goku and Beerus long ago, the clash sounded like drums beating at the edge of creation, but louder, deeper, heavier. Vegeta spun into a crescent kick. Zeno caught the ankle and whipped him toward the ground, but the hulking fusion landed cat-like, knees bending, aura flaring, and sprang right back up with an uppercut that glowed neon green, galaxy rising fist, lifting Zeno off his feet. Frustration twisted the Omni King's face. Suddenly, 2 chains of pure energy sprouted from Zeno's back, chains of creation, snaring Vegeta's wrists and ankles. The Saiyan blinked in surprise. Zeno yanked him inward and hammered an axe handle blow onto his skull, then skipped through time itself to appear above, driving a kick that sent Vegeta soaring. Vegeta halted mid-air, aura trembling, a line of blood tracing down his forehead. He wiped it away, red eyes narrowing. From below, Zeno laughed, wild and echoing. "Even with all that power, you'll never top me," he shouted. "I am life itself. I am the idea of death. How dare you challenge me? I'll wipe out your whole world. He paused, grinning. Oh, wait, I already did. The words hit Vegeta harder than any punch. He glared down through the torn heavens. If you think this is my limit, you're even more foolish than I thought, he said quietly, voice rumbling like distant thunder. With this power, I'll take back everything that was lost. At first, I feared it wouldn't be enough, but after feeling your strikes, I know it's endless. I can adapt to any strength and keep growing. His promise rolled across the fractured sky, hanging there like the calm before a storm. Zeno threw his head back and laughed even louder. You think you can adapt to any power? He mocked, voice booming across the ruined stars. Mortal, power adapts to me. A shimmer of blue-white light wrapped around the Omni King. In a blink, he vanished. Time skip, and reappeared minutes ahead in the timeline, strolling toward the frozen Saiyan fusion with a razor-thin blade of energy humming from his palm. But Zeno's grin died as fast as it came. Inside that skipped instant, Vegeta's eyes slid to track him. Reality cracked, flipped, and rebuilt itself. Zeno found himself trapped inside Vegeta's time skip, an ancient trick Vegeta once lost to a Grand Priest time loop, except now, powered by divinity, it lasted hours instead of seconds, just enough to leap past the king. Vegeta wasted none of it. Like Goku Black, he shaped a long, gleaming edge of ki and swung for the neck. The burning arc skimmed Zeno's skin, so close it singed it, and everything froze. Not even dust moved. Zeno had invoked absolute time control, the first and highest form of every time power. The cosmos became a paused picture. Nothing stirred except Zeno, and far above, his father Raiko, king of everything, unmoved by lesser rules. You poor mortal, Zeno whispered, strolling through the silent air. You think god-level strength makes you a god? You're my creation, a toy I built because I was bored. He reached out, but steam hissed from Vegeta's body. The fusion vibrated faster than thought. This should be impossible, Zeno muttered, confusion flickering in his eyes. Vegeta's lips curled. Thanks for the power-up. Time snapped back on. Zeno staggered, a thin ribbon of blood spilling from his nose. High on the rim of nothingness, Zephyr gasped. He just beat one of the absolute powers. Could this mortal become a candidate? Don't even think it, Zeno snarled, somehow hearing his father's thought. He dropped into a tight combat stance, muscles coiled. I'm ending this now. Vegeta was puzzled himself, still dipping into his bottomless well of strength. Gohan's hidden potential, Broly's wild adaptability, Goku's instinct for every technique used on him, Vegeta's refusal to quit, all merged inside this single form. When Zeno froze the universe, Vegeta's dark siphoning technique lit up. The power, born to topple divine beings, combined unconsciously with Gohan's own Ki drain technique. Together, they broke down and siphoned the very matter that builds time. Matter holds ki. Ki can be stolen. That was how Vegeta drained a concept, thought untouchable. He barely understood it himself, an act born of desperation. But one truth rang clear. He was gaining access to even more of his Omni powers. Vegeta stared at his hands, awestruck. New flames of ki danced over his skin. Zeno's ki, stolen, and now his own. The dark siphon and ki drain had fed him pure god power, stoking every spark inside him until his whole frame pulsed like a newborn star. Across the broken sky, Zeno settled into a true fighting stance. For the first time since the duel began, the Omni King's playful smile was gone. Iron calm replaced it. This was fun, he murmured, but you Saiyans are starting to get on my nerves. The longer this drags on, the more Father will notice you. Let's finish it. A hush swept the second dimension. Then Zeno's aura rose, slow at first, then roaring, until the entire macrocosm trembled as if caught in an endless quake. Half power, he said, voice like rolling thunder. That should do. Vegeta's shoulders shivered, more from instinct than fear. A living shadow of silver ki shot from beneath Zeno's feet, spreading outward to blanket the whole realm. The fusion answered in kind. He called on Gohan's Ki thread, but reshaped it into a blunt tide of murky energy, his own pitch-dark silhouette surging to meet Zeno's. Silver light crashed against violet destruction, splitting reality right down the middle. Zeno's eyes narrowed. You're copying my Kaioken 101 technique. Impossible. Mortals can't learn it. Deities can't either. It should have killed you the instant you tried. Vegeta only glared back, saying nothing. Inside, though, a chill crawled up his spine. The fusion timer was slipping. His power kept climbing, but every surge chewed away precious seconds. Great, he muttered under his breath. All this power, and I still can't use it forever. And I'm not even sure Zeno's at 80% yet. He clenched both fists. Then, we hit him with everything. If I burn out, at least my world might come back. Lightning razored through the void as Vegeta powered up. Mountain-sized bolts shattered drifting planets, while his ki roared past the edge of reason. He flickered, instant transmission, appearing behind the king. But Zeno pivoted without looking, reading the shift the way Whis once did ages ago. The miss didn't slow Vegeta. Terror poured from his aura, thick and hot. He roared and let loose final explosion, jammed full of Hikai energy and his newborn Omni King. A blinding shell blew outward on contact, cracking the firmament like brittle glass. The blast faded. Wind howled through the dust. Zeno hovered in the center, robe unruffled, flesh unscarred. An easy smile curled across his face. That was supposed to hurt? Zeno asked. Vegeta moved. One instant, the fused warrior stood firm, his aura whipping around him in cosmic spirals. The next, he vanished in a burst of speed. The ground where he had planted his foot cracked and cratered, air booming outward with a thunderclap. Zeno's eyes barely registered a blur of motion. Then, Vegeta was upon him. The Infinity Saiyan reappeared in front of the Omni King with a ferocity that defied belief. Vegeta's fist was already flying forward. Zeno had no time to think, only to act. He crossed his arms just as the punch connected. The shockwave from that single strike was like a star exploding at close range. Zeno's guard absorbed the blow, but the force still sent him skidding back, carving twin trenches in the ground with his heels. The air itself screamed from the pressure. High above, clouds were torn apart into spirals from the energy unleashed. Vegeta did not let up. Before Zeno could regain balance, the fused warrior followed through. He spun low and drove a kick into Zeno's side with meteoric force. Zeno caught the kick on his forearm just in time. Blocking the impact, shattered the sound barrier again, and sent ripples through the battlefield. The Omni King gritted his teeth. Pain shot through his arm for the first time in eons. Zeno retaliated instantly. With a snarl, he thrust his palm forward and unleashed a point-blank burst of golden energy. Bang! The blast engulfed Vegeta in a blinding flash. The ground quaked as an entire plateau behind Vegeta vaporized into dust from the blast's stray energy. But as the light faded, Vegeta stood unharmed. He had braced himself and withstood the Omni King's blast head-on, barely sliding back an inch. His eyes, shimmering with silver and gold, met Zeno's in a fearless stare. Is that all, Zeno? Vegeta's voice came out as a deep, resonant tone that carried across the field. It was a chorus of warrior souls speaking as one. There was Goku's confident kindness in it, Vegeta's proud edge, Gohan's steady resolve, and Broly's simmering intensity, all fused into something new and resolute. You're going to have to try much harder. Zeno's face twisted in outrage and shock. No one had ever withstood a direct hit from him like that. The Omni King's aura flared, flickering from white to a furious burning blue. Insolent! Insolent! He hissed. With a roar, Zeno blurred forward, swinging a flurry of blows at Vegeta, each strike powerful enough to annihilate planets. Vegeta met him blow for blow. Their fists and kicks collided in blinding flashes of light. In mere moments, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Each clash produced shockwaves that crumpled the terrain around them. Mountains in the distance split and collapsed from the sheer pressure. The fabric of the second dimension shuddered with each hit. The speed of their combat was unimaginable. To a lesser being, they would have appeared as streaks of light, colliding and rebounding across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Vegeta's movements were a seamless blend of martial skill and raw power, like a ninja's taijutsu combined with a god's strength. He weaved through Zeno's punches with fluid agility. He ducked under a savage hook, then countered with a lightning-fast elbow to the Omni King's ribs. The blow connected solidly. Zeno gasped as the air rushed from his lungs, rocketing backward and tumbling through several stone spires, which crumbled upon impact. Zeno halted himself in midair, flipping and landing on his feet atop the shattered remains of a pillar. He glared down at Vegeta, one hand pressed to his side, where the elbow had struck. There was actual discomfort on the Omni King's face now, a mix of pain and astonished anger. Vegeta hovered up at eye level, not giving a moment's rest. In a flash, he launched himself again. The fused warrior unleashed a ferocious combo, each strike a precise hurricane of force. He opened with a swift jab to test Zeno's defense, then followed with a spinning kick aimed at Zeno's temple. Zeno narrowly tilted his head, the kick whooshing past and splitting the air with its force. Vegeta flowed onward, using the momentum of the spin to drive his other foot towards Zeno's midsection. This one hit clean, a boom echoing as Zeno was sent crashing through the floating debris of the broken pillars. Zeno snarled, catching himself once more. His patience was wearing thin. With a wave of his hand, he suddenly made a grasping motion. Instantly, invisible force clamped around Vegeta. The air itself solidified like chains, binding the fused warrior's limbs. Vegeta found himself suspended, mid-pursuit, as if caught by an enormous invisible hand. He struggled, muscles flaring, as Zeno's unseen grip squeezed tighter. "Enough!" the Omni King snapped. Zeno's eyes glowed with a fierce light as he began to lift and slam Vegeta remotely, intent on breaking him with sheer force of will. Vegeta's body was hurled down and smashed into the ground, forming a crater. Before he could even rebound, Zeno yanked him up and flung him sideways. Wham! The Infinity Saiyan crashed through a mountain, obliterating it into rubble. Zeno wasn't finished. Another flick of the Omni King's wrist dragged Vegeta out of the dust and high into the sky. Vegeta felt the crushing pressure intensify around his body. For a heartbeat, it reminded him of when he, as Gogeta, had been caught in a psychic bind by other powerful foes. But this was far stronger. Rocks and debris floated around him as Zeno's psychic hold began to constrict like a vice. "Let's see you withstand this," Zeno growled. High above, he clenched his fist, and the telekinetic force imploded around Vegeta, trying to crush him in an invisible cage of energy. For a moment, it looked like the fused warrior was engulfed in a shrinking sphere of distorted air. Zeno's lips curled in a cruel smirk, but within that sphere, Vegeta's aura flared brighter. A deep shout echoed from the crater below as Vegeta summoned his will. His ki exploded outward in a storm of silver and violet. Ah! With a burst of raw power, Vegeta shattered the invisible prison, the energy burst blowing apart the clouds in the sky above. Zeno's eyes widened as the Infinity Saiyan broke free, his body glowing with an intense aura. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from the sky, only to reappear right in front of Zeno, arm drawn back. Zeno barely had time to throw up a guard. "Try this!" Vegeta roared, driving his fist forward. This time, a brilliant dragon-shaped aura coiled around Vegeta's arm, an echo of Goku's iconic attack. The spectral dragon of energy shimmered as he struck. Dragon Fist. The punch slammed into Zeno's crossed arms, and the golden dragon ki erupted with a thunderous howl. Zeno was launched like a cannonball, ripping through the very air. His body blasted through the remaining chunks of the shattered mountains and kept going, skidding and tumbling across the ground far in the distance. Vegeta hovered, breathing hard but steady. His aura crackled around him. He knew this was just the beginning, but he had made his point. In mere moments, he had actually made the Omni King of the multiverse feel pain. Zeno slowly levitated back into view, his royal garb scuffed, a cut on his cheek shimmering with godly blood before sealing itself up. The Omni King wiped the dust off his shoulder, and for the first time in countless millennia, he felt something unfamiliar, the thrill of being challenged. Far above, Zephyr watched silently from the sky, arms folded behind his back. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he observed the clash. This is what he had been waiting for, a battle worthy of legends. Down on the battlefield, Vegeta floated across from Zeno, both now surrounded by the ruins of what had once been a grand landscape. Pebbles and sparks of energy rained down around them. Zeno's expression had hardened into cold fury, yet beneath it, excitement glinted in his eyes. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck. "I'll admit, mortal," he said in a low voice that echoed across the silence. "That actually hurt. You've managed to do what few ever have." The Omni King's aura began to blaze now in earnest. The blue energy around him turned scorching white at the core. The very space around him warped as more of his true power seeped forth. "But if you think that will happen again, "You're gravely mistaken." Vegeta said nothing, only tightened his fists. The air around the fused warrior hummed with power as he readied himself for the Omni King's next move. He could feel it. The fight was about to get even more intense. Zeno was done holding back, and time was still ticking. The true battle had only just begun. Zeno's aura erupted as he tapped deeper into his power. The very air around him ignited with blinding light. Blue and white energy crackled and surged, raising his strength far beyond what he had shown moments ago. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. He could feel the change. The Omni King was no longer toying around. Without warning, Zeno lunged. This time, his speed rivaled Vegeta's own. The two met in a furious clash at the center of the battlefield, their collision so intense that the shockwave flattened everything in a 1,000-mile radius. Zeno led with a savage right hook, aiming for Vegeta's jaw. The Infinity Saiyan reacted instantly, snapping his forearm up to block. The impact rang out like metal on metal, and Vegeta felt the sting in his arm. Zeno was hitting much harder now, not giving a moment's respite. Zeno spun and drove his knee toward Vegeta's ribs. It struck before Vegeta could fully guard, forcing a grunt from the fused warrior as he was knocked back. In a blink, Zeno vanished from sight and reappeared behind Vegeta, using instantaneous movement as if it were second nature. He swung both fists down like a hammer, but Vegeta had anticipated the move. Goku's battle sense and Vegeta's tactical instinct working in tandem. Vegeta twisted aside at the last possible instant, Zeno's double fist slam crashing into the ground where he had stood. Boom! The entire battlefield quaked, a massive crater gouged out by Zeno's missed strike. Now it was Vegeta's turn. He flipped backward in midair, bringing his leg around in a wide arc. His heel, glowing with ki, smashed into the side of Zeno's head in a reverse roundhouse kick. Crack! Zeno was sent hurtling sideways, but he recovered almost immediately, skidding to a halt in midair, his aura flaring to steady himself. Zeno wiped at the corner of his mouth, and for the first time, saw a tiny streak of his own blood. The cut sealed itself in an instant, but his eyes burned with fury. "You wretched fusion!" he spat. With a snarl, he thrust out his hands and began to gather energy. A sphere of roiling multicolored ki formed between his palms, growing larger by the second. Vegeta recognized that energy. Raw destruction. It felt similar to the Gods of Destruction's Hakai energy, but far more potent. If that blast hit, even he might not survive it. He couldn't let Zeno fire it at full strength. In a burst of speed, Vegeta charged a counterattack. Cupping his hands at his side, he summoned his ki, a brilliant blue light surging between his palms. Ka-me-ha-me! The familiar sound of the Kamehameha building echoed across the void. Zeno hurled his massive sphere of destructive energy forward, roaring in rage. "Begone!" The sphere crackled as it warped space around it, barreling toward the Infinity Saiyan like a raging sun intent on erasing everything. Vegeta thrust his hands forward. "Ha!" he shouted, releasing a titanic Kamehameha wave. A gigantic beam of pure blue energy erupted from his palms, lancing out to meet Zeno's sphere head-on. The two attacks met in mid-air. A blinding explosion of light and power erupted at the collision point. The shockwave rippled through the dimension, tearing up the ground and sending reality itself into spasms. The massive sphere of destruction pushed against the Kamehameha's beam, trying to devour it. But Vegeta poured more power into his attack. His muscles bulged with effort as he gave a mighty yell, the combined voices of Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly echoing as one. Slowly, inch by inch, the brilliant Kamehameha began driving the destructive sphere back. Zeno's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt his ultimate attack being overpowered. Snarling, he pumped even more energy into it, his aura blazing bright violet now with exertion. The battlefield was bathed in two clashing lights, one blue and pure, the other chaotic and multicolored. The ground beneath them ceased to exist, vaporized by the sheer energy pouring out from the struggle. High above, the tear in the second dimension's fabric widened further, cracks of emptiness zigzagging across the sky. Through the rift, flashes of an unknown realm flickered ominously. The very edges of reality were beginning to fray. With a final push, Vegeta let out a deep roar and unleashed a surge of ki down the beam. Ha! The Kamehameha wave swelled, blasting Zeno's sphere of destruction completely apart. The resulting eruption consumed the sky. Zeno crossed his arms as the backlash slammed into him, blowing him backward through the air like a leaf in a hurricane. Vegeta shielded himself as best he could as the blast's force washed over him. When the light finally faded, both fighters were still airborne, panting, and the battlefield between them had been utterly obliterated, replaced by a smoking, glowing chasm that cut across the land. Zeno lowered his arms. For a moment, nothing was heard but the crackle of dissipating energy. The Omni King's face was twisted in utter outrage and grudging respect. "Unthinkable," he growled. "You canceled out my attack." Vegeta floated across from him, his hand still glowing faintly from the Kamehameha. Sweat dripped down the side of the fused warrior's face, but his resolve was unshaken. "We're not done yet," Vegeta said firmly. "Not even close." Zeno's answer was a furious scream. He thrust one hand upward and ripped open a dark void in the sky above. With a terrifying cry, he reached through that portal and pulled out something colossal, an entire mountain torn from another world. With a snarl, Zeno hurled the mountain straight at Vegeta. The massive slab of earth and rock came hurtling down, but Vegeta merely narrowed his eyes and met it head on. He cocked back his fist, ki swirling around his arm, and punched forward with all his might. His fist shattered the incoming mountain into 1,000 pieces, debris exploding harmlessly past him. Undeterred, Zeno opened 2 more swirling voids on either side of Vegeta. From one portal cascaded a roaring torrent of flame, fire from the heart of a star. From the other came a surge of water, a celestial ocean's worth, rushing to engulf him. At the same time, Zeno himself dashed forward from the front, fist drawn back, attempting to strike Vegeta amid the elemental onslaught. For an ordinary fighter, it would have been an impossible situation. Attacked from 3 directions by different forces of nature and an angry god. But Vegeta was far from ordinary. In an instant, he made his move. Channeling energy to his hands, Vegeta spun in a tight circle. He unleashed a fierce gust of ki, a spiraling barrier that blasted outward. The whirlwind of ki met the incoming tidal wave and inferno, and shredded through them, parting fire and water like a divine shield. Zeno burst through the fading wall of steam and flame, aiming a punch at Vegeta's head. Vegeta ducked under it and countered with a fierce uppercut. The blow connected with Zeno's chin, snapping his head back, not letting up. Vegeta followed with a brutal knee to Zeno's gut, then a double-fisted smash to his back. Each hit landed with echoing booms, driving the Omni King downward. Zeno crashed into the ground below, cratering it deeply. Vegeta flew down like a meteor, driving his shoulder toward Zeno to pin him. At the last second, Zeno recovered and rolled aside, causing Vegeta to slam into the crater floor, which shattered under the impact. Seizing the opening, Zeno attacked low and swift. He swept Vegeta's legs from under him with a spinning kick, then lashed upward with an open palm strike. The hit caught Vegeta under the chin, launching him skyward. Zeno vanished, appearing above Vegeta's rising body, and hammered him back down with both hands interlocked. Vegeta plummeted like a comet, smashing into the rubble-strewn ground. For a moment, Vegeta lay in the rubble, stars dancing in his vision. Zeno floated above, panting, his face alight with vicious triumph. But the fused warrior refused to stay down. With a burst of ki, Vegeta rocketed back up from the crater, straight at Zeno. The Omni King swung a punch, but Vegeta deftly parried it, knocking Zeno's arm wide. Vegeta then unleashed a blinding barrage of blows at point-blank range, a flurry reminiscent of the 8 trigrams technique of legend, each strike precise and shattering. Dozens of punches slammed into Zeno's torso in the span of a heartbeat. The final hit, an open palm thrust that sent Zeno hurtling back once more. Both warriors skidded to a halt in midair, breathing hard now. Their auras crackled wildly, and the ground beneath them was a ruin of smoking craters and fractured reality. Zeno's fury had not abated, but something like exhilaration shone in his eyes. He wiped sweat from his brow. You dare make me exert myself like this?" he thundered, incredulous. Vegeta clenched his fists, chest heaving. "You destroyed our families, our whole world. We'll never stop daring. We'll keep pushing you until one of us falls." Zeno sneered, though his lips quivered with exhaustion. He had drawn on far more of his strength than he ever expected to need. He realized with a mix of rage and anxiety that he was approaching the threshold his father set. This fusion was pushing him dangerously close to that 80% mark. Far above, Zephyr observed the two combatants with keen interest. The king of everything felt the shift in his son's power. Zeno was nearly at the limit required. A small chuckle escaped Zephyr's lips, lost amid the distant thunder of battle. Back on the battlefield, Zeno decided he would not allow these mortals to have the satisfaction of meeting that condition. He would end this now, before he gave them the full 80%. "You think you've won?" Zeno shouted, eyes wild. "I am the Omni King. I am eternal. You will break before I reach my limit." His aura erupted violently, molten gold mixing with black lightning, desperate rage fueling him. Vegeta raised his own ki in response, the Infinity Saiyan's aura glowing brilliant and steady. In a flash, both fighters launched themselves at each other once more, preparing for the final exchange that would decide everything. Vegeta's chest rose and fell as he faced Zeno for what would be the last round. He could feel the fusion straining at the seams now. Their time was almost up. The immense power coursing through one body was beginning to burn away the minutes they had left. If this didn't end quickly, they risked splitting apart. Across from him, Zeno was breathing heavily, his regal attire torn and scorched. The Omni King's eyes blazed with determination and desperation. He refused to accept defeat. With a guttural yell, Zeno unleashed his full power, shaking the very core of the second dimension. The crackling void in the sky expanded, as if reality itself was recoiling from Zeno's unleashed might. "That's enough!" Zeno roared, voice echoing like an angry god across creation. He thrust both hands forward, fingers splayed wide. In an instant, a blinding sphere of white-hot energy swirled into existence before him. This was not ordinary ki. It was pure erasure, the ultimate power of the Omni King. The air around it turned to nothingness. Space warped inward as the sphere grew. "I will erase you completely," Zeno snarled. It was the very technique he'd used to wipe out entire universes in the past, now condensed, focused solely on Vegeta. For a split second, Vegeta felt a prickling dread as the erasure energy crackled, threatening to unmake anything in its path. The edges of his own aura began to flake away into sparkling dust where the Omni King's attack grazed it. Pain seared across Vegeta's body as parts of him felt like they were being pulled apart at an atomic level. But he did not back down. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta summoned every last ounce of power within. His aura exploded outward in a furious blaze of silver, gold, and violet, pushing back against the encroaching void. The Infinity Saiyan let out a primal scream and began walking forward through the very force of erasure itself. Inch by inch, he fought against the tide of Zeno's ultimate attack, his body glowing as if on fire. "Well, what?" Zeno's confident snarl faltered as he saw Vegeta advancing, actually resisting the erasure. No being should withstand that power. Yet here was this mortal fusion, defying the impossible. Vegeta roared as he forced himself forward. "This ends now," he shouted, voice rumbling with the combined resolve of all four souls within him. He clenched his fists, channeling his Kai so intensely that his very outline shone white-hot. Energy swirled around Vegeta, coalescing into his next attack. Zeno, in panic and fury, poured even more force into the crackling sphere between his palms, determined to wipe Vegeta from existence. The orb grew into a small sun of annihilation, casting harsh shadows across the ruined battlefield. "Disappear!" Zeno howled, desperation creeping into his tone. At that moment, Vegeta brought his hands together, one palm behind the other, and a sudden calm washed over his fierce expression. In his mind flashed the faces of Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, Pan, all the loved ones lost. This was for them, for everyone. A spiral of blue and gold ki formed in Vegeta's palms, crackling with unimaginable power. Vegeta's final flash and Goku's Kamehameha, two ultimate moves merging into one. Vegeta's voice bellowed out across the void, shaking the heavens. "Final Kamehameha!" He thrust his hands forward and unleashed the attack. A colossal beam of energy erupted forth, blue at its core, with a corona of blazing gold. It tore through the air with a piercing howl, hurtling straight for Zeno with unstoppable force. Zeno's eyes went wide in sheer terror. He yanked his arms forward, launching the concentrated erasure sphere at Vegeta in the same instant. The two ultimate powers met in the space between them. For a fraction of a heartbeat, there was silence, a stillness as two infinite forces pressed against each other. Then came the explosion. The entire second dimension lit up brighter than 1,000,000 suns. A dome of pure energy expanded outward from the collision, engulfing everything. The fabric of space trembled. Cracks of light and darkness spiderwebbed in every direction. The ground, the sky, every element of the dimension seemed to dissolve into pure white under the onslaught. Zephyr raised an arm to shield his eyes, his royal cape flapping violently in the storm of energy. Even he, the king of all, watched in astonishment at the cataclysm unfolding. Within the maelstrom, the final Kamehameha beam steadily overpowered Zeno's erasure sphere. Vegeta's attack bored through, consuming the white-hot orb of nothingness inch by inch. Zeno's screams of defiance turned to cries of disbelief and fear as the brilliant beam pushed closer and closer to him. "No! No!" Zeno's voice was drowned out as the beam finally broke through, slamming into the Omni King with the force of ultimate judgment. The colossal blast swallowed Zeno whole, carrying him far beyond the horizon in a torrent of destructive light. The expanding dome of energy blew upward, punching through the fractured sky of the second dimension. For a moment, it was as if a second sun had gone supernova in that realm. Vegeta poured every bit of strength he had left into the attack, until he felt Zeno's energy being overwhelmed completely. Only then did he finally relent. The final Kamehameha's beam faded, and the explosion's glare gradually dimmed. When the radiance cleared, the once grand battlefield was unrecognizable. A massive canyon of smoking emptiness stretched for miles where the beam had carved its path. Chunks of the sky were missing, revealing a strange expanse of swirling color from beyond the dimension's veil. The ground was glassed and glowing from heat. In the center of it all, Vegeta stood on trembling feet, his chest heaving. Far across the devastation, a lone figure remained. Zeno hovered in the air, but not by choice. He was barely conscious, his body broken and outlined by the faintest shimmer of energy. What remained of his attire was charred. His right arm hung limp, and a gaping wound scorched his chest. The Omni King's eyes were wide and glazed in shock. He looked down at himself, and then at Vegeta, in utter disbelief. Vegeta slowly floated forward, battered but triumphant. Zeno let out a strangled gasp, coughing up glimmers of light. Even his blood was made of energy, and it was spilling from the corners of his mouth. He could hardly form words. I am Omni King, he croaked, as if denying what was happening. I can't lose. Vegeta's gaze was cold and resolute. "This is for our families, for our universe," he said quietly. And with that, the fused warrior drew back a final glowing fist. Zeno's face twisted, whether in fear or fury or both. In that moment, for the first time in his existence, the Omni King felt true terror. "Father," he wheezed instinctively, barely a whisper. Vegeta struck. He vanished and reappeared in front of Zeno in an instant, delivering a final punch square to Zeno's core. The blow landed with a thunderous impact that resonated across what remained of the battlefield. Zeno's eyes bulged, and for a split second, time itself seemed to freeze from the sheer force of that hit. Then, Zeno's energy signature, that once boundless power that had dominated all of reality, flickered and vanished. The Omni King's shattered form hurtled down, crashing into the ruined earth below. The ground fissured and collapsed into a deep crater where he landed. Vegeta descended and touched down at the crater's edge, watching as Zeno's body lay motionless at the bottom. Smoke and dust swirled around the fallen king. For a long, tense moment, Zeno did not move. It was over. Grand Omni King Zeno, the destroyer of Universe 7 and countless lives, had been defeated. Vegeta swayed on his feet, every muscle screaming in agony and exhaustion. His fused form's aura flickered, nearly extinguished after expending so much power. He felt the fusion waver. Their time was at its limit. But before it could unravel, a gentle wave of energy flowed through him, stabilizing his form. Vegeta blinked in surprise as the fatigue lifted slightly, his fusion unexpectedly secured. From above, a calm voice spoke. "Magnificent!" came the voice of Zephyr, king of everything. His tone was pleased, even proud. He slowly descended from the sky, landing a few paces from Vegeta. The ancient king looked virtually untouched by the chaos, his eyes glinting with satisfaction as he surveyed the scene. His son beaten, the challengers victorious. Vegeta mustered the strength to turn toward Zephyr. Still breathing hard, he lowered his arms, sensing the battle was truly at its end. Zephyr gave a slight nod. "You have done well, warrior," he said smoothly. His gaze flicked to the smoking crater where Zeno lay unconscious. Or worse, I never imagined I would see the day my son would fall, and by the hands of mortals, no less. Vegeta didn't respond immediately. His thoughts were a whirlwind of relief, sorrow, and hope. Goku and Vegeta's pride swelled within him. Gohan's compassion made him almost pity the broken Zeno. Broly's rage had finally cooled now that their vengeance was at hand. "Our families, our world," Vegeta managed to say between breaths. "You'll keep your promise?" Zephyr's expression softened marginally. The corner of his mouth tilted upward in a faint smile. "A promise is a promise," he replied. He glanced once more at his defeated son. "Zeno used you all as pawns in his game for power. Today, you've shown him the consequence of underestimating those he thought beneath him." Raising one hand, Zephyr snapped his fingers crisply. A warm, luminous wave of energy washed over the entire area. In its glow, Vegeta felt a strange comfort, as though the very fabric of reality was being woven anew with hope. "Your fusion is now bound, as agreed. You will never separate," Zephyr said. Vegeta felt a subtle shift within, a settling of souls that told him Zephyr had made the fusion permanent. "And now, it's time I return to you what was lost." High above, the shattered sky of the second dimension began to mend, the cracks sealing up. And beyond, through that veil of reality, Vegeta could sense it, the flicker of lives, the spark of planets and stars being reborn. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, Pan, all the countless souls erased in Zeno's wrath, they were being restored. Vegeta's eyes widened as he felt their energies one by one, like distant stars lighting up in his senses. Tears of joy and relief welled up before he could stop them. "They're alive," he whispered, voice trembling. Zephyr stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Vegeta's shoulder. The mighty fused warrior, who moments ago was the most powerful being in existence, now bowed his head, overcome with emotion. "It is done," Zephyr affirmed gently. In the crater, Zeno's fingers twitched as he clung to the last threads of consciousness. Hearing those words, his wide eyes reflected a mix of shock and despair, realizing that everything he had taken away was now undone, and he had lost in every possible way. Vegeta looked down at the fallen Omni King. There was no triumph in his gaze now, only the solemn acknowledgement of victory's cost. The battle was won. Their world was restored. As Zephyr stood beside him, and the repaired sky shone with the first hints of a new dawn, Vegeta allowed himself a small, weary smile. It was finally over, or so it seemed. Vegeta's victorious grin faltered. A sharp, coppery taste flooded his mouth. He coughed, a spray of blood staining the air. His eyes went wide in confusion. What? He stammered hoarsely. An instant ago, he was standing triumphant, the multiverse restored around him. Now, a searing pain was spreading through his chest. Slowly, Vegeta looked down. Zeno's small hand was thrust clean through his torso, crackling with godly energy shaped like a blade. The sight was horrifying. Zeno's forearm buried in Vegeta's chest, glistening with blood and ki. Vegeta's knees buckled as he choked on another mouthful of blood, trying to comprehend what was happening. Zeno's lips curled into a cruel smirk. "What's the matter?" he sneered, his voice low and mocking. "You look surprised." Vegeta's breaths came ragged. His mind raced in disoriented panic. Just moments ago, he had seen it. Zeno defeated at his feet. Zephyr ready to fulfill his promise. All the lost lives returning. It felt so real. Hadn't it been real? His victory, the peace, it was right there. Zeno gave a soft, taunting laugh. "Did you enjoy the dream I gave you?" he asked. His tone was light, almost playful, but his eyes burned with malice. "A world restored, your loved ones alive. Oh, I made it quite vivid," Vegeta's face twisted in dawning horror. A dream? He groaned. He could feel Zeno's energy blade still impaling him, ripping more of his essence away every second. The glorious battlefield of his imagination, the blue skies, the cheers of reunited families, all of it began to flicker around him. The vivid colors of victory drained to dull shades of reality. The truth was a shattered wasteland under a darkened sky, littered with the ruins of what once was. There were no joyous families, no restored Earth, only the choking dust of destruction and the cold, amused face of Zeno inches from his own. Zeno leaned in, twisting his arm slightly. Vegeta gasped in agony as the ethereal blade of energy carved further. Zeno's grin widened. "Poor fool," he whispered venomously. "You really thought you'd won? That you could change anything?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "I trapped you in that little genjutsu the moment you lunged at me. All I had to do was dangle your deepest desire in front of you, and you Saiyans were so eager to buy it." Vegeta's eyes flickered, anger and despair warring within them. He tried to raise an arm, to grab Zeno's, but his strength was fading fast. You tricked us!" he snarled through clenched teeth, blood seeping from his mouth. Zeno arched a brow and laughed outright. "Of course I did. Did you expect honor from a god?" His free hand patted Vegeta almost condescendingly on the cheek. All that struggle, all that hope, it made the illusion extra delicious to watch. You should have seen yourself, grinning like an idiot while you were standing here impaled on my arm the whole time. Vegeta's vision blurred. Pain and rage tore at his mind. Inside him, a furious voice howled in protest, the voice of Wukong, roaring at the deception. Too late. Zeno's genjutsu had been perfect, and Vegeta had never stood a chance against it. Zephyr watched from a short distance, his ancient face unreadable. The true king of all had remained silent until now, observing the drama with cool, narrowed eyes. As the illusion fully shattered, Zephyr's lips pressed into a thin line. "I expect more from these Saiyans," he muttered to himself. To think that he couldn't see through a simple genjutsu. It shows how impatient they were. The fools were to wrap up in the fusion's time limit, that they started to fight sloppy, and that ultimately led to their downfall. So, a waste of potential. Vegeta's fiery aura sputtered, unstable, as his concentration and his very life force slipped. Zeno yanked his arm free with a wet, sickening sound. Vegeta staggered backward, a gaping, smoking hole in his chest. For a moment, the mighty fused warrior remained standing through sheer willpower. His golden eyes dimmed, flickering between black and the fading glow of his power. We only wanted to save them," he rasped, voice breaking. He dropped to one knee, clutching at the hole in disbelief. "This can't be how it ends." Zeno merely watched, tilting his head. "Is that regret I hear?" he taunted. "Don't worry, it'll all be over soon." Before Vegeta could utter another word, Zeno casually raised two fingers and unleashed a pulse of crackling energy from them. The blast struck Vegeta point blank. Crack! The Patara earring on Vegeta's left ear exploded into dust under the force, and his entire body was enveloped in a blinding flash of light. Vegeta screamed, a sound that split into multiple voices as the brilliant light cleaved him apart. The very fabric of the fusion unraveled. In an instant, the mighty four-way fusion of Saiyans shattered. When the light subsided, two figures collapsed onto the ground where Vegeta had knelt. Gogeta and Gohan had split apart, both convulsing in agony, as blood poured from identical fist-sized holes in their chests. The forced separation didn't stop there. A second later, Gogeta's form blurred and split as well. Goku and Vegeta tearing away from each other with pained cries. Simultaneously, Gohan's body glowed and broke apart, resolving back into Gohan and Broly. In the span of heartbeats, Vegeta had been reduced back to four shattered warriors. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly all lay sprawled in the dust, each one clutching a mortal wound in their torso. Blood pooled beneath them on the ruined time chamber floor. Goku struggled onto his hands and knees, gasping. The pain was excruciating, but his first thought was of the others. "Gohan! Vegeta!" he wheezed, blinking through sweat and blood. His eyes found his son a few feet away. "Are you okay?" Gohan was on his side, trembling as he pressed both hands to the gaping hole just under his ribs. He looked up at his father, face twisted in anguish. "Dad, I'm fine," he lied reflexively, even as blood seeped between his fingers. In truth, His vision was darkening at the edges. Vegeta had collapsed to one knee, refusing to fully topple over. One hand clamped over his wound, the other dug into the ground to prop himself up. His entire body shook with the effort. "Kakarot!" he growled, spitting blood. "It appears we've lost." Vegeta's tone was bitter, laced with frustration and shame. Even now, the Saiyan Prince's pride fought against reality. Across from them, Broly was slumped forward, hair reverting from Super Saiyan luminescence back to black. He ripped his hand away from his injury and tried to push himself upright, fueled by sheer rage. "Rah!" Broly roared, an animalistic sound that echoed in the dead air. He refused to surrender. His teal eyes burned with hatred for the creature that had toyed with them. Zeno floated down lightly, landing a few paces from the fallen Saiyans. He regarded each of them with a mix of amusement and contempt. "Well, well," he said, dusting off his gloves as if this were a minor inconvenience. "Back to your pathetic individual selves, I see. All that combined power, and still so feeble." Goku gritted his teeth and tried to stand, but his limbs gave out and he crumpled again. He could only glare up at Zeno. "This fight isn't over," Goku managed, voice ragged yet defiant. "We can't let it end like this." There was despair in his voice, but also a flicker of that trademark resolve. Somehow, some way, he wanted to keep fighting. Zeno snickered and slowly shook his head. "You mortals never know when to quit. It's over, Son Goku. You just haven't realized it yet." Vegeta coughed wetly and forced himself to straighten a bit, kneeling tall despite his fatal wound. Blood dribbled down his chin, but his eyes were furious. "You bastard!" he snarled at Zeno. "Fight us fairly. This illusion trickery, it's beneath an emperor." Even on death's door, Vegeta clung to pride and indignation. Zeno rolled his eyes dramatically. "Spare me your lecture on fairness, Vegeta." He said the name with a sneer. "I'm not an emperor. I am a god, and a god does whatever he pleases." He paced forward slowly, clasping his hands behind his back in a mocking imitation of his father's regal stance. "You insects exist to entertain me, nothing more. Honor, fairness, those are mortal fantasies." Broly's hands clawed at the ground as he tried again to rise. His muscles bulged, Kai flaring erratically around him. He was running on pure instinct and fury now. "I'll kill you," he bellowed, voice guttural. "I'll tear you apart." Each word was labored, growled through pain, but the raw hatred was palpable. Zeno noticed Broly's persistent struggle and gave a soft humph. He stopped a few feet in front of Broly's quaking form. "Ah, the legendary Saiyan, still full of spite. You just don't learn, do you?" Zeno lifted a finger, a tiny ball of crackling blue energy forming at the tip, pointed right between Broly's eyes. But before Zeno could fire, something shifted in the air. Broly's aura, which should have been weakened, suddenly spiked, flaring emerald green. Broly threw his head back and roared, but the cry that came out was layered. Another voice underlay Broly's own. A deep, ancient snarl reverberated through the chamber, stirring the dust and rattling the very stones. Zephyr's eyes narrowed. He recognized that presence immediately. Wukong, Gohan, barely conscious, felt it too, a surge of feral power pulling at his soul. "Monkey King?" he mumbled in delirium, sensing the familiar ki ignite nearby. Broly's canines lengthened in his howl. His black hair flashed to a wild greenish gold. Most telling of all, behind him his tail lashed and bristled, a tail that now thrashed with a will not entirely his own. The sight was primal and terrifying. It was as if some invisible, enraged beast was rising from within Broly, trying to take over. Broly's pupils flickered, half white with fury, half taken by a reddish gleam of an intelligence far older. Zeno's confident smirk faded, replaced by a snarl of annoyance. He could feel a familiar ki threading through Broly's. The audacity of that old monkey. Wukong was here, defying him, trying to use Broly's body as a last resort vessel. Vegeta's fusion may have failed, but Wukong had not given up. Through the thin tether of shared Saiyan blood and that still-present tail, the Monkey King's spirit lunged for a chance at freedom. For a split second, Broly's hunched figure towered, his muscles expanding again, eyes wild. An echo of Wukong's voice rumbled through Broly's throat. "Zeno!" It was a growl that carried epochs of hatred. Broly's hands shot forward, nearly grabbing Zeno's ankles with insane speed. But Zeno was faster. His crimson aura flared violently as he sliced downward in a blur. Schlack! In one clean stroke, Zeno's glowing hand chopped through Broly's tail at its base. Broly's eyes flew open in shock. A howl of agony, both his and Wukong's, filled the air as the severed tail fell, twitching to the ground. Golden blood, tinged with traces of Wukong's divine energy, gushed from the stump. Broly's power-up collapsed instantly. His aura sputtered out, and his hair fell back to black. Whatever ancient presence had been rising within him recoiled, howling in rage and pain, before dissipating like smoke in the wind. Zeno kicked the furry tail aside with a look of disgust. "No more monkey business," he spat coldly. "You hear me, Wukong? You stay sealed in your mountain, like the relic you are." For a moment, the Omni King's face was twisted with genuine anger. It seems the Monkey King's meddling had struck a nerve. Broly toppled onto his back, panting weakly. The fight knocked out of him at last. His eyes rolled up, consciousness fading. The last thing he heard was Wukong's enraged scream echoing in the depths of his mind. Then, even that went silent. Zephyr stepped forward out of the shadows, regarding the scene with a dispassionate stare. 4 Saiyans lay broken and bleeding. Zeno stood among them, victorious but visibly irritated. The All-King's gaze drifted to the severed tail, and a faint frown crossed his features. "So," Zephyr murmured, "my suspicions were correct. Wukong was pulling the strings." Zeno glanced back at his father, scowl still in place. "The old fool tried to hitch a ride," he said, nudging Broly's limp tail with his foot. "Pathetic." Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly were all barely clinging to life, their bodies limp on the ground. The chamber was eerily quiet now, save for the crackle of stray energy and the labored gasps of the dying warriors. Zephyr exhaled slowly through his nose, disappointment etched in the lines of his ancient face. He addressed the fallen Saiyans, voice deep and resonant. "It seems you failed the test." His words carried across the battlefield like a judge's sentence. "You couldn't force my son to unleash 80% of his strength." Goku's eyes flickered weakly open at that, anguish mixing with confusion. They had given everything they had, and it still wasn't enough? Vegeta grimaced, a frustrated tear escaping one eye as he processed Zephyr's verdict. Zeno turned fully to face Zephyr, chest puffed with pride. He spread his arms in a mockingly innocent shrug. "What can I say, father? They were never going to reach that mark." He cast a disdainful look at Goku and the others. "These fools barely pushed me to 65%. Vegeta's head jerked up at that number, his face a mask of disbelief and despair. 65! He echoed hoarsely. Hearing how badly they had underestimated Zeno's power was a final cruel blow to his pride. Gohan squeezed his eyes shut in defeat. Even at their peak, they hadn't come close. Zephyr's shoulders sagged almost imperceptibly, as if a sliver of hope had died within him. He gave a slight nod. So be it. The king of all raised one hand, and the very air hummed as reality itself responded to his will. In that moment, it looked as if Zephyr might act, perhaps to save the Saiyans, or to punish his son's deceit. But then, he simply lowered his hand again with a dismissive wave. "The deal is void. They are of no use to me now." His voice was devoid of emotion. Goku opened his mouth, blood bubbling at his lips. "Wait, please," he croaked, not even sure what he was begging for. Mercy? Another chance? But Zephyr did not even meet the Saiyan's eyes. The ancient deity had already turned away. Zeno's face lit up with a childlike glee at his father's declaration. It was as if he'd been given free rein. "Huh, you heard him." Zeno stepped toward the nearest warrior, Vegeta. "No more use for you." Vegeta glared up at Zeno, mustering the last embers of his pride. "Do your worst, scum," he spat. The Saiyan prince dies on his feet. True to his word, Vegeta planted a foot under himself and pushed, trying to rise one last time to face death upright. Zeno's response was swift and brutal. He flashed forward and slammed a tiny fist straight through Vegeta's chest, smashing through the Saiyan's armor, drilling into the already grievous wound. Vegeta gasped, eyes bulging. Zeno's arm jutted out through Vegeta's back now, holding a dripping mass of flesh. Vegeta's heart in his hand. The Prince of Saiyans gave a shuddering exhale. For an instant, his dark eyes met Goku's across the rubble-strewn ground. There was a flicker of something in Vegeta's gaze. Apology, maybe. Or just regret that they hadn't prevailed. "Kakarot," Vegeta whispered, blood spilling from his mouth. But whatever he meant to say vanished as his form went limp. Zeno withdrew his arm, letting Vegeta's lifeless body thud to the ground. The proud warrior's eyes stared blankly at nothing. Goku cried out weakly, "No, Vegeta!" Though his own life was fading, seeing his rival and friend slain ignited a surge of anguish in Goku's soul. He tried to crawl toward Vegeta's fallen form, adrenaline lending a burst of strength to his failing limbs. Zeno merely stepped over Vegeta's corpse, his sights now on Broly. The hulking Saiyan was barely conscious after the loss of his tail, but his eyes tracked Zeno's approach with defiant hate. Incredibly, Broly forced himself up to a knee, chest heaving. "I won't beg," he snarled, teeth bared in a bloody grin. Even now, Broly's fighting spirit refused to break. Zeno's expression soured at the sight of that tenacity. "And I won't waste time," he retorted. With a casual flick of his wrist, he materialized a swirling orb of violet energy at his fingertip. The power of erase. Crackling with finality, he flicked it at Broly. The sphere zipped through the air and struck the Saiyan at the center of his chest wound. Broly had half a second to blink in surprise before boom, his entire body disintegrated into shimmering motes of dust. In a single, terrifying instant, Broly was completely erased from existence. Not even ash remaining. The empty space where he'd knelt was scorched and glassy. Gohan, watching this in horror, let out an involuntary sob. "Broly!" He reached a hand out, as if he could somehow pull his friend back from oblivion. Trembling, Gohan pushed himself upright, using a chunk of broken pillar for support. Hot tears streaked down his face, mixing with the blood. This was a nightmare. It had to be. Zeno's eyes swiveled to Gohan next, the last of Brohan's components still alive. Gohan's courage wavered under the Omni King's pitiless stare, but he still staggered forward to put himself between Zeno and his father. Even facing certain death, Gohan's protective instinct burned bright. "I won't let you hurt him anymore," Gohan declared, voice shaking but resolute as he spread his arms to shield Goku. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Goku's mouth. Despite everything. "Gohan, my son," he rasped. Seeing Gohan stand guard over him filled Goku with both pride and sorrow. Zeno actually chuckled at the gesture. "How touching," he mocked, but useless. With a burst of speed, Zeno vanished and reappeared right in front of Gohan. Before Gohan could react, Zeno drove 2 fingers into Gohan's forehead, imbued with lethal energy. There was a flash of light inside Gohan's skull. His eyes went wide, a soft "oh" of surprise escaping his lips, and then he crumpled. Gohan collapsed into his father's arms, the light already fading from his eyes. "Gohan!" Goku caught his son's limp body, sinking to the ground with him. Gohan's head slumped against Goku's shoulder. A ragged sob tore from Goku's throat as he felt Gohan's ki flicker, then go dark. "Please, no, not my son!" Goku pleaded in a broken whisper, hugging Gohan's body tight. Zeno stood over the grieving father with a look of exaggerated impatience. "You mortals and your melodrama," he sighed. "Don't worry, son Goku. You'll see him again in just a moment." Goku slowly laid Gohan down, trembling with grief and exhaustion. He rose shakily to his feet, somehow finding the strength to stand one last time. The hole in his chest glowed faintly with residual energy, pain screaming through every nerve. But Goku ignored it. He turned to face Zeno, tears streaming down his face, hands balled into fists at his sides. Even now, at the very end, there was defiance in the way Goku squared his shoulders. Zeno regarded him almost curiously. The Omni King was drenched in the blood of Saiyans, yet Goku stood before him, broken but unbowed. "You've lost everything," Zeno said quietly. "Your friends, your family, your entire world, and still you stand. Why?" Goku's black hair fluttered in a ghost of a breeze. He met Zeno's gaze with fearless black eyes. "Because as long as I'm alive, I have to fight," Goku said, voice soft but unwavering. "That's what we Saiyans do." He coughed, blood staining his lips, yet continued. "You may kill me, but I'll die on my feet, protecting those I love until my last breath." Zeno stared at him for a moment, then gave a slow, mocking clap. Inspiring, truly. His grin returned, colder than ever. "But you are mistaken about one thing, son Goku." Zeno's form suddenly blazed with power, a radiant crimson aura that lit the entire chamber. "You are already dead." Goku didn't flinch. He slid 1 foot back, summoning the last drops of his Kai. Faint golden sparks danced around his frame, the remnants of a Super Saiyan who'd spent everything. "If I am," Goku murmured, "then let me spend my last moments fighting for what's right." For just an instant, the vision of the gentle earth-raised Saiyan overlapped with something else. An image of Wukong, the Monkey King, standing proud and unyielding despite defeat. Zephyr watched from afar, eyes narrowed thoughtfully at this final display of spirit. Zeno raised his hand toward Goku, fingers splayed as destructive energy gathered in his palm. "Goodbye, Goku." Goku summoned a trembling hand back, cupping it at his side. A tiny sphere of blue light flickered to life in his palm, the beginning of a last Kamehameha. He knew it was futile, but he refused to meet his end without resistance. "Ha!" he shouted, tears and sweat on his face, pouring his soul into one final attack. Zeno's eyes hardened. "Die!" A lance of scarlet energy erupted from his hand, aimed straight at Goku's heart. Goku thrust his palms forward desperately. "Kamehameha!" he roared. A thin beam of blue ki shot forth to meet Zeno's crimson blast. The two energies collided for the briefest moment in mid-air, and then Zeno's red beam sliced through Goku's effort as if it were nothing. Time seemed to slow. Goku felt the burning spear of Zeno's power pierce his chest and run him through. The world tilted. Goku's final thought, as he began to fall, was of Chi-Chi, Goten, Gohan. "I'm sorry," he whispered soundlessly. A massive explosion of light consumed him, and everything went black. But then a voice called out, "Honey! Honey, wake up!" Goku lurched upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. His lungs pumped hard. Every breath rasped like he'd been choking. Moonlight, peaceful, silver, spilled through the window of his small room at Mount Paozu. Crickets chirped outside. Everything seemed normal. He pressed a shaking hand to his chest. No hole, but a ring-shaped scar circled his waist, faint yet warm, as if a tail had once wrapped there and burned its mark. Heart pounding, he swung his legs off the futon and almost stepped on something lying on the sheet. A single golden hair, longer than his own, gleaming in the pale light. Goku's mouth went dry. He held the strand up. It shimmered, then dimmed. Footsteps padded in the hallway. Chi-Chi pushed the door open, holding a candle that flickered over her worried face. "Goku, are you all right? I heard you shout." Goku swallowed, forcing a shaky smile. Yeah, just a bad dream." Chi-Chi set the candle on the nightstand, sat beside him, and touched his forehead. "You're burning up. Must have been some nightmare." She noticed the tremor in his hand. "Want to talk about it?" He opened his mouth. Images of Zeno, Zephyr, the ashes, then shook his head. "It was nothing I can explain." Chi-Chi glanced at the golden hair between his fingers. "What's that?" Goku slipped it under the pillow. "Just straw from the mattress, I guess." She eyed him, unconvinced, but sighed. "Try to sleep. Big breakfast tomorrow." She kissed his cheek and left, closing the door softly. Instantly, Goku teleported outside under a tree, and there alone, Goku sat in silence, listening to his heartbeat slowly. He looked at the moon outside, round and gentle, not broken. Goku clenched his chest. Was this all a dream? Soon he started to laugh, convincing himself how ridiculous it was. "Of course it's a dream. It has to be," he said. "Zenny is not like that. He's my friend." With his hand placed behind his head in a jovial manner, Goku went inside his home. But looking down from above, an eye closed in the sky. It was Zephyr as a smile came on his face. This left one confusing question to all my viewers. Was it really a dream? The morning was quiet, the kind of silence that felt almost too perfect. Birds chirped outside the window, and from the kitchen came the soft clatter of pots and pans. A gentle tune floated through the house, Chi-Chi humming while she cooked breakfast. The warm, rich smell of rice and vegetables drifted in, comforting and familiar. Goku stirred beneath his blanket, eyes fluttering open. He lay still for a moment, staring at the ceiling. It had to be a dream, he whispered, voice barely more than a breath. Everything felt too normal, too right. But only moments ago, at least in his memory, he had been locked in a battle that shook the foundations of existence itself. Universes crumbled, stars died, and then darkness, a deep, infinite black. But now he was here, in his bed, home. Goku swung his legs over the edge of the bed and stood up. The moment his feet touched the floor, he paused. Something was off. His body felt light, but not in a weak way. Every muscle was alive with energy, more than he'd felt even after a full night of sleep following training with Whis. His fingertips tingled. The air seemed to hum, responding to him, reacting to his breath and movement like it recognized him as something different. He took a slow step toward the mirror on the wall. His reflection greeted him, wild black hair, a face full of boyish charm, and eyes that held warmth, but also something else. Something deeper. He leaned in, there, a faint scar across his cheek. It wasn't there before. Was it real? He blinked. Gone. Just the light playing tricks. Maybe I'm just on edge, he muttered. But that dream, no, that memory, still clung to him like smoke. He remembered the final moments, the pain, the fury, Zeno's furious eyes, his voice screaming in rage, echoing through the void. He remembered the way the multiverse folded in on itself, how everything, every atom, every soul was swallowed up into nothingness. Yet here he was, whole, breathing. Last night, when he jolted awake from that nightmare, everything felt normal, but now, as morning light poured in, something inside him buzzed with unnatural intensity. He clenched his fists. A ripple of invisible force trembled through the room. What in the hell is going on? Chi-Chi's voice called from the kitchen, jolting him out of his thoughts. Goku, breakfast is ready. Come eat before it gets cold. Her cheerful tone cut through the eerie stillness. Goku inhaled deeply and forced a grin. Coming, Chi-Chi, he called back, his voice as lighthearted as ever. He pulled on a simple shirt and made his way out. The kitchen was as ordinary as always. Sunlight streamed in through the windows. Goten sat at the table, already halfway through his bowl of rice, cheeks puffed out with food. Good morning, Dad, Goten said with a wide smile, a few grains of rice clinging to his cheek. Morning, kiddo, Goku replied, chuckling as he ruffled his son's hair and sat down. Chi-Chi placed a steaming bowl of miso soup in front of him, followed by a towering plate of food. Goku didn't even think. He just started devouring it. Bite after bite, the warmth of Chi-Chi's cooking spread through him. For a moment, everything felt okay, normal, safe. But as he ate, flickers of memory returned, screaming in the void. The last blast of energy he'd launched with everything he had, Dragon God Strike, and still failing. He saw an older version of himself, eyes heavy with loneliness, staring back at him from a mirror of shattered time. Yet here he was, young, alive, surrounded by family. None of that really happened, he whispered, barely audible. It can't have. Chi-Chi sat down beside him and studied his face. Her brow furrowed. You're awfully quiet this morning, Goku. Is it that nightmare from last night? She reached over, touching his forehead gently, as if checking for a fever. Normally, Goku would have grinned, talked about training, or asked what was for dinner later. But today, he hesitated. Chopsticks still in hand, he forced a laugh. Yeah. No, I'm fine, he said, brushing it off. Just a weird dream, that's all. His wife smiled gently, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, whatever it was, it's over now. Don't let a bad dream spoil your morning. She stood and began clearing Goten's empty bowl. After breakfast, could you fetch some water from the well? I need it for the garden. Sure, Goku said, his voice distant as he spooned the last bits of rice into his mouth. A part of him ached to tell Chi-Chi how real the dream had felt, how he'd carried the weight of countless years alone, watched everyone he loved vanish, and failed them all, but no words could explain it without sounding mad. Instead, he forced a smile and focused on the moment. He finished his meal, rose from the table, and gave Chi-Chi a quick kiss on the cheek. That was delicious, Chi-Chi. Thanks. With that, he grabbed a wooden bucket and headed outside. Dawn painted the world in soft gold. The air was fresh, and dew sparkled on the grass around their little home in the woods. Goku walked along the familiar path to the well, letting the ordinary sights ground him. A pair of sparrows chirped overhead. A squirrel scampered up a tree trunk nearby. It's a beautiful day, he thought, inhaling deeply. Everything's normal. I'm here. I'm safe. He repeated the words like a mantra, trying to chase away the echo of fear still clinging to his mind. When he reached the well, he hooked the bucket to the pulley and let it slip down into the dark water. The pulley creaked as he drew it back up, muscles moving automatically after all his years of training. No, centuries of training. His thoughts corrected him with a whisper he couldn't ignore. Centuries. He froze, gripping the rope tighter. In that other life, He had spent millennia sealed away, forced to fight gods for a decade that felt like an eternity. His body shouldn't be the same after that, and yet the memory felt as true as his own heartbeat. Goku shook his head as if to dislodge the thought. "Stop it," he murmured. None of that was real. Distracted, he yanked the rope a step too far. In an instant, the heavy oak bucket rocketed out of the well as if it weighed nothing. Water sprayed in every direction. The bucket flipped through the air and slammed onto the ground behind him with a crack that echoed through the clearing. Goku stood still, stunned. He glanced at the shattered wood, oak so solid it had never bent under even his full strength. He knelt beside the broken bucket, running a hand along the splintered edge. Chi-Chi would be upset, but right now, that didn't matter. This was a sign. In that endless chamber of time, his power had grown so vast that even a gentle touch could level mountains. He remembered how carefully he held back when he finally escaped, terrified of harming anyone. Had some of that raw strength followed him back here? Slowly, Goku set aside the broken pieces and closed his eyes. He reached deep inside, searching for his key. Almost instantly, a surge of energy answered him, an ocean of power far beyond what he'd ever felt before. It was like comparing a flickering candle to a blazing sun. His eyes flew open as a pale white glow blossomed around him without warning. The grass at his feet rippled outward in a perfect circle, crushed by the sudden rush of force. The birds in the nearby trees squawked and took flight, wings beating wildly. Goku's heart raced as he realized what was happening. It was Omni energy. That power, Goku whispered to himself, his fingers curling into a tight fist. It was real. There was no other explanation. Somehow, the strength and ki reserves he'd gained in that other existence still flowed through him. He took a deep breath, letting the faint white aura die down so no one would notice. His mind raced. If his power was real, then that battle had really happened. Zeno had killed them all. It wasn't just a nightmare. He pressed a hand to his chest, feeling his heart pound against his ribs. Why did everything look the same? Did Zeno rewind time, create another version of this world, or had the gods somehow honored their promise, even though they failed? Goku's head spun. The memory of fighting through endless centuries, of wishing he had never challenged the gods, came back in sharp, painful flashes. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. This could be a second chance, he told himself. Maybe nobody else remembers it. Maybe they never meant to let it happen. He wanted to believe that with all his heart, clinging to the hope that this world was safe. A whoosh of ki overhead snapped him back to reality. He looked up just in time to see a blue and white blur streak toward his home. His skin tingled with recognition. There was no mistaking that energy. Vegeta. The Saiyan prince arrived in a flash, landing a few yards away with a booted thud that kicked up dirt and small stones. Vegeta strode forward, still in his training gear, a dark blue jumpsuit under white and gold armor. His face was a mask of annoyance mixed with confusion. "Kakarot!" he barked, voice echoing in the clearing. "I need to talk, now." Goku forced a casual smile, though inside he felt relief. If anyone could understand what was happening, it would be Vegeta. "Morning, Vegeta," he said, brushing a hand through his hair. "What brings you out here so early?" Vegeta folded his arms, his eyes flicking toward Goku's house, where Chi-Chi could be heard bustling inside. He lowered his voice. "Don't play dumb. You know exactly why I'm here. Something's off. I can feel it. You feel it too." They stood in silence for a moment, the soft rustle of the wind through the grass filling the air. Goku met Vegeta's gaze and saw the same haunted look he'd felt himself, the shock of living another lifetime in a dream that turned out to be real. Goku nodded slowly. "Yeah, I feel it," he admitted, lowering his head to watch his own hands. "It's like I lived a whole other life while I was asleep. Honestly, I was hoping it was just a bad dream." Vegeta huffed and stepped closer, folding out his arms. His voice was sharp but unsteady. "If it's a dream, then we're both sharing the same nightmare. I don't believe in coincidences like that. Tell me, Kakarot, what do you remember?" Goku swallowed hard. Seeing Vegeta so serious made everything feel real. He glanced back toward the house to make sure Chi-Chi and Goten weren't listening, then lowered his voice. "I remember being locked away in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber." His words trembled as he spoke. It felt like forever. "I remember screaming to get out." He looked into Vegeta's eyes, searching for answers. Vegeta's face tightened, a flicker of guilt passing across his features. Goku pressed on. "I remember you there, Vegeta, And Gohan, even Broly. You all showed up at different times. He paused as a sharp memory hit him. Vegeta's cold glare through the chamber door, just before it slammed shut. He shook it off and continued, voice low. I remember fighting. So many battles against enemies I never thought I could win. And I remember Zeno. Goku took a shaky breath. I remember Zeno wiping us out. I saw him kill you, me, Broly, and even my son, Gohan. I remember the war against the god of destruction, and the deaths of Lord Beerus and Whis. Vegeta's jaw clenched. He nodded slowly. So it's true, he murmured, staring off into the distance. His fists tightened at his sides, as if he could feel the weight of Zeno's attack on his chest. I remember Lord Zeno too. The memory made his pride flare with frustration. They stood in silence, the only sound the wind rustling through the grass. Finally, Vegeta exhaled in a long breath. At first, I told myself it was just nonsense, he admitted, voice rough. But then, I went back to sleep, and woke up this morning feeling stronger than ever. Something in me isn't the same. Goku's eyes widened. Is still there, isn't it? He finished for him. He gave a small, humorless smile. I found out the hard way. I nearly broke my well this morning because I didn't know my own strength. A faint smirk tugged at Vegeta's lips. I pulverized a training bot in the gravity chamber without even using 1% of my power, he said. Bulma's going to make me build a new one. He shook his head, then fixed Goku with a serious look. Our power shouldn't be this high if things were back to normal. In that other timeline, we broke every limit, but we died. I can't forget my death. Dying before I kept my promise, losing my family because of me. That kind of regret doesn't just vanish. Goku frowned. Vegeta was right. It didn't add up. Unless, Goku ventured, Zephyrs honored his word even though we failed. Maybe this is some kind of reward, or a second test. Vegeta grunted. Or punishment. Before Goku could reply, a gentle but urgent voice called from above. Dad! Vegeta! They both looked up to see Gohan floating down from the sky. He landed lightly between them, dressed in his green gi, the one Piccolo gave him, and his face was tight with worry. Thank goodness you're both here, he said, relief and fear mixing in his voice. Something really strange is going on. Goku managed a small smile for his son, though his brow was still furrowed. Gohan, you too? He asked softly. He felt a rush of comfort and sadness as he sensed Gohan's ki. Stronger now too, tempered by trials that in this reality hadn't happened. Gohan nodded, pushing his glasses up with a trembling hand. Last night, I dreamed something terrible happened, Gohan explained, voice low as if speaking it might make it real. You were gone, Dad. We all died at Zeno's hands. His face fell and he looked down. It felt like I was someone else, fighting beside you in a huge battle against someone unbelievably powerful. He took a deep breath. When I woke up, I almost thought it was just a dream, but I can't shake it. And when I sensed you two out here, I had a feeling you'd had the same dream. Goku laid a steady hand on Gohan's shoulder. We did, he said softly. It wasn't just a dream. At least, it feels real enough. Vegeta let out a low scoff. It was real, boy. As real as the ground beneath your feet. He paused, eyes softening when he saw Gohan's worried face. None of us had a choice. Zeno set this whole thing up. From the gods who locked me away in that chamber to every step we took. It was all his test. He twisted gods, angels, and us into a game we couldn't win. He shook his head, regret and anger flickering across his features. Now I see it clearly. We were always meant to lose. Gohan swallowed. He looked between his father and Vegeta, voice cracking. So it really happened. Dad, I'm sorry. His shoulders shook. I wasn't strong enough to protect Mom or anyone. He trailed off, unable to say more. Goku's heart ached. Without a word, he drew Gohan into his arms. Gohan stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, clutching the back of Goku's shirt as he had when he was a child. It's not your fault, Goku whispered, voice thick with feeling. We all failed. But now we've been given another chance. He stepped back and looked into Gohan's eyes. We can't let the past poison this life. Vegeta crossed his arms, pretending not to care, but Goku saw the tension ease from his shoulders. Kakarot, you really are too soft, he muttered, though his tone held no real bite. Gohan wiped away his tears and managed a small, determined smile. Thank you, Dad. You're right. He straightened, resolve shining in his gaze. So what do we do now? If this really happened, why do we still remember it? And is everyone else okay? Goku thought for a moment. From what I can tell, everything's back to normal. Mom and Goten are fine. It's like we were sent back to before it all fell apart. Nobody else seems to remember. He looked at Vegeta. Maybe it was Zephyr's doing after all. Vegeta grunted in agreement, most likely. He probably thought he was fixing things by dumping us here. But why let us remember? He began to pace, impatience creeping into his voice. Why give us back our strength unless he expects something from us? Or someone else stepped in, Gohan said, pushing his glasses up thoughtfully. Maybe the time Kais. It couldn't be the Super Dragon Balls. We know what happened with those. He frowned, recalling a faint memory. There was something else in that reality. A dark force behind the scenes. Goku's brow lifted. A dark force? Do you remember what it was? Gohan shook his head. Not exactly. It's like trying to grasp a shadow. But I feel anger when I think of it, and fear. He rubbed his temple, frustration in every movement. All I clearly remember is Zeno ending everything, and then waking up here. The three Saiyans stood in thoughtful silence. Above them, the sun rose higher, warming the clearing around Goku's home, but the air felt heavy, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Suddenly, Goku's eyes shot upward. Carried on the soft breeze, he sensed a distant ki. Faint, but wild and immense. He recognized it immediately. Broly. Even from far away, the raw anger in that energy was impossible to miss. Broly, Goku said under his breath. Vegeta and Gohan turned to him, curiosity and concern in their faces. He's out there. He's struggling. It feels like he's really upset. Vegeta clicked his tongue, tension tightening his jaw. That lunatic must have had the same dreams we did. Who knows what kind of rage he's carrying now? His voice was dismissive, but Goku could see the worry in his eyes. Broly's strength was legendary, and notoriously hard to control when his emotions flared. If even a flicker of his memory returned, things could go badly fast. Gohan's face went white. If he loses it, we won't let that happen. Goku cut in firmly. He closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, tracking Broly's chaotic Kai signature. Memories of their last fight in the other world flooded back. How they'd stood side by side, pumping energy together in a desperate bid to stop disaster. Despite everything, Goku felt a bond with Broly that went beyond rivalry. I'm going to find him, Goku declared, voice steady. Vegeta's arms snapped open in surprise. Right now? Goku nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Yeah, we need to bring Broly here, or at least check he's okay. Something tells me we're all going to need each other soon. If that threat from our dream is still out there, only we know what's coming. A small smirk curved Vegeta's lips as he cracked his knuckles. Don't get all sentimental, Kakarot, but you're right. If trouble shows its face again, we Saiyans will face it together. No more secrets. No more betrayal. He spoke the last words quietly, as if reminding himself. Gohan stepped forward, resolve in his eyes. I'll alert Piccolo and the others. They might not remember everything, but they should know something's wrong. Good idea, Goku agreed. But be careful what you tell them. We don't want to start a panic. Gohan nodded and shot into the sky, heading toward Piccolo's usual meditation spot in the distance. Goku turned back to Vegeta. I'll bring Broly back here if I can. It might take some convincing, but he'll listen to me. Vegeta scoffed, though his tone held a note of trust. Just don't get yourself smashed. He's unpredictable. With a calm, focused look, Goku raised 2 fingers to his forehead, preparing to use instant transmission. He honed in on Broly's flickering ki, like a turbulent flame on the edge of his senses. Just before he vanished, he glanced back at his house. Chi-Chi stood on the porch, her brow creased with worry. Goku offered her a reassuring wave and a confident grin. She waved back slowly, concern still in her eyes. In the next heartbeat, Goku disappeared. Vegeta stayed in the clearing, arms crossed as he stared at the empty space. He let out a low breath and looked up at the sky. This calm isn't going to last, he muttered. Almost on cue, the bright morning sun slipped behind a drifting cloud, casting a shadow over the land. Far across the galaxy, on a lonely planet of jagged mountains and emerald skies, Broly knelt in the red dust. His huge shoulders shook, and each breath came in deep, painful gasps. Strange images flashed through his mind, himself roaring as he unleashed a massive blast, Goku and Vegeta merging into Gogeta, and an all-powerful being wiping out everything. He pressed both hands to his head, teeth grinding against the flood of fear, anger, and despair. Not far away, Chilai and Lemmo watched him with worry. In the small camp they'd set up on planet Vampa, nothing like this had ever happened before. Chilai's green skin looked pale under the bright sky. "Broly, what's wrong?" she called softly, stepping forward. Her usual boldness was gone. She was scared for him. Only moments ago, he'd been quietly eating breakfast. Now he writhed on the ground, as if invisible fists had struck him. Broly squeezed his eyes shut, fighting to speak. After a moment, he forced out a low growl. "I saw them," he panted. "Goku, Vegeta," his voice cracked. "We were together, fighting." Without warning, his power flared, emerald energy crackling around him, sending small stones skittering across the dirt. Lemmo, the veteran soldier, grabbed Chilai's arm. He warned quietly. They both knew how dangerous Broly could become when his emotions ran wild. Chilai gathered her courage and knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You're safe here," she soothed. "It didn't happen here." Broly's hair, which had started to glow green at the tips, began to return to its normal black as her calm words reached him. He opened his eyes, moisture shimmering in the corners. "It felt so real," he rumbled. "I hurt them. They hurt me. Everything was gone." Before Chilai could say more, the air shifted with a familiar warmth. In a blink, Goku appeared just a few feet away, hand still pressed to his forehead from using instant transmission. Chilai stumbled back with surprise, and Lemmo stiffened. Broly jerked his head up, eyes wide with shock and recognition. "Goku!" Broly blurted, voice echoing across the clearing. For a heartbeat, they all tensed. Goku could have been a threat, but he stood relaxed, a gentle smile on his face. He gave Chilai and Lemmo a polite nod. "Sorry to drop in like this," he said softly. "I think I had the same dream. I came as soon as I could." Chilai folded her arms, more curious than angry. "Next time, give us a warning," she teased lightly. "Did you do something to Broly? He's freaking out about some dream." Goku shook his head. "No, I promise. I'm here to help." "Broly, are you okay?" He stepped close and held out his hand. Broly hesitated, then grasped Goku's hand and rose to his full height. He towered over Goku, but he seemed calmer now. I think so," he said in a low voice. He looked at Goku with pleading eyes. "That dream, it was real, wasn't it?" Goku met his gaze steadily. "Yeah, I'm afraid parts of it were real. We're still figuring it out." Broly closed his eyes, breathing deeply. When he opened them again, a spark of determination flickered in his expression. "Then you remember? We fought together, all of us." "I remember," Goku said, nodding firmly. In his mind's eye, flashes of their last battle poured in, himself moving with the perfect grace of mastered Ultra Instinct, Vegeta pushing past his blue form into something even more powerful, Gohan unleashing his hidden potential, and Broly roaring in his legendary state. They had stood shoulder to shoulder against a force so vast it shook the very threads of space. Pride and sorrow twisted together in Goku's chest. They had fought so hard, only to see everything wiped away. Chilai and Lemmo exchanged bewildered looks. Chilai crossed her arms, brow furrowed. "Okay, can one of you explain what's happening? Dreams that feel real? Teaming up against some big bad? You both sound like you've lost it." Goku gave a sheepish grin. "Believe me, I wish I had a simple answer. Even we're still sorting it out." He turned back to Broly, placing a hand on his massive shoulder. "That's why I came here. We need your help. Vegeta, Gohan, and I are back on Earth, trying to figure out who or what was behind all this. If trouble's coming again, we'll need your strength, your legendary power to face it." Broly's eyes flashed with renewed purpose. He laid a huge hand over Goku's. "Of course," he rumbled. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. "If there's a fight coming, I'm with you. I won't let that nightmare happen again." Chilai stepped closer, worry creasing her brow. "Are you sure you're up for it? You just went through whatever that was." Broly shook his head, dark hair settling back into place. "I'm fine. Better now." He gave Goku a small, determined smile. "If you need me, I'll go." Lemmo straightened, rubbing his neck. "If Broly's riding with you, Chilai and I will too," he said, glancing at her. "We can't just sit here after what we saw. Besides, someone's got to watch Broly's back. Goku's face lit up. You two are more than welcome. Bulma will have Capsule Corp ready for guests. Chilai cracked a grin and jabbed a finger at Goku. Just remember, you owe us a full explanation once we're there. Deal, Goku laughed. Then he raised 2 fingers to his forehead, gathering his ki. Everyone hold tight. Instant transmission can bring us all back together if we stick close. Broly grasped Goku's shoulder again. Chilai grabbed Broly's arm, and Lemmo linked his hand with Chilai's. In the next heartbeat, the 4 of them vanished from the dusty surface of planet Vampa. Back on Earth, at Goku's home, Vegeta paced with barely contained impatience. He could sense Gohan's energy streaking around the countryside as the boy notified Piccolo and others, careful not to alarm them too much. Piccolo frowned at his hands, confusion wrinkling his green brow. I didn't fuse with any dragon, he muttered, recalling only the tiny nail he'd once accidentally joined with. And I saw the Dragon Balls at Bulma's yesterday, so fusing with them? Impossible. He shook his head, trying to make sense of Gohan's strange claim of untapped power. Vegeta tapped his foot, arms crossed over his armor. Where is Kakarot? He grumbled. He can hop light years in a blink. How long does it take to fetch 1 Berserk Saiyan? Despite his gruff words, concern for Broly, and for the strange mission they faced, throbbed under his bravado. He glared at the sky, every second stretching longer as he waited, scowling at the bright morning sun. Chi-Chi stormed up to Vegeta, hands on her hips. What's going on, Vegeta? Why did Goku just vanish on me? Vegeta frowned, never one for sweet talk. This is Saiyan businesswoman. Stay out of it, he snapped. Chi-Chi opened her mouth to retort when a sudden crackle of energy made everyone freeze. Just a few paces away, Goku reappeared in a flash, Broly towering at his side, Chilai gripping Broly's arm, and Lemmo close behind. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his body shifting into a guarded stance. Memories of nearly being killed by Broly flared up, but another memory of standing side by side in that terrible trial held him back. Broly released Goku's hand and bowed his massive head. Vegeta, Broly greeted, voice low and respectful. Vegeta gave the slightest nod. Broly, I see Kakarot managed to talk some sense into you, he said, the simplest thanks he could muster. Chi-Chi stared, utterly baffled by the sudden crowd in her front yard. Gohan hovered behind Vegeta, having appeared moments earlier. Goku! What is happening? Who are all these people? She demanded. She recognized her husband, her son, and the prince, but Broly, Chilai, and Lemmo were strangers. Goku hurried forward and took Chi-Chi's hands gently. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, he said, voice soft but urgent. Something important came up. I can't explain everything right now, but my friends and I have to face a threat. It could be dangerous. He looked into her eyes. Will you trust me? I promise I'll tell you more later. Chi-Chi searched his determined face. She'd seen that look before, when Goku bore the weight of the world on his shoulders. Her frustration melted into concern. All right, she said quietly. Just promise me you'll come back safe, and try not to track mud into the house. She managed a small, worried smile. Goku grinned and hugged her quickly. I promise. Gohan stepped forward with a polite bow toward Chilai and Lemmo. Welcome. I'm Gohan, Goku's son. Thank you for coming with Broly. Chilai gave a shy wave. I'm Chilai, and this is Lemmo. We're friends of Broly's. So, are we going to talk about this huge elephant in the room? About those dreams you all had? Broly glanced at Chilai, then faced Goku. In my dream, Chilai was my wife, he muttered, then spoke louder. They have the same memories I do. It wasn't just a dream. Vegeta stepped forward, voice low and urgent. We should move somewhere more secure before discussing it, not out in the open. There's a chance others could be listening. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gohan spoke up. Let's head to the lookout. Dende and Mr. Popo are the only ones there, so it'll be private. The idea made sense. After all, the heavenly lookout was where the Hyperbolic Time Chamber itself was hidden. A shiver ran down Goku's spine at the thought of returning, but he nodded. "Good plan," Goku said. "We can all fly there together in a few minutes. Chi-Chi, could you call Bulma? Let her know what we're doing and have some rooms ready at Capsule Corp for our off-world guests." He gestured toward Chilai and Lemo. Chi-Chi gave one last worried look. "Be careful," she said, then hurried inside. As the group gathered, a low rumble echoed in the distance. Gohan glanced up. Strange, the forecast was clear, but it looks like a storm's rolling in. Dark clouds crawled across the sky, swirling as they gathered strength. Vegeta stiffened, the hairs on his arms rising. "That's no ordinary storm," he muttered. An ominous ki threaded through the air, thickening the atmosphere like static before a blackout. Broly snarled, stepping protectively in front of Chilai. Goku and Gohan moved closer together, scanning the horizon. Without warning, the sky split open. No thunder, just a flash of silent, jagged lightning. A vortex of red and black energy tore through the clouds above them. The wind whipped their clothes and hair, and the ground trembled. From that swirling tier, a figure drifted down, cloaked in shadows and crackling with raw power. He looked human at first glance, tall, wearing a flowing dark robe that whipped around him in the wind. But his face stayed hidden beneath a hood, save for two golden eyes that glowed like a predator's. The very air around him bowed under his ki. Goku's stomach dropped. This energy felt ancient and cruel. Vegeta dropped into a fighting stance. "Who are you?" he shouted, voice slicing through the wind. Gohan's aura flared white, his ultimate form activating on instinct. Broly's emerald energy bloomed around him in a low, throaty growl. Chilai and Lemo stumbled back toward the house, wide-eyed. Goku stepped forward, planting his feet firmly on the trembling earth. The hooded figure landed softly a few yards away. At his touch, the wind died, and an eerie stillness fell. The dark clouds above swirled, framing him in an ominous halo. Slowly, he lifted his hand and drew back his hood. A gasp rose from Gohan and Vegeta. Under the hood was a pale, ashen face etched with glowing runes. There was no nose or ears, only a wide mouth set in a permanent, eerie smile. When he spoke, his voice was smooth and echoing, like wind in an empty vault. "So, the warriors beyond time have reunited at last," he said, tone almost pleasant, but laced with venom. "Welcome to this new world. I trust your return was comfortable?" Goku felt a chill. Whoever this was, he knew everything. Goku balled his fists and stepped forward. "Who are you? Did you do this? What do you want from us?" The pale figure cocked his head, amused. "You may call me Truth," he replied softly. "I'm merely a guardian. My master requests your presence." Before Goku or the others could react, Truth snapped his fingers. In the same instant, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly vanished. When their vision cleared, they found themselves standing inside an unfamiliar palace. And that's it for today's episode, guys. If you watched to the end, then that could be an indication that you enjoy the series. So please leave a like on the video. Thank you and take care.